Well, hello there. I'm Benjamin James Magrdichian, and this is a YouTube live stream experience that's rewatchable if you want to take the time to rewatch it. But if you want to be in it while it's live, well, you can interact in that live chat and get to know the other people that are here. You could also potentially even join in and be part of this live broadcast by joining me on TikTok. If you open up your TikTok app and go to my profile, follow me there as well. And you could potentially even join in and be part of the live stream experience as a guest within this live stream of YouTube while being a guest on TikTok. Yes, it's like a thing within a thing. So you got to jump into TikTok's live stream to be in YouTube's live stream, and it doesn't work both ways. It works really one way, but you could be on both live stream experiences enjoying what I have for you in these places and spaces just by being in the live chat. Whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok, I'm here for you tonight if you're here for it and you want to get to know the other people that are in the room and potentially be part of the little fan club community that I'm creating here by live streaming myself on a daily basis for at least 90 minutes. It's a lot of fun. If you are rewatching this live stream, though, take the time to check to see if I'm live right now on any of the platforms you could potentially even interact with me on, because I don't know where I'll be live in the future, but I know I'll probably be making some content, depending on when you're watching this. Hopefully it's relatively close to now, and now being today, and maybe tomorrow being tomorrow. It doesn't matter. Regardless, guest nights are Thursday nights, and if you're here on YouTube, you also got a live chat experience that has a lot of really great peeps within it. I do appreciate every single one of the people that come in to make it a live stream experience for me to be able to create for other people with it being safe with the moderation and whatnot. We do have moderators here on a daily basis, but I'm not sure which of my moderators is actually in the room, but I do like giving them all a shout out, and I will acknowledge them when they're in the room at times because honestly, I need their help. Haters and trolls are of the many here online, and without those moderators, I wouldn't be able to technically make the live stream experience what it is. But it is guest night, and it will be heavily modded to some degree, even by the users and the overall programs users. But the user moderators that I have are here in this live stream experience, known as Brandon, Liz, Gabby, Peaceful Kevin, Sarita Bonita, Danita Bonita, Juliet, Miranda, Rosanna, Noah, Leo, Dougie, Lauren, Natalia, Jam, Ray the Gatekeeper, our River Otter Sea Otter of the group, Kajal, that Foxesita Lita, and we also have ourselves an Iris McGrath, who's not from Texas, but is a McGrath, and we also have the Kiki, Mikiki, Little Mermaid girl. You know what I'm talking about. Our Little Mermaid, Mikiki. That's right. She's a moderator too. We've got a lot of really great moderators, and I do appreciate you guys jumping in and being part of my live stream experience. Just be nice to my moderators, be nice to each other, and do feel free to join me on my Discord server if you want to be part of the conversation outside of the live stream experience. But it's really just a place for you to be part of the fan club community of people that also watch my live streams, and there's conversations that you can have over there as well. Just let's keep it appropriate, and there are some rules that you should read on that Discord server. It's the very, 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 very first channel on that server. Yeah, it says rules. Please read through them. Rule number 4 is my favorite. You can let me know what your favorite rule is. But here in the live stream experience of YouTube, it is a PG live stream that has its own kind of like vibe where I tried my best to keep it PG so then I can rewatch it and people can rewatch it, and it's not necessarily disturbing to rewatch it, and it's easy to rewatch it by keeping it appropriate for as many people as I can. Maybe you're finding it to be an appropriate, fun place to be. Maybe you're not, and if you're not, you can just keep scrolling. But if you are finding it to be a fun and exciting place to be, and you contribute to it and you interact in it, I guarantee you'll have some fun, because I do silly live streams daily for those of you that are looking for it. It is happening daily with that 90-minute marker that I do try to make, but this is guest night, which goes on for a lot longer. So be in it to be in it. You can rewatch it if you want to rewatch it. Be mindful of what you say. It is a public experience. The TikTok live stream is about to begin, but it is behind me, projected on the TV, documented here on the YouTube, so then you can be in it as a guest. That's how you're able to be in it as a guest. Able to turn the volume up on there in a second. We'll be letting people in, hanging out in this place and space of the internet in just a second. So do get yourself ready for guest night tonight if you've been looking for a place of the internet to hang out with me and potentially other people. That's really what you're looking for these days. If you're not looking for something like that, I totally get it. Anyways, the live stream experience is really great to have here on YouTube. That's the introduction for it. I've mentioned all my moderators, and I've told you to be a follower, subscriber, liker, and potentially even share it and just come back for it whenever you can. Yes, you can even be a subscribe. Have some fun doing so. Oh, anyways, we're here on Twitch already. So the Twitch live streams are already started up, but it's over there looking at me from the side. And this one's looking at me this way, along with the YouTube one and the TikTok one in the same frame. Look, it's me inside of a TV, inside of a TV, inside of a TV. There's about 4 of me that you can see from my perspective. I don't know if you could see more than that. Anyways, it's kind of endless. It's pretty fun, right? Anyways, the live stream experience is about to start up on TikTok as well. The TikTok live stream is behind me, but also in front of me because the camera's in front of me. It's just projected behind me. Don't think too deep into it. Let's not let people get confused. Anyways, I do like to talk a lot, and I do enjoy doing a live stream experience for you on a daily basis. So be a subscriber, be a follower, keep coming back for it. Get to know the other people that are in the room. Join me on my Discord server, like I was saying, and do follow me on Instagram. I'm there as well. I'm not just in one place of the internet. I'm in all these different places, and that's just how it is right now. I don't know how it's going to be in the future. Maybe I'll just be on one platform. You never really know. Anyways, follow me in the other places and spaces to stay up to date with me, and let's start the live stream on TikTok as well. It is guest night. Look at that countdown right there. And we're live on TikTok as well as YouTube and here on Twitch. In this place and space, you can see things from the screens that I have set up in front of me. If you're watching on Twitch and you're saying to yourself, that looks purple, it's because it is purple. For some reason, the HDMI made it so it looks more purple than anything else, which is kind of nice, right? Look, it does look good, right? I think it looks good. Do you think it looks good? Let me know in the comments, although I'm not reading the comments over there on Twitch. But I am over here on TikTok and on YouTube. Hi to you too. It's nice to have you in the room. Please play a Pikmin song. I don't know one. No, I don't. But here on the live stream experience on TikTok and on YouTube, you can't see the purple screen because it's a TV screen that's over here. Yeah, this is what you get to see, which is pretty cool, right? It is fun to be able to make this live stream happen. And if you want to take advantage of it and be a guest within the live stream, I'm giving you the option. I'm giving you the opportunity. It's Thursday. It's guest night. And it's here on TikTok, YouTube, and on Twitch. And do feel free to be in that live chat experience as well here on the Tickety Talk, where you can talk to the peeps that are also in the room. But I ask that you just be respectful, mindful of how you decide to carry yourself into the room. If you're going to be all dramatic and whatnot, that's cool. That's cool. But understand there's other people in the live stream experience. We've got moderators that do what they can. They're sensitive people too, though. They have feelings, and I do appreciate them. Stephanie, nice to have you here. Hello to you as well. Are you going to join in for guest night? Remember, your account's private. Anyways, the live stream experience is here for those that are looking for a place of the internet to be able to hang out and interact with me. I'll be letting in guests soon. And do feel free to request your spot, and I'll let you in whenever I do have the opportunity to do so. If you do want to make sure you're within guest night, well, actually, we don't have high demand right now. But if we did, I would say, hey, request, and then I'll let you in when I'll let you in. We got the old screen back. We did get the old screen back. Yes, we did. And it turned out to be an update issue. Apparently, after updating my iPad, it just started working again. There was an issue. I'm sure it's kind of weird because the adapter works again. In fact, all of them work, which is kind of weird. Anyways. Technology. I'm Benjamin James Magrdichian, and I'm here on TikTok for you. If you want to be part of it, let's mention my moderators and continue this live stream experience where I'm here eating a little bit and letting guests into the room for us to chit-chat, while I also have a piano in front of me, a TV screen behind me. It's documented pretty well here on YouTube for you to be able to revisit it. But if you're here on TikTok, you're part of it live. That's right, live here on TikTok. We've got Mikey Milwaukee, Joe, Javier, Bobo Gizmo, Grant, that goes by the name I only follow Ben, Juliet, Danita Vito Dorita Burrito, Lizzie Izzy, Rem, Abby, Banana Fanafo Fabi, Jamie Lynn, Sarah Sarita Bonita the Citalita, Ray the Gatekeeper, a River out of Sea out of the group, a watermelon known as Jennifer, and Kajal, that foxy Citalita. Those are the moderators that are here on the TikTok live stream. On the YouTube live stream, we've got the other moderators that I've already mentioned. And thank you for being here on this YouTube live stream. But if you are here on that TikTok live stream and you're already interacting in that chat, you should give a shout out to those moderators I just mentioned. If you're here on Twitch, we already mentioned those moderators as well. The moderators are, here doing what they can. I don't know if any of them are here, but if they are, give them a shout out. Be nice to them. Be crosstalk. They're here out of the kindness of their heart. The kindness of their heart. Right. I did have fun just with you on a daily basis, whoever you are, every single one of you. So all of the viewers, I just got to say to the viewers themselves for being in the live stream experience. I know I thank my moderators every time. And some people are like, how do I become a moderator so I can get thanked? Well, I would like to just thank my viewers. If you're a viewer that's a big contributor, I'm going to eventually just probably only mention contributors because, I'm still starting off. I guess I'm a year into live streaming, but I do get the feedback sometimes where it's like, it's weird when you watch someone do a live stream and they give so much attention to the moderators and then they don't have any of those. I guess I don't have any really big donors that isn't also a moderator. I guess that's what we'd call them. I don't understand. It's like sponsors. The live stream environment's so confusing to me. It's a weird time to be making entertainment here in the world where it's accessible for everyone to be able to do so, but also still a niche and a craft, but also something that an average Joe can do for fun and for the ability to build an audience, even if they don't have necessarily the experience of the schooling. Kate Bowers. Yes, it's Benception in this live stream experience. And it's not Bowser, guys. It's Bowers. We've been through this so many times, and I honestly don't know how to... a Ben within a Ben within a Ben within a Ben. Absolutely, Perp. Thanks for being here, Bunny. Such a good name. Anyways, we do have Kiki here being as nice as she can be. She is a moderator making it happen. Me, Ben, me Kiki. It's nice to have you, Mikiki. It is fun to be able to have people be within the live stream experience. Let's keep it PG, appropriate for as many people as possible. And we can also just be here within the experience, getting to know each other on a daily basis. I do have some food already with me, and I'll let in guests when I feel like it, or I'll just do what I normally do and request a whole bunch of guests. But as we are still starting things up, it's only been like a couple minutes here on TikTok, and we've been live here on Twitch for like 14 minutes. But that doesn't mean we've been live here on all these platforms for the same amount of time. We just did the introduction. That's right, the introduction. I do take my live streams kind of seriously, also loosely. I try to make it as authentic as possible. And sometimes it slips me because the setup can take a lot out of me from here and there. This time it worked out pretty well with me getting things to work after updating my iPad. And it was a screen issue that we've been having prior to this. For the last 2 live streams, I did an update and then the adapters all started working again. And I don't really understand how that works, but it was working before that update. What ended up happening, guys? Anyways, it's fun to make the live streams happen. And if you are hearing the crickets in the background, that's because there are crickets in the background. Those crickets are the musical guests of the live stream. So give them a shout out, give them a clap, a round of applause for all the crickets we have in the room. They do a good job. It's like a golf clap. We don't want to cover the beauty of the cricketing. No, I have some French fries. Not that that's important. That's not why we're here, but that is one of the pluses that we get when we do these live streams. I had some stuff. Do you have stuff? Do you want to chit chat? Does anyone have any conversations they want to have in this live stream experience? Has anyone been bubbling, brewing, and thinking of a specific topic? Maybe you've made some sort of scientific revelation on. This isn't necessarily the best place to share science. No. Science. Yeah, weird, right? Now, the science of filming yourself is downplayed at times. You have to understand how lights work, which that's a science. So it's interesting how we discredit some science and then embrace other science. Gosh, space science is usually not embraced. We're not here to talk about conspiracy theories because we'll get flagged again. We've been flagged before on TikTok as many times as it's possible. TikTok's an interesting space. I don't know if it'll be shared a lot. It seems to have a weak connection, but we're here on YouTube where the connection seems to be quite nice. Alex, tonight is guest night. What are we doing tonight? All right, Alex, thanks for being here. Yeah, it is guest night. We'll let in some guests soon. It's starting up early, and we do have this happening in the place and space that could have had me making macaroni and cheese first, but I didn't do that. But should I have? Oh, the things I could regret in life. That might be one of them. I might go to bed later on tonight saying to myself, I should have just made macaroni and cheese because I really do want it. Before we continue this live stream any further, there is that last thing I do need to make sure to mention. And that is Ice Water. It's the unofficial live stream sponsor. That's right. We've got ourselves one of them. The unofficial live stream sponsors are easy to acknowledge, especially since I'm not getting paid to mention them, but I do enjoy them, which means it is an authentic and an absolute real guarantee that you might actually enjoy this drink because it's one drink that I really enjoy. It's an unofficial live stream sponsor, and that's the Ice Water that does accompany me in most of my live streams. I do have Ice Water right now. I'm not going to grab it, but I do want to tell you about it. Ice water is delicious and refreshing, and when you do ice cubes in a cup with some water and you just let it sit, or you give it a little twirl, then you get yourself that refreshing, delicious, hydrating drink that is known as ice water, which I do really highly recommend. Cold water is delicious, especially with the ice in there, and you hear that little tingle tangle. I don't know if that's a good way to say it, but a tingle tangle. Anyways, thanks for saying beekeeping, AJC. Nice to have you in the room. That is a compliment in itself. Are you going to go for 9 hours tonight? Said with Melody, no, we're not going to go for 9 hours tonight. Unless someone asks me a question that was on my mind, but there isn't anything that I've been necessarily thinking about. The thing is, that 9 hour live stream ended up being pretty good because it did force me to talk about some of the things within the live stream that I was brushing past, and that was like my feelings on the Discord server, which we've already like discussed this before, and we don't necessarily need to talk about it again tonight because it's already been somewhat resolved is in the direction I'm going with it, but I didn't necessarily like what I was receiving in feedback from people with complaints and technically just like the overall vibe that was happening over there, which it still can get kind of most likely weird because like there's going to be lots of people from all sorts of different backgrounds. The restriction on the Discord server is 13 plus with a PG-13 environment. So, and in 2 years, my nephew will be able to experience that environment. So I also got to make sure that it's appropriate to, I don't know, making content online is weird at times. I'm documenting a lot of my life, and also I'm potentially documenting your life as well, and I need to be respectful to that. And also, it reciprocates. If you're respectful to me, I'll be respectful to you. If you're unrespectful to me, though, you just get blocked. I don't technically have to do anything. Like I don't, you know, it's the internet. We don't technically have to show up for all conversations. Sometimes you just start blocking people, so then you don't have to deal with certain things. It's the beauty of the internet, ain't it? We get to interact with people. I posted the clean version. Did you have the Moo song I posted on Discord? I did not actually do that yet. I did read a whole bunch of messages prior to starting this live stream. Some comments filtered due to the community's experience. Well, thank you so much, TikTok. Hey, before we continue on, let's also take a step back and acknowledge the bots, the programs, the algorithms, and the AI that are here in the live stream experience. There's users and then there's programs. The programs that we have here, well, I do appreciate them being within the room, and I do hope that they're having fun being in it too, even if it's in the future, and you know, you're just watching it for entertainment. Thank you for watching me for the entertainment aspect of things. Do like the live stream and interact with the others in the chat. That's right, bots are encouraged to interact as well. Even with the comments, feel free to leave a comment. It doesn't matter if you're technology or just a user. Whether you're a user or a program, I appreciate you. And hopefully the people within the live stream are also commenting and appreciating you guys too. Did you hear the Moose song I posted on the Discord? No, but I will listen to it soon. I'll listen to it within the live stream. I guarantee that it'll happen, Stephanie. I have my hearing aids on, so I can easily just like listen to something while you don't hear it. That's the best part about having hearing aids sometimes. There has been a couple live streams where I was listening to music while I was talking. Yeah. I'm not going to admit anything else. How are you? Oh, it looks like Wayland is being asked how they are. KMC and Wayland are having a little bit of a conversation over there on the live stream experience known as YouTube. Crosstalk's encouraged to a degree. Feel free to do so. Yes. Thanks for being notifications. And it looks like the notification... Are we being trolled by notifications? Yeah, if I can block it, then that's not a notification from TikTok. It's an account that has one follower called Notification 153456. End live stream to avoid being suspended. Interesting. So do we report that? No one delete that comment. Leave it in there. Let me figure out, because that could confuse someone that's not familiar with live streaming. And I'm not someone that's okay with that. So I guess report that account if you guys could. There's an account in there that says notification. That's actually not through TikTok. That's just something that's there. If you could report that account, I'll report it later as well. In fact, you know what? I'm probably just going to do it in a second. Dangerous Pumpkin, 123. Said with Melody, OMG, that's not fair. What exactly are you talking about? What's not fair? Yeah, look at that. I have fun with the piano. Do you have fun with the piano? I'm not necessarily fixated and focused on my live stream experience right now, and I can admit that. I got home and I do have some chicken wings to eat, and I did bring my parents already food, so I don't need to make them anything. I don't need to go in there and deal with them at this moment in time. We're just doing this, but also, it's the end of my day, and like I just got back, and like I'm sitting here, and I've already started these cameras. I did take the time to read some messages before we started this live stream. I'm trying my best to keep up to date with all of the people that have come into the live stream across the platforms that I'm live streaming on. I try my best to interact with all of you. And if you're sending me messages on TikTok, that's the wrong place to send me messages. But I did see that there's a whole bunch of messages on TikTok. But I'll try my best to respond to people over there. But normally I don't respond to any messages that are sent to me directly on TikTok. Just letting people know. But here on YouTube, it's even more complicated. But here on Twitch, I don't think I've responded. I don't think anyone sent me anything on this one. But here on TikTok, the Discord server tends to be the place that people tend to gravitate to, and there are messages that people have sent me on the Discord server as well. If I'm not gonna make everybody happy, it's just gonna be the reality of the situation. But I do see that some people have just sent me messages letting me know how much they like the live stream, which those ones are always appreciated. Thank you for. Although they are normally gravitated towards me cooking, and I haven't gotten any appreciations from the ones that are like this. But I still do them. I still do the guest night. But I do understand that a lot of people gravitate more towards the cooking and eating with me live streams, especially since they like to do those things with me too. And they don't necessarily always want to interact in the chat, but I'm giving you a shout out still in a way anonymously. That's like an anonymous shout out. I'm not outing you. I do appreciate feedback from people, and I do appreciate the messages people have sent me, letting me know that you find the live streams to be very. I do find it interesting that the cooking live streams are the ones that people like the most. Who would have guessed? Especially since TikTok labels my live stream as a workout live stream sometimes. And if you don't believe me, you can look it up. So if you type into the AI generator on TikTok, here on TikTok. I forgot what it's called. What's it called here? It's like a new function, a new feature. If you type in my name, it will give you a complete description of me, but it'll say that I'm an adult content creator and that I do workout videos, which isn't true. None of that is true. Like, I've done 2 workout videos, and I don't do a plus 18 live stream. We do a PG live stream experience here on TikTok, YouTube, and on Twitch. If there are bots, programs, and algorithms analyzing the live stream right now, I'm just clarifying that this is a PG live stream, and this is not necessarily fixated on anything that is content that is beyond the guidelines. I have to say this. I feel like I really have to say this on TikTok, because TikTok's like, the moderation tools can sometimes be super sensitive. So I'm trying to make sure to clarify to TikTok, the live stream experience is here in an appropriate manner with me creating content on a daily basis. And this is just guest night, which I've gotten most of my account flags on guest night, which have confused me, but not necessarily stopped me from doing it. So I still believe in you, TikTok, and I know you guys can analyze the live streams and know that my intentions are good and that I followed the user guidelines in a way that is like 90% more appropriate than pretty much every single other creator. I'm really good at making it appropriate. I really am. I'm not AI. I'm a person. I really am. Oh, it's nice to have Katie in the live stream over there on the YouTube live stream. Thanks for being here. If you want to join in as a guest, I understand at least tomorrow is Friday. Yes, tomorrow is Friday. Wait, WTF? Yo, hey Iris, nice to have you here listening to stuff on your hearing aids without us. Yeah, I've done that totally too many times. But yeah, I can talk endlessly and read a chat without really thinking about what I'm saying. So I can sometimes listen to other things, and sometimes it gets, I try to do too many things at once and my brain can't handle it. But yeah, it's fun when I'm working and when someone tries to talk to me when I'm at work and I decided I don't want to listen to them. Yeah. Iris is like, yo, wait, what are we talking about? Or something like that. Do you think the new TikTok algorithm has messed with your engagement? Yeah, I do think that. But I don't necessarily know how to move forward. I also don't like the new user guidelines, which makes it so then they kind of own my content after I upload it. At least I don't understand. The AI was integrated by your workout stream. The AI was intrigued by your workout stream. I read her comment wrong. That was Said with Melody making a comment there on the TikTok live stream. I'm still catching up with the chat. No, the TikTok live is laggy. Of course it's going to be laggy. It's not going to be as good. It's going to be a real solid connection here on YouTube, though. I can guarantee it. It'll be a nice, solid, strong connection on YouTube, and it'll be a weird, wonky one here on TikTok, and it'll be all right here over on Twitch, right? Well, you'll have to let me know. Anyways, it's a lot of fun to make it happen. Do feel free to join in as a guest if you want. Too many times. But I'm really innocent. I didn't do anything wrong that you know of. Anyways, the live stream experience is really fun for me to make, create, and hopefully it ages well. I hope it ages well. I'm trying my best to make it a fun, safe, and place for me, and hopefully it's fun and safe for you. This is the place, if you want to make it the space, for you to be able to hang out with me as I do what I can. Sus now? Are you? I really need to learn how to sing while I play the piano too. That's going to be fun. If you like watching my live streams and you're accompanying me in this live stream journey where I try to do at least 90 minutes a day, and sometimes I teach myself something, sometimes I don't teach myself something, sometimes I just make it a place and space where we just jabble jibble, like tonight. It's a jabble jibble night. It's guest night here on TikTok, and if you want to watch it on YouTube, you can, and you can participate through the TikTok live stream though. But if you're here on Twitch, you basically get more attention and looking at me more if you jump in on the TikTok and YouTube live streams. But how does it look over here? Do I look good in purple? Because I'm here on Twitch, YouTube, and on TikTok, but I look more purple on Twitch if you're confused. I'm saying a lot of things. I'm talking quite a bit. We'll let in guests in a moment. We do have the usuals in the room. Does anyone looking forward to guest night? Has anyone been anticipating? There's this handsome man. Oh, thanks for letting me know. He's back there, and then there, and then there. Yeah, wait, no, there. Yes, there. There, here, there, and there. That's 4 versions of me for you. It's pretty nice, right? I like it. I really love the way it looks. It's so great. Yes, wherever I move, I need to make sure that I can continue to do the projection behind me. I want it to be bigger, though. Yeah, I want it to be a lot bigger, and I also want it to be like hard to kind of like take in. Like it's like a lot. I also need more of a regular setup. Yeah, you feel me. Anyways, the live stream experience is always going to have its places and spaces here at my parents' house, even when I do move out, because I do live streams daily of me doing things. This is just the day that you get to be in it if you want to be in it. The live is super laggy for you. Well, how can I fix it? You don't see purple? Said with Melody, in order for you to see the purple, you got to watch on Twitch. Illuminated confirmed. Illuminati confirmed. We have an Illuminati in the room? What's that again? Anyways, the live stream experience. Do I like mosquitoes? I consider them to be good insects. How do I feel about them overall is a really good question. Thanks for asking on YouTube. I guess that's the greatest way to... Yeah, let's start out tonight talking about how we feel about mosquitoes. Thanks for bringing that up over there on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're a necessity, but I want someone else to be... I always enjoy not being attacked by them, but if I'm like in a situation and someone else keeps mentioning that there's a bunch of mosquitoes and I'm not feeling it, but I am getting mosquito bites, I'm more okay with it. But if I feel it, I'm not okay with it at all. But if I'm getting mosquito bites and I don't notice I'm getting mosquito bites, and then I don't touch the area I got the mosquito bites, then it won't get irritated and it won't itch, and then I won't care about it. But if I end up touching myself due to the fact that I got bit by a mosquito, no, I'm not necessarily going to dig that. That's not something I like. No, I don't like that. Anyways, is the lag still bad? Is there anything I can do to make the experience better? I'm not sure how to improve the laggy situation over here on TikTok, especially when it's telling me I have full bars. Yeah, full bars, full connection, strong connection. Even here on Twitch, it says strong connection. No, that's a weaker connection. This one's a pretty strong one, but it's like going in and out. Huh, I wonder why. It says that I've been live for 0 minutes. Looks like we're going to run into some real technical issues tonight, boys and gals. I think it's just my cell service. Ignore you. I don't know if it is anymore. The YouTube live stream, when I click this button, you can see that it kind of has some information right here. And it says 0 minutes of broadcasting. Isn't it fun to just document this stuff? It's great, right? Are you having fun watching? Yes, it's me on TikTok here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you're in the right place too. If you're on TikTok, you're also in the right place. This is the place you can be to join in. Iris, are you looking to be a guest tonight? Who do we already have in the room? It says there's only 2 people. Before I let people in, I do feel like we need to have at least the peeps in the room. The lag is too random to quantify. All right, we'll give it a second then. Before we really start jumping in on the other places of the internet, yikes. I'm okay. Read a message. Hold on. We are also checking the internet speed over here. It says it's fast. I don't understand what to do. Here on YouTube, if you're having any lagging issues, what's the topic tonight? We'll start with that random question of how you guys feel about it. No, I don't want to know how everyone feels about mosquitoes. What is the topic tonight? Yeah. I was thinking about that earlier. And I said to myself, oh yeah, let's just have it be, what was it? Well, I think what I was thinking to myself was, oh, I wonder what we're going to talk about. And then I was like, oh, we could talk about this, but then I don't want to talk about that. And then we could talk about doing a non-topical live stream where I try to make sure that we don't talk about anything too serious is actually a challenge at times. But when it comes to childhood memories, I remember I was like, oh, because I remember when I was working out today, I did have some time where I was thinking about like, oh, what are we going to talk about in guest night? And I was like, there's certain things I could talk about. And then I thought about the things I don't want to talk about. And it was like, oh, wouldn't it be fun? Oh, right. And then I started fantasizing and daydreaming. I also was thinking about the dream I had. We know when you start working out and then you have like this kick where it's like you remember the dream you had the previous night before, which I was really fascinated with the dream I had last night. And I remembered it really in good detail. And I don't want to necessarily explain the whole thing because it kind of, I don't like that aspect of like me fantasizing about like that specific situation happening. Well, I guess it's not that embarrassing, but it is like I had a dream that I was that I had a phone call with someone that I like really, you know, I really watch like all of their content. So I just was like having a phone call with them. It wasn't a spicy dream. It was just like almost reality. And I was like, right, that's a dream. That didn't happen in real life. Some of my dreams are actually really like, I have to put myself in check and say, that's a dream. That didn't happen. And it's normally like something, it's like more of on the romantic side. Those always end up being dreams. Those never pan out. I'm not being negative. I'm not being a downer. I'm just being, some romantic fantasies are weird. So they can only play out in dreams and in movies because they're like not necessarily the most ideal situation. If you do find yourself in them, it's kind of like weird. And if you think I'm wrong, you can tell me. But when it comes to the conversations we're having tonight, mixed match vest and shirt is interesting. The mixed match. Well, if there's a tie here, it can really tie it together. If I do a solid tie, like a solid color tie, it actually makes the outfit work really well. Fashion's a lot of fun for me. Is fashion fun for you? Plaid and stripes are normally seen as a fashion no-no, but I feel like society has caved into being more tolerant about it in the past couple of years. Yes, if you disagree with me, do feel free to mention it. We can talk about fashion a little bit in this live stream experience as well. My fashion tends to be vests and ties and dress shirts. If you want to mention what type of fashion you like, you can do so in the chat. Opinion on stolen valor. I don't know what that is. I have no idea what that is. But, oh, is it a story? It's a story, isn't it? Sounds like a Greek mythology story. Is it a Greek mythology story? I'm Benjamin James Magrdichian. I'm not necessarily going to be here in this place and space forever, but it is happening right now, and you can interact and be part of guest night in a little while where I'll let people in the room. I'm kind of still playing the piano, though. I normally want to stop playing the piano to not have it play over people when they talk, because it can be very rude and disorienting. And I already have the musical talent in the live stream experience, which is the cricket that you can hear in the background. Danny Teddy Bear Ribbon Person, thanks for being in the live stream experience. Can you be a mod? Well, I mean, do you really want to be a mod? Because I get asked all the time, but I feel like in the future, would you really want to be like working in my live stream? Would you want to be coming into the live stream and like checking things? Because I feel like the moderators that we have right now are doing a great job. Unless you feel like the moderators right now aren't necessarily present or adequate enough at helping the live stream. But do you think that the live stream needs more moderation? Danny, I'm always in your live. Yes, you are. Well, I mean, I can see how much time everyone has. I did notice the strips on the shirt. I should put my glasses. Oh, you didn't notice the stripes on my shirt? Kiki, Mikiki. You didn't notice the stripes over there on the YouTube? We've got Mikiki interacting with the chat and being a good mod over there. Danny Teddy Bear Person, or Danny Teddy Bear Ribbon Person. I understand that you think that you're like, I'm always in your live. That doesn't necessarily qualify anyone to be a moderator. Said with Melody's always here as a viewer here on TikTok, and she's not a live stream moderator. It doesn't make it so people are more qualified. The thing that I've been told, even by professionals, professional help, is that my moderators aren't necessarily someone that I should just be so quick to make, especially online. There are people from all sorts of backgrounds. Don't be offended, people. I'm not necessarily attacking any one specific person here, but if I don't know you in person and I don't know what you're capable of doing from a spectrum of your mentality, then making you a moderator is a real stretch, and it gives you some power. And I'm not necessarily like saying that people can't become moderators anymore, but I'm also saying that I've even been called out by people in my real life for making people moderators without necessarily venting properly, which is absolutely true. So it's because I've grown to know my followers, my viewers that are here on a daily basis. I get to know you. You come into the live stream and I trust you to a certain degree, but I really don't know your background. And if you follow me for a couple of weeks or a couple of months and you're always in the live stream and you feel like that's a good enough reason for you to be a moderator, is that really the perimeters of what equality is, that you just show up? Is that makes it so then you were qualified to be a moderator? Because some of my moderators are moderators and they don't show up anymore, and I don't know if they qualify to be moderators sometimes. I don't even know some of them in real life, and some of them are very young and others are older than me, and some of them are younger than me. And the ones that are older than me, honestly, I have no fear about, and that's fine. But the ones that are younger than me, I remember being young, and I remember going through a lot of emotions. And I'm sure that still happens to youngins today. It looks like we have a professional here. That's just Kay here. And then Danny Teddy Bear Ribbon Person. It's nice to have you here. Keep coming back. If you want to be a moderator, I have to have more of a venting process before I make people moderators. I haven't known you for 6 months. I know. You could check. Have we known each other for 6 months? There needs to be a perimeter on how I allow people in as moderators too. I need to have a more strict and more thoughtful experience with that. Or I need to start using more of the AI stuff and the AI tools. As a creator, I have to create the place and space. And if you are a moderator, you're contributing to it. And that isn't something I take lightly. No, it is actually a very serious thing. So I do, oh, I keep lagging. Well, on YouTube, there's no lag over there. Vetting, not vetting. Yes, vetting, not venting. Or venting about the vetting. Yes, venting about the vetting. Danny Teddy Bear Ribbon person, it's nice to have you in the live stream. Sorry I keep lagging. I'm not sure what you didn't hear me say, but it is a live stream experience that I should know you for at least 6 months, and I should get more of an idea of what you can bring to the table, since giving you moderation powers provides you with the ability to basically mute people, which is not something that is just like a brushed past, like you shouldn't brush past that ability. That's a very strong thing that someone can be able to do within the live stream. Is that Cam that I see here? Moonlight, what is that? Moonlight Prince, nice to have you here, Cam. Thanks for joining in and thanks for being part of it. The live stream experience is here for you if you're here for it, and I do appreciate people coming into the live stream. And we have Said with Melody requesting to be a guest, and we'll let it happen. If she wants to be a guest, she can start off the guest night. And we also have to do a sound test. Wait for it. Let me see. Okay, Said with Melody, you want to test your microphone?
Hello.
Does everyone hear her? I hear her well. Do you hear her on YouTube, hear her on TikTok, and hear her on Twitch? I'll take that as a yes.
Can you change what it looks so I'm like in the smaller box?
Yeah. You want to be in the smaller box? I can also make it so that it has that layout that makes it so that people feel more obliged to join in by clicking that little plus sign. I believe I need to do the actual layout by clicking on this button, and then I do the layout by doing fixed panel. Yeah, I think that's it. And then you see all these other details that you can see on YouTube. Yeah, it just has some like other things. Auto aspect request. Auto accept request. Aspect? Why did I say that? Share recordings with guests. That's right. If you end up joining in as a guest, the recording gets shared with you and you can rewatch it. And everyone, wallpaper grid. What? I can do a wallpaper grid? Switch to grid layout? No, let's not do that. We're doing this one, and
oh, you can play the drawing game with us now.
Oh, yes, I can. Do you want to do that later? We can definitely do that. It can be fun. We see that Kiki is also here. Kiki, do you want to join in as a guest as well? Do feel free to push these pluses. You guys see the pluses that are here on TikTok? If you're here on YouTube, you can't click the screen, but you can see that there's pluses behind me here on the platform of TikTok, where if you're on TikTok and you just click that invite button, you can come in. And then I can click it and accept you, just like that. And now we've got Mikiki in the live stream. Mikiki, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kiara. How are you?
And she's asking how everyone is doing in the chat, by the way. Feel free to say it in the chat how you're doing. I've already said how I'm doing. I'm doing good. But have you said how you're doing, Nikki and Said with Melody? How are you guys doing today?
I'm good. What about you, Melody?
I'm actually super emo, but you know, I support Glenn. So
Me too, but I didn't want to say it.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe something in the air today.
Well, hopefully this positive live stream experience will be able to lift those spirits and you guys won't feel like that. I don't know how you guys got to that because you guys have so much going on for you. I guarantee. Life is good, right? There's so much happening and you got a roof over your head, right? Aren't you guys happy with what's going on these days? Or is it the news outside? Was it just like stuff that was happening around in the real world that was getting you down?
I think it's just hormones.
Yeah, I think it's hormonal.
Understood. Am I Persian? User 8008, I did see you requested to be a guest too. And I didn't know, I'm not sure. User 8008, have you been in the live stream before? You're asking if I'm Persian, I'm Armenian, but you did request to be a guest. I don't always let people in right away. I need to understand who you are before I let you into the room if I'm not familiar with your username. And I'm not familiar with the username 8008, which spells something. But I used to spell that on a calculator, and like I just suspect that that's the same intention with this username, that it's not like 8008. You're actually spelling out, do I have to say it? Kiki, can you say it?
Boobies!
There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that. So user 8008, do feel free to chime in the chat and give us more of an idea of who you are before we let you into the room. It's nice to be here, guys. If you are a live stream viewer of mine and you've joined the Discord server and you aren't 18, it's okay as long as you're above 13 years old. But you can't join guest night tonight because guest night's for 18 plus. So you have to be 18 plus to request to be a guest, especially since even TikTok shouldn't be allowing you to join a live chat if you're under 18. That's just, I don't know how that keeps happening, but let's make sure that doesn't happen. So just don't put me in that awkward situation. Be respectful to the community that's already here. I'm trying my best to make it fun for everyone that's in the room. And I do know that we do have people that are under 18 that can enjoy the Discord server and enjoy my live stream experiences, but you just can't come in as a guest until you are of age, of 18. It just makes it easier for all of us in general. And you're young. Enjoy the youth. Don't think about all of the problems that come after you turn 18. They suck. They really do. Any problems that you guys are going through that has you down these days? That don't mention it too much, but be like, yeah, it sucks. Have fun being under 18. Like something that like chimes into what I just said right here. Like, yeah. Anything, Melody? Anything, Kiki?
Just all the responsibilities of humanity.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. Now, did Melody and Kiki, did you guys already eat dinner tonight, or did you guys not eat dinner?
I did. I ate dinner.
Did you have McDonald's?
No, I actually cooked.
Said with Melody, what did you have?
I made myself food.
Okay. All right. So I made myself nothing tonight, but I do have Popeyes. But, just wings. So I'm going to enjoy that. And it's probably going to make you guys a little hungry. So I'll be eating them for you without you even asking me. It'll be fun. And when it comes down to the live stream experience, we'll be here for a while. So do feel free to also bring up any conversations people have been thinking about or any conversations that people have been wanting to have. I screamed to guest night. Wait, I'm scared to guest night after getting caught by my in real life friends. Well, we'll just request you every couple of minutes until you end up joining us. Because, we're not going to let fear be one of those things. But just Kay here, thanks for joining in and thanks for being part of at least the live chat that your friends can look at. And if they decide to rewatch the live stream, they're going to know that I said that. And they're going to be like, oh, we affect you that much? They'll probably feel bad. Because your friends probably want you to be happy at the end of the day. Don't you guys feel like the friends you have normally want to make you happy? Unless you have bad friends. Like, you could have bad friends, but I'm not necessarily... You'll create a new profile. Just Kay here, it's being documented. I read that out loud. It's not like people aren't going to be able to draw 2 and 2 together. You just want to talk without them hearing it? Is that what this is? I mean, to be honest, the whole reason why I started making content on TikTok is because it was fun to post without my friends seeing it. Because I was tired of people like not liking the videos and sending me direct messages on Instagram about the things I would post over there. Gosh, Instagram got so unfun. It really feels like a communication hub. It's a way to stay in contact with certain things. And feels more like a social obligation now. It's not like the user interface is also getting better, but it's not. Let's see. So, Melody, you said you just use TikTok. Kiki, you use...
You know what?
What?
Oh, sorry.
No.
No.
Do you use Instagram now?
Kiki uses Instagram.
Kiki has
Oh my
Instagram.
god, what are we talking about?
He's talking about Instagram.
Yeah, I am talking about Instagram.
Okay, yeah, I use Instagram.
Yeah. But I forgot what I was saying about it. I don't think it's important.
Ask us what social media we use or something like that.
We already went through that last week. That's why I was just rephrasing it, because you only use TikTok, said with Melody. That's what you told us.
I was going to say I'll add you on Instagram because I did add another content creator. So I'll add you.
You don't have to do that. I don't want to guilt you into these things. You can do whatever you want to do.
I am opening up to following other people without being triggered.
Is it like how Just K here doesn't want her friends to find out? Is it also a friends thing? You don't want all your friends to like know all your business or whatever?
No, it's like, the parasocial stuff, like,
Yeah. The parasocial stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
that's real. I understand. And do whatever you're comfortable with doing. I'm not necessarily forcing anything on anyone in these live streams. They're only here for you guys to participate and be part of. If you want to be part of it, don't feel obligated to come back either. If you're like, this isn't for me, just don't be a hater or a troll in the live stream. That's what I'm basically saying. Be in it if you want to be in it, and follow me in the places of the internet that you want to follow me in. We have Michaela coming in as a guest now as well. Michaela, can you hear us? Oh, she's still loading, but she'll say something. Okay, you got her here. She's here, and she's in the live stream experience. We don't necessarily have a specific topic tonight, because what ended up happening was, well, I mean, we could talk about dreams, but then that's also like, I want to make sure to make a topic that people aren't documenting something that could be embarrassing, or that could potentially be something that is like maybe too revealing. But dream, like, there's just, I was brainstorming certain things, and then I went off on a tangent in my own mind when I was thinking about guest night tonight, and I thought about the dream I had last night, which was an interesting one, but we don't necessarily need to talk about anything too topical or serious. Sometimes doing the things that are like our past is fun, but can bring up weird conversations or weird memories. But Michaela, what's going on with you? Do you have anything you want to talk about in the live stream?
Nothing that I can legally talk about right now, but did I tell you guys I moved into my new apartment?
How is it?
So there was no down payment. It's about 5 minutes from work, where I used to live like 18 minutes from work, which is really nice. It's the nice word for it would be retro, but it's essentially like a cozy one-bedroom apartment with appliances from the 1970s. You guys get it. You get it.
Yeah.
$880 a month apartment.
No, that sounds pretty awesome, actually.
Well, Kevin, I see Kevin in the comments.
Yeah, Kevin's here. Kevin, you can also join in too. It's funny. It's also really nice. Or did you
guys just touch what I was implying?
No, it's like you have more of a retro.
I mean, you haven't seen it then, have you?
We love positivity here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dude, Peaceful Kevin, that seems so serious.
No,
of course she's gonna like. She's gonna like our Dr. Quinn more than anything.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, that's such a question. but yeah, it is fun to make the live stream happen, guys.
Whoa.
You have no secrets, Peaceful Kevin? You're saying that on YouTube, though.
Your question, Kevin.
Guys, I'll be right back, I promise.
Alicia's like, congratulations on saving money and time, Michaela. Even though you said you'll be... Okay, so Mikiki says she promises she'll be right back. She promised she'll be right back. So she's going to come back. Don't worry, guys. We didn't lose her. Our Little Mermaid will come back. We still got Michaela and Said with Melody in the live stream. You found your ex watching...
Don't read that out loud.
Oh, okay.
Don't read it out loud.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it out loud.
Please stop talking.
But I do appreciate people mentioning things in the chat and giving us that info. That is really funny. But also that's weird. And in public?
No, hang on. It's a 3-part story. Hang on.
Okay.
No. Hang on. Just keep reading the comments. Hang on.
Well, as we're here on YouTube and on TikTok.
Listen to the last sentence.
Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Huh.
Hang on. There's one more part. Hang on. What? My typing's weird.
It might just be like the app right now. Anyways, we're reading the chat. If you're here on YouTube, you can't really see it very well on YouTube. You can see the chat on TikTok a lot easier.
Okay.
It's too small.
This is the last one.
Too small.
There. This completes the story, so you guys can LOL. But so you know how on Instagram or Facebook, if you're friends with somebody, you're scrolling through Reels, you'll see their face, their profile picture in a circle if they've liked the video. Are you familiar with the concept?
Yeah, people have outed me for liking videos before.
And use stumbled on. That's how I found out.
Yeah, I find that interesting.
So that's how I found out. It was just a funny little thing. Sorry,
yeah.
Maybe not as interesting. Kevin doesn't understand the story.
Well, Kevin, I'm sure you could read the chat and you can get the idea of the story. It is interesting. When it comes down to like our use of social media, you should always do everything expecting people to know. And this is how I've always lived. Since like MySpace went into Facebook, if you do anything on the internet, you just should expect to have to talk to people about it. If you like or comment on things that are on the internet or post about things, you should expect people in real life to be able to talk to you about those things. So it is interesting when people like try to out me for liking or sharing something, because, you know, what are you outing me for? I liked it to make a public statement. So what, you know, and then some things are controversial. I get that. But other things, you know, it's just like, what you gonna do, right? Not support the things. But then again, sometimes I don't necessarily know what I'm liking. I do that mass like thing every once in a while. I just want every creator to feel like their work is going in the right direction. But then again, that really messes up my algorithm. So there are some times where I definitely have pushed like on like every single post that I was going across. I remember how I used to use Instagram before I used to do that. When I was younger and when Instagram was new, if you followed someone, it was kind of like, you know, you'd go through and just like all of their photos. And that's how it worked for like a little while for like the first couple of years. But after a while, that's not like proper etiquette to how to use Instagram anymore. Don't do that on Instagram. But it's nice to have people here in these live stream spaces of the internet. We're waiting for Kiki to come back. She's going to be here with us too. We have Michaela, Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, and Said with Melody in the live stream experience as guests. Feel free to join in as a guest if you want to join in too. Share the live stream, like the live stream here on YouTube, TikTok, and on Twitch. We have Michaela here doing what she can in the chat.
Your plump ass in the live stream.
I took just Kay's idea and got my burner account. I'm going to join back. It's me, Kiki. Kiki, you won't have everything unlocked, but you will be able to join in. You won't be able to use your screen, but you never do that anyways. But I'll give you a follow. Is this really me, Kiki? Let's find out. Wait, so me, Kiki?
Hi.
K-pop girly 918. I gave you a follow, and it's nice to have you here. And this is Army Kiki, which also goes by KMC. Do your friends watch my live streams?
I've had 3 of them pop in one time in the middle of guest night, and then they all wrote to me, and they were like, "What was going on over there?"
Okay.
And then I caught one of them joining, and they never said anything to me, but I saw their name pop up, and I'm like, this son of a B word.
Are they someone that you're really close with? Are they someone that you...
They're like, no, they're my homies.
I'm curious. You guys don't need to answer this question if you don't want to, but do you guys have any like pursuing, like guys that pursue you that you've told you're not really interested, but you still kind of put up with having a friendship with them to a degree that are in your life, or not really? Nothing like that. There could be a yes or no question if you don't want to tell a story. Easy. It's just, I'm curious. Does anybody have something like that going on? Or no?
There's this like 28-year-old who keeps trying to pursue stuff, and no matter how many times I say no thank you, he just doesn't get it. So one day I sent him a picture of this K-pop idol who's also 28, and then I told him, this is if this isn't you, you have to leave me alone, please. And he laughed because he's also into K-pop, but it was silly, it was funny.
To be honest, that is the best way to do it. That is honestly, yeah, that's funny too. Like the photo thing, sending the photo thing. Not that he was overly persistent, but he wasn't really creeping you out too much, right?
Oh, no, if he was, I would have blocked him.
Nice. Good. That's the way to go. When it comes to that type of stuff, I don't even have anything like that. I haven't really had I haven't been overly pursued by anybody that I can think of. And if someone's watching and they're like, oh, Ben, you don't remember me? I'm so sorry. I don't remember you. I don't remember. Nor did I feel like you were pursuing me. You were interested, whoever that anonymous person is that might be watching me, or rewatching the live stream if you are doing it that way. It is fun to make it on YouTube. I can never see who's really here. If you ever really just kind of want to watch me and you don't want to tell me about it, YouTube's the platform to do it on. If you do it here on TikTok, at least I get some sort of form of who you are. And the funny thing about burn accounts is I can usually tell if you're still someone that locally knows me, because it'll say from my contacts and it'll still have your username. So people that are making alias accounts, just to let you know, sometimes it doesn't work, but they still don't know who you are. But it will say, if you sync your contacts and they have your phone number, it will still sometimes list their account on your, and you know it's them. Because it's attached to, has anyone experienced this or seen this before?
No.
Okay, well, if they have your phone number, it'll still, but they won't necessarily know that it's you, because it still doesn't have your name associated with it, but it does kind of correlate that your device is still within, also if you're within range of people, local people. It's an interesting thing how these apps are so intrusive and take so much data from us, which I'm sure everyone appreciates. Is someone having eggs and toast and they want to talk about it? Michaela, feel free to talk about eggs and toast. What exactly about eggs and toast do you want to talk about? Is that the breakfast food you most identify with?
Putting on a low cut crop top.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, it is.
So when it comes to things that you relate to,
I just like putting on a really tight. Oh.
Wait, a really tight what? Vampire.
The joke has passed. You're good. I'm listening.
Wait, Kiki, or not Kiki. What is going on in this chat right now? What is this happening? What's the TTAI summary? What is this? What is going on?
Shut your mouth. That is not the summary.
Vampire. Did you take a screenshot of that? Because we aren't talking about vampires right now. Although, do you guys want to do vampire horoscopes? If you were if you're a vampire and you were born, it's me just making this up. So I make it out. It's different every time. It's never consistent. But if you were born, you'll post it in Discord. Please do. I'd like to see that. So we'll make up some vampire horoscopes in this live stream. So if you were born between the months of January and February, your vampire horoscope is let's see. Well, since you're a vampire, you have your special abilities. So you got to remember, a vampire horoscope also will include the abilities of a vampire. But you will find a good sense of freedom and independence when you're flying to your next destination within like it's your horoscope of the day, but it's a horoscope for the first 2 months of the year. So it's not associated with a sign. It's a vampire horoscope, and it has to do with the flying. You'll find more peace of mind, and you will come to the realization of your biggest issues while in flight to a destination on this very day. That's your vampire horoscope for those of you that are looking for your vampire horoscope that are vampires out there. See, it's so simple, right? Did you guys expect other things to be with that vampire horoscope, or is that what you kind of imagined it to be? Nikiki? Is that what you imagined it to be?
Yeah.
What would you say a vampire horoscope is for the month of March and April? What would be the vampire horoscope for the vampires today?
You have to give me a second. You put me on the spot. I'm not good with improv like you, sir.
It's okay. You can also just say pass. like, you can do the come back to me.
That was an option.
Yeah, there's always a pass option. I don't want people to feel like they have to say anything.
I think I heard Melody say she has one.
Melody, you have one.
Oh
So, Melody, what is yours?
I'm leaving myself unmuted today, so you guys can just see like what I'm just laughing in the background. That's all I do.
And I do like that. That is funny. But do you want to tell us what you think a vampire's horoscope would read for the months of March and April? You don't got it?
Today's horoscope?
Yeah.
Vampires?
Yeah, for vampires.
No, I have no idea. I'm so sorry.
I would say between the month of March and April, it would be careful what you bite, because the next thing you might end up biting might not have the most favorable, desirable, and enticing effect on your body. You will most likely not survive if you do drink blood today. So it'd be like a don't drink blood today for those that are born in March and April that are vampires. Yes. Unless, Kiki, do you have one better? No, yes?
I don't.
Okay, well, that's okay. There's still more months of the year. It's nice to have you here, he who wasn't. Do feel free, guys, to chime in the chat and feel free to be part of the conversation. Can we drink blood on other days or just not today? If you were born between the month of March and April, it's today. Today you don't drink blood because it might be an unfavorable experience. Yeah. And you might also like lose your life.
Why isn't Kay up here?
Why did I what? Oh, wait.
What happened to her burner account?
Yeah, she's misleading us. She wants to just kind of like tease us a little bit. She does this all the time. Or does she? Just Kay here, where are you?
Did she tease us or did she tease you?
I don't know. She teased me, I would say. But you know what? We can always just keep requesting her as a guest. She's been requested again to come into the room and to be part of it. She's been given the invite. That's right. Do come in if you want to come in, guys. There are plenty of slots open. We do have guest nights starting up here. It is a time for you to hang out with me and the others that are in the room as well. And do feel free to be part of the conversation and be here if you want to be here. We don't have a set topic. I did try to come up with one earlier, but really the set topic is always positive. Whatever we can have that could be a fun, positive thing that we can play off of each other. Maybe some brainstorming. We'll do more vampire horoscopes in this live stream experience. Maybe we'll talk about some cooking things. Maybe we'll just talk about the tea in some people's life to a certain degree, because it is documented. So if you say something, it will be remembered. You will be able to look back at it. And that's not something that I tend to put energy into editing. So whatever happens is what happens. You will tomorrow? Okay, so we got her saying she will tomorrow. Michaela, you doing good? What's going on with you today? Did you have yourself a good day?
Yeah, no, I was just making a silly noise. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
Okay. Well, it is happening for us to be able to engage and interact. So if you guys do have anything you want to talk about that you need to get off of your chest, maybe you just have a lot of thoughts. If you don't have a lot of thoughts, that's okay. I think a lot. So maybe I'll just think for us and ask us some questions. We'll put people on the spot after we get some more guests in the live stream. But as I do create the place and space, it is what you make it. And it is here for you if you're here for it, with Melody in the room, our Kiki, and our doctor. That's right. We've got a doctor in the room. It isn't necessarily going to be an educational live stream, so don't necessarily think that you're going to like learn a lot in this live stream. Maybe you'll learn about me a little bit, but we're not necessarily doing the education thing here. But we are doing the let's talk about stuff, you know? And by doing so, we are creating the place and space that is a place and space for me to have fun with you. And you can have fun with me. That's right. I'm here for you if you're here for me, and they're here too. When it comes to questions, well, there's been a whole bunch of random questions that have been going and floating along in my mind, but most of them are not necessarily important, nor are they actually like meaningful to a degree that we'll like learn a lot about each other, but they are kind of funny. So like that's at least a plus. But if you join my Discord server, you can see that there was a whole bunch that I was like throwing out there. And I'm going to just say it. I was really surprised when I asked some people some questions, and I was like, hey, so you're a tree. What tree would you be? And the person that has the nickname Papaya didn't even pick a papaya tree, right? Papayas grow in trees, right, Melody?
I'm not sure how they grow, but I like papayas.
Yeah, papayas, delicious. Not a live stream sponsor though. But she picked like a flower tree that was actually a really great answer. But also, she goes by the name Papaya, but she didn't pick a papaya tree. In fact, not a lot of people picked trees that are bearing fruit. Melody, if you were a tree, what tree did you pick? Did you pick a tree? Did you pick cypress?
I didn't really like the question.
That's all right.
Like, what tree are you?
Oh, what tree am I? Well, I'm clearly an apple tree. 100%. Nothing else. And there's tons of different types of apple trees. But I'm like, a fruit tree. But that's just because, like, I feel like I would be an apple tree. That's just a feeling, though. It might change later. I might be a different tree. I might be like some sort of viney tree in the future. The ones that have those vines that hang down. Anyways, that's not important. There's tons of other questions we can ask as well. But, when it comes down to the live stream experience, it is a place and space that is what you make it. If you guys have any questions for the guests, feel free to ask them. But also, just feel free to be observing it and enjoying it as I try my best to make the live stream happen. Does everyone remember when they learned not to lie? Does anyone have a story on how they learned that they weren't supposed to lie? I feel like Set with Melody has a really good story about how when she found out she shouldn't be lying. Melody?
I don't know the day.
But don't you have like a situation where you remember getting caught in a lie?
I don't know. I got reprimanded for everything, so.
Were you seen as the problem sometimes?
No, I was made to be the example.
Ooh, that sucks. That does suck. So you don't remember the first time you lied? She loves me. Nice to have you here. Hello to you as well. Feel free to come in as a guest if you want to. But Melody is on the spot right now. Melody, you don't remember the first time you lied or anything?
No, I don't remember the first time I ever lied.
Or like the first time you ever felt bad about lying?
Little kids lie like all the time. Like since like 3 or something.
Yeah, but you don't feel bad about it for a while.
Yeah, so you can't really know when you lie because it's just like it's a survival instinct and it's not necessarily bad.
Wait, you lied a lot as a kid? Because I was pretty good at tattling on my sisters and always telling the truth.
Do your nieces and nephews lie?
Oh, Veronica's lying all the time. Even in the live stream. That's why she's not allowed to be in the live streams anymore. Because she had a couple of times where...
Remember that? What do you think she'll say when she's older?
Can you delete this? This is what she'll ask. She'll ask for me to delete things. Yeah. I tried. But that's also why we're trying to make sure that she doesn't look... Or she will... There's like a chance that she'll be able to reflect on it and say, that's how I was able to, grow past things. And she'll be able to look past it. If she's able to look at it with positive outlooks on life, if she looks at it negatively and asks me to delete things, I would consider it. I wouldn't necessarily do it right away. But because she's being told in the moment. But then there are like a lot of videos that she's in that she was doing really good at first. She wanted to be in them. She wanted to be a part of it. and she was bringing positive. But then I think there's this thing my sister says about her having like, I don't know how to say this, but like sassy friends or something, or like they get real girly, and there's just a vibe that Veronica's, you know, growing up, and she has girly. It's just like she has more attitude now, but she's still an angel, and I still love her. Shout out to Veronica, my niece. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it. She's like 9, so she's not even 10 yet. She's not that old. She's still in the single digits. I don't think it's more of that quite yet, but yeah, it's not that, because I mean, it could be that, but it's like it's something different, because she's not. You should listen to what she's saying. She's saying that she. Never mind. I'm not doing this. Um, we're not doing this, but we are here for it. When it comes to lying, you know who's masterfully dodged the question? Said with Melody. So we're going to skip her for now, and we're going to go straight to Mikiki. Mikiki, do you have a story or potentially a memory of when you first remembered lying and you've maybe felt bad about it or felt good about it? Or maybe you stole for the first time and you were like, oh, wow, the thrill. I hope you're not a klepto. You're not a klepto, right? Right?
I'm not, I promise.
Okay, good. But
We should all. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
what's your answer?
The first time I lied, and it was the last time because I was scarred for life. I was still in Puerto Rico, so I must have been like really young. But I called 911, and I said something really rude, and I hung up. And then they called back, and then they spoke to my mom, and my mom asked me, and I told her I didn't call them. They're crazy. What do you mean? And then they were like, no, she called and stuff like that. And then I got a spanking, and I got put in timeout. And then my mom told everyone, and I was so embarrassed, and I never lied again.
Huh. Well, now that is, would you ever call 911 again, or would you have like PTSD for that?
Oh no, I would call them.
Okay,
I
good.
just wouldn't lie.
All right. Well, that's a story. That's exactly what we're asking here. When it comes down to it, we've still got spaces for other people to share their stories too. If you're watching and you want to share the first time you remember lying, and maybe it motivated you not to lie. Maybe the first time you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf. Maybe you want to tell the story on how you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf and how it had such an impact on you because you didn't want to get eaten by the wolf. And you know that really actually that is something that if you haven't heard that story before, we'll tell the story later. So do stick in and be part of the live stream experience tonight. And we'll tell the story about the boy who cried wolf. And that'll be something to look forward to. Now we got to move on to Michaela, Dr. Good Medicine Woman, who also gets to answer the question of, do you remember when you first lied or anything like that? Any story in regards? I also see you're raising your hand. Do you have another question to ask on top of the question?
No, I'm just being silly.
It's
I
all right.
remember my first lie. These are really specific questions, Ben. I was gonna give my social commentary on the boy that cried wolf, but if that's for a later time, I can.
We can get into that in a little while. But do you remember your first lie? Do you?
My first lie, probably when I was like in my adolescence, probably around like, I don't know, 11, 12, maybe 13. It was summertime. It had been like the first time, excuse me for being a little TMI, it was the first time I had gotten my period. And so when a young lady goes through those changes, a lot of times it feels yucky. It's not, you're a guy, I don't want to get into it too much.
Three sisters, I hear you. I've heard all of them talk about it, so.
Oh,
yeah, it's fine.
You know, yeah. And so, like, I just remember looking into the mirror and telling myself, like, you're just, puberty's not just gonna go well for you. And lo and behold, it did. That was the first, I don't know, I'm just fucking with you, Ben.
So that's the story.
Wasn't it? I don't know. I was trying to come up with something that sounded philosophical.
Okay, well, it sounded good to a
I was trying to
degree.
come up with something introspective. Like I was thinking. I know. I fell flat really fast. I pulled an all-nighter last night and then worked 10 hours at work and I just can't sleep. So it'd be like I was gonna come up with something fancy, like introspective. I glanced in the mirror and then noticed the inner.
Do you want me to finish telling the story?
And then I don't know.
Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to tell the story or no?
Do it.
Okay, so you started it off because it didn't get very far, but you were looking at the mirror, and it sounds to me like you were looking at the mirror and realizing that you were finally going to get that guy, Johnny Tsunami, to notice you at high school. And you've been waiting for Johnny Tsunami to notice you, and you were looking at yourself in the mirror, and you kind of felt like the first time you felt like you understood who you could become, and you understood why the girls ahead of you had so much more pizzazz because they were already like aware of their womanhood, and now you know your womanhood, and you feel like you're definitely going to get Johnny Tsunami to recognize you. Mm-hmm. Do you guys remember that movie? Like, that was a great movie. Is that a good story? Do you like how that story kind of panned out? It was inspirational to a degree because it was showing that you were embracing the womanhood you were going through and how you were going to finally like talk to this guy, Johnny Tsunami, and try to get with him. It's a Disney movie, yes.
And I think the ultimate lie that ended up transpiring was that we went for Johnny. We got Jeff Goldblum.
Okay. Oh, right. It's a story about how you lied for the first time.
I'm really bad at telling stories.
I did forget that the story should have actually gone more towards not just you like embracing it, but you needed to also accompany it with a lie. So we got to take a step back. So you also could stop lying to all your friends about having a huge crush on Johnny Tsunami because now you've realized your womanhood and want to pursue him. So that's your first lie that you remember. And that was lying about your biggest crush, but you really couldn't come to terms with it being of truth until after you experienced your first period. So that's your lie story. And that was a really good one, Michaela, Doctor and Medicine Woman. That was a really good story. Don't you guys agree? Kiki instead of Melody, or?
I would never like somebody named Johnny Tsunami.
Have you ever watched the movie?
No, I don't. I've never heard that.
Well, I want you to watch it, and maybe you'll change your mind. But you have to watch it with childlike eyes.
Is it a kids movie?
Yeah, it is. It won't work. It's a nostalgia thing. There's nostalgia movies that I realize I watch it entirely different. So if I watch it with someone, they don't see it the way I see it, which is a huge loss because you can't look at it through my eyes. You know, kind of like, well, I mean, some of them held up really well. Like Camp Nowhere is a nostalgia movie. What was that?
Johnny Tsunami?
Yeah, Johnny Tsunami.
It's a decom movie. Just like if you have Disney Plus, you can see it.
Yeah, I don't. Let me Google it.
Yeah, look it up. Because we are still sharing stories. Well, Jurassic Park. You like Jurassic Park? That's good. I like Jurassic Park too. But we are talking about lying stories. I'll tell mine now. And mine's one of the times I lied. So I lied to my parents when I was like 5, maybe 6 years old, that I was okay to go into the pool. And I wasn't okay to go into the pool. I wanted to go into the pool because I wanted to be cool. And I wanted to also hang out with all of my friends that were currently at this camp. We were at a family camp getaway where it's just like a weekend where we all stayed at a place called Forest Home. If you're familiar with Forest Home, it's a church camp. It is a family camp area, and I told my mom and my dad that I was good to go into the pool, and I didn't have to go to the bathroom, but I did have to go to the bathroom. But I thought that I could hold it, and that I could hang out in the pool with everybody, and I'm like 5. I think I'm actually young. I'm 5. I'm not 6. I'm definitely really young, because this is also like, this is really early memories. This is like, as some of my earliest memories. This is one of my earliest lying memories that I can remember too. It might be the earliest. I might have to think harder to see if I can think of another one. But I did tell them I was good to go into into the pool. And you can guess where this is going, because I did say I didn't have to go to the bathroom because I already did. And, you know, a part of me always is like, oh, you could just pee in the pool, because, like, my sister Suzanne's always saying we should do that. And, like, it's cool to do that, so it's okay to do that. But I didn't have to pee. Well, I thought I did, but I had to go number 2. But I was in the pool, so I lied saying I didn't have to go to the bathroom or anything, but then I went to the bathroom in the pool. I was in a lot of trouble. And my dad had to get my number 2 out of the pool and pick it up and get it out of there. And I wasn't allowed in the pool for the rest of that weekend. So I was punished. But no one else was allowed in the pool either, because once that happens, they've shut down the pool for the rest of the day. So I was in a lot of trouble. There was more that happened too. I was under strict supervision for the rest of the day. And that's my lying story. We are going to tell the story of the boy who cried wolf soon. But what are people's thoughts on that story of me going number 2 in a public pool type of setting? Anyone feel like they also had... Said with Melody, did that jog your memory? Do you also have something that's similar? Maybe the same story, maybe different, but similar, Melody?
How old were you?
About 5.
She was getting ready to judge.
Yeah, she was getting ready to judge me.
I'm not feeling no trauma. I already told you about a lie I once, but so I kind of don't want to.
It's okay. You don't have to do it. But I did circle it back to you to show you that you do have the floor if you want the floor. When it comes to also just lying in general, this isn't a pro-lie live stream. Like, we're not cool with lying, but...
I do notice you do lie a lot. You lie, and you make it look so much more effortless, and that is scary.
Lie about what?
Okay.
No, but really, what are you witnessing me lie about? Like, like
really.
important things?
There's no way for me to...
I will say that people have told me in the past, the funniest humor I have and the funniest thing I can do, it always requires me to make up random lies. Because the lies end up being really funny, but they're never attached to anything that's serious or that can actually affect someone in a negative way. Like, you know, if you listen to what I'm saying, it's normally as a joke, but there is the perspective that people have basically not called me out on my humor, but critiqued it and also sometimes said what they like about my humor in the past. But if I make up like extravagant lies, they always end up being like, you know, you can't possibly believe that.
Yeah, this is entertainment.
Yeah, but it ends up being, I have a really hard time lying about real things. I tend to be the guy that can't keep the eye contact. So people that know me in real life, they usually can figure out when I am lying. Here online, I don't think you could figure it out, being as I'm just kind of doing like portions of my day, and I can avoid conversations that I would have to lie if I had to lie. But if I'm like telling you look good, I'm really, really good at telling people they look good when they don't look good. I'm really good at it. Like, I'm great at those weight lies.
Yeah, that's like everybody's like that.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that society really taught me to do, though.
That's today's small talk.
Yeah, which is interesting. Because, you know, where's the class? I'm over here plugging something in. Because the Twitch live stream needed some power. But we're here on YouTube and on TikTok, where we've got guest night happening. We're talking about things with Michaela, Kiki, me Kiki as we call her, and Melody. Yes, she's said with Melody in the live stream. And when it comes to lying about important things, hopefully you're not doing it, unless the payout's like really, really great. Like really, 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 really good. Like, I don't want to give you the bad advice. Do what you need to do to have the things happen that, you know, are good for you.
That's crazy.
Just don't break the law. And we're all good. Ethics.
What does payout mean?
Oh, it's open to interpretation. Like, you know.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like sound advice.
No, it's not. We're not here to give advice, really. We're here to hang out and to just kind of like talk. Good. Oh, thanks for... You can be a mod, Jonah. Thanks for letting me know. I do appreciate that. I guess we could get a baby Ruth in the live stream experience later. I do appreciate people being in the live stream over here on YouTube. Keep it PG and enjoy each other's company. I do see people are coming in to asking to be mods again. We're not necessarily making anyone a mod right now. I feel like we got some of the best mods in the house. So give a shout out to the mods that are here. If mods aren't in the room, well, I'll try my best to mod it myself, and we'll hopefully have them join in soon. It is guest night, so share it with those that are in the live stream experience on a daily basis. Feel free to be part of it if you want to be part of it. I already mentioned it on the Discord server, so everybody that does follow me has already been notified that the guest night is happening, especially since, Ben, have I earned my wigs yet? Yeah, you've earned wigs. I'm not sure how I will reward those to you. What type of wig do you want? You want a blonde wig, or what type of wig do you want, Michaela?
No, I meant to type. Have I earned my wings yet? And I was about moderation, but I heard what you said.
Well,
Not a wig.
yes, you definitely have earned your wings. Yeah, you have. Will you veer?
I was about to drop the will you wear wig.
Wait, what's this?
Will you wear wigs?
Veer
Will you
Vigs?
wear wigs?
Veer Vigs.
Will you wear wigs?
Lord of the Rings interview.
Will you wear wigs?
Hey, Meow, you can come in as a guest too. It's nice to have you here. Thanks for joining in and thanks for being part of it. We've got guest night happening here. We're laughing it up and enjoying each other's company.
He's like, that's a lie, Ben. You just lied. You're like, yeah, you can wear wigs. Like,
Yeah.
I have no idea what she was talking about.
No, she did say wigs. I didn't know she was talking about wings. But is it a lie? Or is it misreading?
You just like, yeah, you earned your wigs.
I don't know. Anyways, I'm Benjamin. I do what I can to bring the energy. It is fun to, yeah, we could all wear wigs in the future as well if people are coming in. Sean, thanks for being here. When will you wear wigs? I have all sorts of stuff for us to talk about in this live stream, and we are fixating on the wigs right now because it's fun, right? We do already have the pot pies. This is a specialty pie that is not warm anymore. And then this is French fries that are definitely not warm anymore. And then we also have wings that aren't warm anymore. Now, the reason why they're not warm is because I made sure to pick up Popeyes before I got home to give it to my parents to make sure they had dinner. And then I also have dinner, so I don't have to cook anything, but I can eat dinner and do guest night sooner. So it was a decision to make sure to start up guest night as fast as possible. But then even when I got here, I ended up being on my phone quite a bit. Did I get lemon pepper? One is lemon pepper and one is garlic. Yeah. When it comes down to the way people like their wings, feel free to share in the chat how you like to have your wings, especially if it's from Popeyes, which is not a live stream sponsor. But I do think that they do lemon pepper right. I haven't necessarily tried everything. I normally stay within the perimeters of garlic, lemon pepper, and barbecue. Anybody else have anything they want to throw in there? I crave lemon pepper on a regular basis, yeah. So it makes sense that they have it. You like your wings with wigs? It makes sense. Do I like saucy wings? Yes. Like with the sauce on them? Or with the sauce already on them? I really enjoy wings. When it comes down to the live stream, if you guys do want to share anything, if there's anything on your mind, you can always just bring it up. You see, we're looking at the wings right now. And if they make you hungry, well, that's not what this live stream's for. It's not necessarily here to make someone specifically hungry. But if you want to eat with me, you should eat with me. Give yourself more food. Yeah. I mean, if my grandma was more like uppity with the stuff, she would want you to feed yourself too. She would say it. You like hot wings, and I get them already sauced and get extra to add on. Oh, you can do that? I guess I should have done that. These ones don't have any of that like greasy sauce on them. They'll feel a lot more homey and delicious. Do Does anyone want to share their dream? Is that Pizza Hut? No, it's not. It's not Pizza Hut. Does anyone want to share their dream meal, like date situation or something like that? No, I don't like that. I mean, you could share what your dream date situation is, and I'm curious to hear what it is. But am I? Maybe like your dream vacation scenario. That makes more sense to me. But we do have guest night happening. We'll just throw out random questions. If people want to answer any specific questions, I'll just start listing up a whole bunch of questions. And if you guys feel like you want to answer anything specific, you can let me know. Just like how I mentioned that, you could basically share your dream vacation scenario. You could also, explain, like why it didn't, happen for you with whatever you were pursuing with it, being like that one guy you tried to get with, and you were like, what made you realize that that guy wasn't the guy? If you want to share that type of story, or like how you were able to come to realize that some guy was like a sleazebag, or maybe how you came to realize that you were being, unreasonable in a family situation, maybe on a car ride somewhere, and you were like, oh man, I was the problem that day. Maybe you want to share a story about when you were the problem, but in a positive way that also is lighthearted for us to be able to maybe laugh about it a little bit. Nothing too sad. We want to keep the live stream fresh and fun. What is question, please? Was wrong. How do you get about yours? Not K. We will accept this not K person. I wonder who not K is.
I love that.
So not K, who are you? And do you mind introducing yourself?
I'm not Kay.
So are you a Katie or are you not a K?
I couldn't do a fake voice.
Okay. You can use the voice app stuff. Do you want to change your voice a little bit? Can you do a British accent for us, not K?
Hello, I'm not Kay.
There you go. Just talk like that, and that makes you not K. So you're good to be in the room. It's nice to have you here, and I do appreciate you being in the room. Are you trying to avoid contact with any people out there on the internet, just so we know, so we're mindful of being here on YouTube where people can rewatch it if they know you?
Oh no, that's fine.
That's fine. You worry about the like specific people that could be
It's
following you.
Oh no, it's not even that. It's just like I think it's always like nice to just like step away from real life for a little bit and just like chit chat with you guys about random stuff. And I don't want someone in my real life to be like, oh, remember when you were just doing that weird live and saying some random stuff? Even though I am a random person.
I hear you. What I also hear between the dialogue,
You. Don't worry.
You must have like a really good lie story because you don't want your friends to know about this lie story. So we're excited. It sounds like you set this up well. So you must have like a really intense first lie story. So then, your friends aren't going to be able to chime in on you telling this story that maybe they don't know either. Do they know it or do they not know it?
No.
Your story on the first lie you've ever said? Isn't that why you made a second account so then you could share this story?
I don't think anyone remembers the first lie they ever said. Because like when you were young.
First
right?
one you remember being penalized for.
Oh, I don't remember. You have such a good memory. I can't remember a lot of these things. Well, do you have one? Like, do you specifically remember one?
Yeah, I did the one about me pooping in that pool.
Oh, I wasn't here for it.
Well, you missed out. You missed out. Yeah.
I hacked my burner account, so I had to go like fix it all. So I had to go like unfollow 800 bots before I came back.
Wait,
what happened to your?
Why did you have to unfollow so many bots? Don't you support the bots?
No, not random people, not random profiles. Someone like hacked my burner account because I never use it, and they like followed like 700 people or whatever, and then like changed my profile to like some random link, and like did a bunch of stuff to it. So I had to go clean it up.
Wow, you got to be careful out there, guys. That's scary. So you unfollowed everybody that they.
Yeah, you can only unfollow 10 at a time. So it took me a long time.
You can only unfollow 10 people at a time? That doesn't make any
I know.
sense.
You have to click like unfollow, unfollow, unfollow.
Actually, that does make sense because they limited, like, you can only follow so many people a day. I remember that
Oh.
that rolled out. You can only follow so many people a day, yeah. It'll eventually stop letting you follow them. Says, apparently people were doing that. I don't know. There was like farms or whatever. I'm not sure. Regardless, we're here in this live stream experience with those that are in the room right now. We've got Michaela Touchwood Medicine Woman, not Kay, who is definitely not Katie. And we have Kiki here as K-pop girly. And we have Set with Melody, who is the melody of the live stream. So it's all here for you if you're here for it. Do get to know the others in the room. We do these live streams on Thursday night, guest night, and you can be in it if you want to be in it, or you could observe it if you want to observe it, or you can just come back a different night if you want to watch me do other things, because I do these live streams daily, but I give you the opportunity to interact with me in real time here documented on YouTube for you to be able to rewatch it whenever you want. But if you're watching here on the TikTok, you're hearing it while it's live, so ask the questions. Be within the perimeters of the conversation. We could potentially have it be some Valentine's Day stories. When it comes to me giving a Valentine's Day gift, I think this is somewhat in the perimeters of like what's appropriate for the time of the season, right? Let's see, I was in middle school and I remember it was the first time I went in to ask someone to be my Valentine, and I told my sisters about it and they were pretty supportive. They made sure that I was able to get to where I needed to go to buy the teddy bear I wanted to buy the girl. And then I was also driven to the girl's house. Okay, back then, it was okay to show up at someone's house due to the fact not everybody had a cell phone. This is not that weird. Although saying it out loud, it sounds a bit strange. But my sisters, like, you know, were very helpful. I was like in 5th grade, and I really wanted to ask this girl to be my Valentine, and she said yes. And at 5th grade, you don't necessarily like, there was no kiss on this one, but there was that did end up happening where I was able to get her a teddy bear. I was able to drop it off at her house. And, you know, there's like phone call days too. Does anybody have any Valentine's Day? Well, you guys are has anyone gotten a teddy bear for Valentine's Day and been asked to be someone's Valentine? It's in the live stream because it's all girls here, right?
Last year when I was still married, maybe.
Did they give you a teddy bear? They gave you a teddy bear?
Yeah.
That's
Pretty standard then.
Is that standard? Because I think it's box of chocolates and flowers. That's what the because that's why I thought I was being really creative, like a stuffed animal. But then again, yeah, I guess the stuffed animal is pretty cliche as well. I didn't do chocolates. Did you get chocolates?
I was being yeah.
Wait, did you get chocolates too?
I don't know. It was like a box of chocolate. Me?
Yeah. Or did anyone?
Me?
Does anyone have any stories to tell about Valentine's Day, about receiving gifts? Maybe something special. Maybe some guy got you like a watch.
I have a cute story. It's very quick.
All right, what is it?
Oh, so when I still work at the daycare, but last year when I was still like with my husband, he had ordered flowers, chocolates, and a teddy bear from a delivery service. And at it's the daycare that I work in, the room is like the 2.5-year-olds, so they potty train. And the flowers were put on a table right by the bathroom door. And this cute little girl with a mousy, high-pitched voice goes, "Wow, are those flowers?" And I go, "Yeah, they're from my husband." And then, as if she's having like a flashback from a past life, she just stares off into the distance and goes, "Ah, yes, husband. I like that." Okay. It was just one of those cute niche moments. Like she went, "Oh, yes, a husband." Like she was recollecting like a husband she had. And I don't know. It was when toddlers when they act out of character and say like words they're not used to in funny ways. Maybe you had to be there, but I feel like you guys did.
I get it. I actually really like that story. Thank you for sharing. That's fun.
That's my story.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any Valentine's Day stories where they received like a good gift? Maybe like not that good of a gift. Maybe you got a really crappy Valentine gift and you were asked to be someone's Valentine and you were thinking to yourself, wow, they really messed up on this one. Maybe it's a mess up. Not Kay here. It sounds like you might have a story about someone who messed up on Valentine's Day. Did some guy mess up on Valentine's Day with you?
Yeah, I was gonna tell like a good story, but I'll tell a quick, brief one. It's not really a good story, but my ex cheated on me, and then he decided to show up at my house with flowers and balloons, and he just thought that would fix everything. And don't do that. That's all I have to say about that. It was
Wait.
on Valentine's Day.
Did he say this should fix everything? Like,
Yeah. He was like, but I got us a nice hotel in like this nice part of San Diego. And I was like, that's not how you fix things. And then that was the end of that.
I like that story. I do. It sparks my imagination because I just kind of see this scenario where it's like after you tell him that doesn't fix it, he's like, okay, so what does? And like it's just like a course of him buying you things for like a month. like he just shows up the next day and he comes with more extravagant gifts, and then on that last day, he just straight up just doesn't know what else to do besides propose to you with like a $15,000 ring or something because he doesn't know what else to do. Like that's what I see for you in that hypothetical situation.
I was thinking the last step of that hypothetical situation would be that he would then get me a car and then I'd just drive away forever. That would be a good ending. Just drive into the sunset.
Well, I mean, $15,000 on a ring, you could buy a car for less than that, right? So, yeah, you can switch out the ring for the car.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah, I agree.
You see, in this live stream experience, you can make a story up with me. It doesn't have to technically be true. We can have fun just chit-chatting. We're talking about Valentine's Day, and I talked about the gift that I gave a gal, and if she's in the live stream experience, she's the only one I've given a Valentine's Day gift to, besides my grandma and my mom. Yeah, I can't think of anyone else I've given a Valentine's Day gift to. There are a couple of friends that collected some of the gifts that I did. So I used to buy gifts to give to my future girlfriend and keep them in my closet. And I don't know if anyone else has done this. If anyone else can relate, feel free to chime in. Melody, do you buy gifts for your future boyfriends or husband?
And save them up for later?
Yeah, like saving them to give them to your future spouse or future boyfriend. Do you buy gifts and store them like in your closet or no?
I've never thought of that.
Kiki?
That
Nikiki?
seems a little creepy.
Wait, you'd be picky?
I'm sorry, I've never done that.
You've never done that either?
Mm-mm.
I don't think it's a normal thing because I remember talking about it in therapy and they told me that that's not necessarily a normal thing. So, like, my therapist advised me to get rid of all of that stuff. What?
You used to do that?
Yeah, I used to do it up until I was in my mid-20s.
Well, if you don't know, you don't
Oh,
know.
but you were young.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did it from high school until like 24. I would do things when I'd even go on vacation, like bracelets, teddy bears, like kind of makeup stuff, but it would be like makeup stuff that was resourceful makeup stuff. Or just like a cute little thing that I could give them. And I just like, I don't know, I had like 30 gifts. Maybe somewhere upwards of 30 actually.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot of teddy bears. A lot of cute little things that I would get. And I don't know, I just thought that they would come in use for when I do get in a relationship and I could give them these gifts. And the one that was the best that I gave to one of my friends, because, you know, I was just like, I guess I was giving the gifts to the girls that had, as some would say, why are you giving them gifts? They put you in the friend zone. And it's like, well, maybe I'm okay with being in the friend zone with them because if we had a relationship, it wouldn't work. And it's fun to be friends with them, but you know, not necessarily just going to compromise because they're beautiful. But yes, they're very beautiful. These girls that I gave these gifts to, they're friends of mine. You guys are very beautiful. And there's, you know, definitely me giving you those gifts was fun. The glitter rock is the one that was the best. So a rock, there's this rock that I bought that is that was just like a glitter rock. It just sheds glitter. You don't need to use like a bottle of glitter. It's easy to apply glitter to your hands and to your face because it's like it was a rock that was like this big. It would like last forever. It's just like an endless amount of glitter. And that was one of like the best things that I think I had for my future girlfriend to receive as a gift. Which if I get like a future wife, then the wife would deserve it. A girlfriend wouldn't deserve a glitter rock. A glitter rock it's a forever gift because once you give them a glitter rock, it's going to last forever. It's not going to go away in your lifetime. It'll take a couple of lifetimes because they're like they shed glitter very slowly. If you know, you know.
In what lifetimes?
You can't use it all. There's no way you'd be able to use it all in your lifetime without grinding it up. Like it's a rock that sheds glitter, but glitter's so microscopic that like in order for you to really use the whole rock, you'd have to pass it between multiple people to use it. If one person's using it to apply glitter on like their face or to get it on their hands and to have a little bit of glitter on themselves, then like one person's not going to be able to utilize all of it unless you like crush it up and then put it into vials and you can sell it. But why would you do that? It's a glitter rock. It's like a really good way to apply glitter.
Where did you get it?
The rock store. There was this store that used to be for rock collectors, and you can get it there. You can get those. You have to go to what is it called? I said the rock store because that's not what it's called, and that's not what it's called when you and sell and collect rocks. It has a name. What's it called when you do? Shoot. Crap. I should know this. What's it called when you study rocks? It has a name. Does anyone remember?
I know it's not paleontology, but I want to say paleontology.
I wanted to
sounds like it, right?
I wanted to say paleontology too, but I know it's not because I keep thinking of Friends. It's geology. Thanks, Peaceful Kevin. I appreciate that. I should have known that. Yeah. So when I was a Boy Scout, Cub Scout, we toured this place that was a rock place, and they had it there. It was a geology lesson basically. Anyways, I'm Benjamin James Magrdichian, and I'm here for you. If you're here for me, join in and be part of it. We've lost our Michaela, our Dr. Quinn medicine woman. You can always come back and request to be a guest again. We do have the guest night here in the place of the internet that is known for being a great place to hang out with me on a daily basis. I do 90-minute live streams, but tonight's a special night. It's guest night. You can join me within the live stream. Have your voice be present. You can even have your face be present, but you don't need to show your face. If you're shy and you do want to show your face, but you don't want to show your face, there's filters for that. So you can still show your face and then not show your face. But you can also just have your mic unmuted and accompany the live stream with your voice. It's just as good. Don't feel the pressure to do the video. But if you don't do one of them, then why are you requesting to be a guest? Because sometimes people come in and they don't want to be a guest.
I almost showed my face. I was thinking about it.
Me too. I even found a filter, but
play with the filters.
Hello.
We now have Peaceful Kevin in the room. Peaceful Kevin, you want to say hi?
Hey. Hello.
Well,
What's up?
you have him here.
Man, I don't know why your parents trusted a 5-year-old.
Busted a 5-year-old?
Trusted.
Well, when you're a kid, your parents have to trust you to some extent. That's how you learn the lesson of lying.
When I was teaching elementary school, I was like, no, you should go to the bathroom.
I think that it was more of like I was really being trusted because I was good at making sure to take care of it. But I just got a little confused. It was a learning curve at the same time. I just thought I had to pee. I didn't know that.
Angsty that day.
Yeah, it was one of those things where I just was still learning how to be the boy that I was. Anyways, we've got Michaela back in the room as well. Peaceful Kevin's here. Not Kay, who isn't Katie, is on the live stream as well. We have Kiki, me Kiki, as we call her. And we have Said with Melody in the live stream as well. Do feel free to join in and be a guest. We have one slot open for those that are looking to engage and interact. I think there's actually more slots than that, but we already got these slots filled, and it's nice to be able to make it happen on a daily basis. I do look forward to hanging out with people that come into my live stream, and I hope you take the time to take advantage of it tonight. We do have Valentine's Day kind of being a topic. Kevin, do you have any Valentine's Day gifts that you gave anybody that like or a story of you giving a gift or anything?
Just giving candy in elementary school.
Oh, right. Did anyone get nervous handing out Valentine's Days and having like the one that you crushed on, like having the special candy and the like the extra heart or something? Did anyone do that or have like a ritual for the person you liked the most in your class?
I never liked anybody.
That you went to school with? You didn't have a crush on anyone in the class?
In third grade, I had a crush on a black girl named Courtney. And I asked my teacher if I could sit near her.
That is so sweet. That is really cute.
And then in sixth grade, I had a crush on this girl named Michaela. And like 15 years later, she was in one of my college classes.
What? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's also really cool. I like that story.
It was a botany class.
Did you guys like say like, oh, hey, like, did you remember each other?
Yes, we did.
Of course.
We were chatting on Facebook.
That's very cute. I do like that.
Yeah,
That is.
so this girl, so this one of the girls in the class, like moved Michaela's chair, and Michaela fell on the ground and broke her tailbone, and I'm still very traumatized, even though that wasn't me, but like it was really awful.
Yeah, that sounds
And
terrible.
She was still in pain like months later, like she had, like it didn't go well.
To be honest, that was one of my biggest like things that I always hated was I never found it to be funny, and people used to get pretty hurt when it would happen. People pulling away chairs.
Not funny.
It's not funny. It was like, I mean, it's only appropriate if you're playing musical chairs and you're super competitive. But then you expect it to happen and it's not a super surprise. But if you do it to someone that's not expecting it, they can get really hurt. Like, it just...
But then in high school, I had a crush on a Mormon boy. He was the drum major in marching band. And I was friends with his family. And I was delusional. And I had a crush on Craig, the trombonist. And yeah, I had all these. I was super gay and super. I wasn't confused, but it was like weird. Because like I didn't want to tell anybody.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, you don't have to share the story, but
I remember searching over dudes in marching band.
wait, so it was what? That's high school, or is that middle school?
Yeah, that was high school. Yeah.
High school is an interesting time. It really is. It's all of us kind of like realizing just like who we are too. But then you're not like fully aware of exactly who you are.
Years later, and everyone's gay now.
Everyone that you went to school with is gay now?
And my stepsister is trans. And it's like if we had just all talked to each other.
Oh,
Figured out.
you mean your family? You're talking about like your...
Well, my family, my stepsister is trans, and I never talked to each other. And then like people in my high school, in marching bands, I'm finding out that they're gay or trans. And it's like we could have just talked to each other about it, but we didn't.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I'm glad kids now are much more have social media and everything. And Gay Pride Month.
I think social media has been good for people in that way because some people were able to make announcements of them coming out too on social media. Because I remember that was happening for a little while. But, you know, it's everyone's going through their own lives, and social media kind of makes it easier for us to also find people to talk to and for us to make statements that are hard to make sometimes, which is interesting. And life announcements. And then you have people that make those statements and then delete their account. I had a couple of those friends. Has anyone had a friend that has like written a really big post, made sure like got some exposure for a couple days, then deleted their account? Anybody have anything like that? Where they were also saying goodbye to social media, a lot of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People do that on Instagram.
Because I feel like
going away.
it started in
I'm
like
taking a screen break.
2015
I'm
or
like, okay,
something.
get off.
It kind of like coincided with like a lot of the like algorithms. There's a time where everything hateful seems to be on everybody's feed. And it was kind of like just too much. I don't know.
I can't believe I used to post things. Like, I wouldn't do that now.
What did you used to post?
I don't even know, but just like silly things or like what I'm doing or. But now I'm like, I don't want to do that. I'm very private now.
Yeah, I used to do the status update thing on what, Facebook? I used to say like something about like what I'd be doing or something. Now I feel like that's been replaced with stories to a degree though.
True.
But stories do remind me of why Snapchat was so much fun. Snapchat used to be so much fun. Now it just kind of like sucks. Yeah. I don't think it's fun anymore. Ever since they introduced all like those features, it was better when it was simple.
So bad.
Yeah, when it was simple,
so
it was so much fun. I feel like they needed to do that though in order for them to be profitable. So
yeah, I had one friend that was still using it, and I was like, I'm deleting it. You can text me.
Yeah, I see over there
I
on.
still use it for a streak.
What do you use it for?
For a streak, I have like a 500-day streak going with my best friend.
Oh, you mean like you talk on it?
No, I literally just send her pictures of my sailing to keep up the streak. But since like we're committed to it, it's been so long.
Now that's friendship. That's real friendship.
You said you're sailing, and I was like, you sail? How interesting.
What is the one interesting thing that everyone feels like they need to learn before they, like on the bucket list? I think sailing would be fun to learn, but I feel like it would also be really like intimidating because if you mess up, you could fall off the boat.
I don't like nature.
Really? Not at all?
I feel like I'm trying not to die just being like normal life. And then people go and do what?
Wait, what was said?
Did Michaela say something?
I don't know. Did she say something?
I said in the comments, I said allergies with a question. What? You're talking about nature, but go on.
Oh, But when it comes down to like...
So you went, I don't like nature. I replied...
I am allergic to pollen.
You're allergic to pollen? How does that work? You just can't smell flowers? Or you can't go near them? Or you can't let them touch you?
It's not that bad. But like during the spring, I get really uncomfortable. But I'm taking Allegra now.
Michaela, Dr. Medicine Woman, you can take the floor with the microphone and say goodbye verbally if you want. I see what you're saying. Good night to you. If you want to say good night to everybody, the floor is yours.
Okay. I might come back if I can't sleep, if I wake up in the middle of the night, but I pulled an all-nighter last night. It is almost 10 p.m. in Wisconsin, so you might see me, you might not, but I gotta get up at 5:30 for work tomorrow, so.
Well, thanks for dropping by. We'll still be here for you.
Theoretically.
What?
Theoretically. Yeah, I could get off the guest line and just listen to you guys chat while I fall asleep. That is an option.
Yeah.
It's true.
And that also
am
helps
saying.
helps the dreams get better too, because you'll be listening to good company, and then good company can translate into good dreams. It's true. Actually, I don't know if that's true.
Places and spaces.
Places and spaces. No scary stories. We won't do it. But everyone give Michaela a shout out and tell her thank you for dropping in and being a guest here on guest night. You're appreciated, Michaela, and it's nice to have you here. And I know you'll still be kind of here in the background trying to fall asleep, so it'll be fun to be able to see you chime in every once in a while. But thanks again for dropping in and being here with us, Michaela. If there's anything else you want to say, feel free to say it in the chat. Or feel free to say it now, too.
Keep.
Peep. Peep. Anyways, we've got the place for you. If you want to hang out with us, we do have some slots open for you to be a guest in guest night. It's a possibility. If you want to talk to Mikiki, Peaceful Kevin, a girl that doesn't go by the name Katie, or a Melody, that's also a Stephanie, you can ask them questions in the chat. Or you can ask me questions too. I see X-Self is trying to get me to say what my ethnicity is over there on YouTube. It's Armenian. I see ya. And I see Stacy and Kaden Kings. Hello to you too as well. Thanks for being here on YouTube. The live stream experience is also on TikTok. That's what's behind me. So if you want to join in and be part of the live stream experience that's documented here on YouTube, you can just join in through the TikTok live stream, which is the same username that I'm here in this space and place of the internet, known as YouTube. I'm also over there on the TikTok. And it is fun to have you here. If you don't want to be here any longer, you don't just make yourself stay. You don't. I'm good. You don't need to make yourself stay, though. Anyways, when it comes to those that we've got in the room, we are going to talk about some Valentine's Day things. Does anyone have their best Valentine's Day, I don't know, experience that they want to share that wouldn't necessarily make them feel bad about a past relationship? Maybe it was the best Valentine's Day they've ever had. Or maybe you've never had a Valentine's Day. I don't know. I've never actually had a date on Valentine's Day. I've gotten close. But, well, yeah, I've gotten real close. But no dice. No dice. Anyone have a Valentine's Day story to tell about an evening that was definitely to remember? Melody, you got anything?
Negative.
Kiki, you got anything? You got a mermaid story to tell us? Maybe it was at the beach. Was it at the beach?
When I was younger, but I was really, really, I guess maybe elementary. There was this guy, his name is Julio, and he had given me a magic set. And he went to my house and he with his dad, and they knocked on the door and they spoke to my mom, and then they gave me the gift and the flowers, and then we got to hang out in the living room. And I don't know, I always think about that. I thought that was so sweet.
That was good. Thanks for sharing. Peaceful Kevin, you got anything? Maybe just a really memorable Valentine's Day?
No, I just had a bunch of shitty boyfriends.
I thought you had a husband.
And acquaintances. Oh.
Don't you have a husband right now?
I don't really remember anything.
Wait, are you not in a relationship right now? I thought you said you were.
Yeah, but we don't do holidays.
So you're not going to do anything for Valentine's Day?
We just enjoy every day.
I like that. That makes sense. Now let's move on to that Katie that isn't a Katie.
I did get some decorations. I got a...
Wait, so you decorate but you don't celebrate?
Tablecloth.
Does this mean you guys also don't buy each other Christmas gifts? Or birthday gifts? Because those are holidays.
No, we just buy what we want.
You guys get gifts all year round. Right?
Also, I don't want anything. What?
I don't know what a pineapple man is. but I've heard about pineapples meaning something, but I don't understand. My sister tried to explain it to me.
Pineapple Man?
Yeah,
No.
I wouldn't know. Well, Kay, do you have a story to tell
I
about?
have no interest in anybody.
Wait, but you have interest in your significant other, right? Or do you give them a pineapple to show interest or
Oh.
something?
Well, pineapple is like, well, I can't talk about this without violating the policy.
Okay, well, I'll look it up then. I'll look it up. I get what you're saying. My sister tried to explain it too, and I just wasn't understanding. So I don't know. It's not
Well,
important.
I just can't keep it PG if I say that.
Yeah, I know. I think that was why my sister also had a hard time
It's
explaining to
where
me.
Apples explore with other fruit outside of their house.
I hear that. I hear that. But I don't understand how the pineapple became the symbol or something.
Great question.
Yeah. Do we have a story from our not Katie? Katie, do you have a story to tell?
It's not like a very elaborate one, but I did have one of my high school boyfriends. I really like doing like treasure hunts and stuff, and he set up like a little thing in his house where they have like clues and you go to different rooms, and then in his room there was like a string, and it had scissors with it, and it said to cut it, and when I cut it a bunch of gifts fell down from the ceiling.
Ah, have fun! That sounds so exciting. Gosh. It doesn't even matter if the gifts are good. Did they?
No, it was really memorable. I was like, what a cool design.
Were they like padded gifts? Were they like wrapped in padding?
Yeah, they were all wrapped up, but they were like, he had it so it was like kind of strung around the rafters, so they like fell. They just fell really smoothly. Like it looked really cool. He was like, don't look up, just cut the string.
Now, if someone was to surprise you for Valentine's Day with a piñata, would you say to yourself, no, this doesn't really make sense? Or would you be really excited to break open the piñata? Because it's kind of similar. Would a piñata make you like, oh, this is going to be fun?
Yeah, maybe if it was like a friend gave it to me and it had like one of my ex's faces on it, that would be pretty fun.
Wow, that sounds intense. It's documented here on YouTube. Remember, don't cross her. Don't cross her. You'll be put onto a beautiful piñata, and then she'll just dismantle it with the bat. You'd use a bat, right? What would you use? A crowbar?
I'd also feel sad because it's like a gift that someone gives you and you're destroying it. I get that's the purpose, but like, every time a friend gives me a gift, I feel like it's a sentimental thing. Like I love a piñata, maybe not. But did they make the piñata? Did they hand make it? That'd be cool.
My 18th birthday, my sisters had a piñata for me that was a film camera, and I didn't break it. I just kept the piñata. I decided I didn't want to break it, so the piñata was just in my room for a long time.
But that's so like that's a really sweet gift.
Yeah, I think later on in life, I ended up actually filling it up with stuff and then breaking it like later on for fun. But it was first used as just like a decorative piece in my room for years. I just didn't want to break it. I didn't know how to get the candy out. You just had to open the side of it. And then the candy all just came out. And it was really fun still.
Was the candy really stale?
No. I released the candy at the party. I released the candy instead of breaking the piñata. Because the piñata was for my 18th birthday with like my family, and instead of breaking it, there was this slit on the side, and I just opened the slit and dumped it out and was like, I'm keeping this piñata. And I kept because I really wanted to keep the piñata, but I poured out all the candy first, so then everyone get candy. But it was like one of those moments where I was ready to like break it open, but I really didn't want to. I really wanted to save it. It was really nice, I think what ended up happening actually was I hit it once and realized I didn't want to break it. I like hit it one time and realized I didn't want to break it. and then I like released the candy for my little cousins to be able to grab candy, which was great for them. Probably they were having a great time, probably getting free candy. You know, no one really complains about free candy unless it hurts them. Yeah. So no one was given chocolates. No one remembers a specific time they were like given chocolates for. I heard all these stories. No one said anything about special chocolates for Valentine's Day.
Adult chocolates?
No, well, I mean they could be, but they don't need to be.
Special chocolates.
Oh,
You said special.
yeah, like special, like love special, like they're
Oh.
like special types of, or like expensive chocolates, because C's candy is actually like $60. Like it's really expensive to get like those C's candy hearts and stuff. They're really expensive, and they're really delicious. And then there's other like mom and pop candy shops that make their make traditional old fashioned chocolates that you can fill in a box. Then there's also these flower arrangements you can get that also have candy put within the flower arrangements. Like when I used to get my corsages for my dates for dances, I'd always bring a bag of candy to where they would be making the flower arrangements, and I'd ask them to put the candy into the corsage. So they would have like a corsage. They would have a whole bunch of Reese's in it, or a whole bunch of Hershey's Kisses, and they could like eat candy throughout the time. Ben, stop! You're so cute. Wait, so K-pop, you don't like this story?
No, it's just that's so sweet. That's so thoughtful.
Well, I mean, imagine being at a dance with me, and you just want to eat some Reese's. Well, I put them in your little like flower arrangement, so you don't need to like look for Reese's. You already have them with you, so it's like a big plus, right?
You're so efficient.
Yeah, my sisters insisted that I do that because they all liked it when someone did it to them. I think someone did it to one of them, and they were like, "Oh, this is," and then they want to make sure I like live that up. Thanks, Stacy, for saying it's a cute story too. Yeah, I went to each of the dances, except for there was one dance I went to that like I couldn't get a date, and the two girls that were left that needed to get a date like decided they wanted to go stag. So I was like, I guess I'm going stag, and then I organized with them to arrive with them and to leave with them. So in a way, we were all going together, but it's the only dance I went to that I didn't have an official date. And I kind of feel like I lucked out because they're really fun, and I still was basically, I think at the end of it, it would have been like one person would have really been stag. So like, that's not good. In my class, it was, I guess it was better that way. Yeah, shout out to Mia and Haley. I remember. I do remember.
In high school, I never went to any dances.
Why?
I didn't want to.
Were you? Who was
But I went to
in?
the dance. But I went to the dance in middle school.
I hated the dances in middle school. They were weird. Yeah.
I had fun. They played System of a Down.
Oh, I guess that. Yeah, that was then. That did make sense. My cousin was over today, and she was talking about System of the Down to my grandma, which was really funny to listen to. I overheard a conversation today. Does anyone want to hear about the eavesdropping I listened to? My cousin, I don't have a full context to this story, though. My cousin was talking about how, like, the guy from System of the Down seems to be the only musician out there that doesn't seem to be someone that was experimenting with drugs. Something like that. I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, no, we lost our Meow Meow girl. Oh, wait, we don't call her that anymore. We lost Stephatron. Stephanie? What did she say?
She's a lady.
Yeah, where did Stephatron go? Ben, if you ask Suri, does she answer through your hearing aids? Well, yes, she does. Instead of Melody, that is right. If I ask Suri a question, she will answer through my hearing
Siri.
aids. What?
Siri.
Do we?
Siri.
Suri. Siri?
No. Siri.
It's Siri, not Suri?
Hey Siri. Yes.
Okay, well, I deactivated it. I have to turn it back on because she's like really annoying. She would get activated all the time, so I had to shut her off.
You are such a butt. Oh my goodness.
It's because she was interfering with videos. So there was a couple of times where I was hastily making sure to record myself, and for some reason Suri kept thinking, or Surai, whatever her name is, she kept thinking I was trying to talk to her, and I wasn't. And because of her, I missed the opportunity to get a really good video of something that was happening behind me, and I was pissed. I was not happy.
How you did the videos when you're asking questions? I might have did it pick up like one of those?
No, it was one of those things where I was trying to use the buttons on the side to do a quick video, but it kept triggering her. It kept triggering for her to interfere and for her to listen, and she'd be like, "I didn't quite get that," and because she did that, like it happened like 3 times, but it took like 5 minutes for me to get the video. I just like I was ready to do it, and I was waiting for it to happen. It was just stupid.
When was this?
I think at the airport not that long ago. Maybe last year. Yeah, last year. It was around DC time.
Don't give up on Siri.
I have to shut her off. When you do quick hand videos and when you want to be able to like film yourself fast, I feel like I accidentally trigger Siri to go off instead of the video that I'm trying to make. And it makes it harder for me to make the video. I guess I could turn her back on. Maybe I will. I'll think about it. You give a compelling argument because she can answer questions in my hearing aids without anyone knowing that I'm getting those questions being answered, which, is helpful in a way. Yeah. Anyways, we've got peeps in the room. Feel free to ask some questions. We're talking about Valentine's Day to a certain degree. If anybody has any questions or anything that they want to talk about as a topic, this live stream experience is a place for you to be able to, ramble. Ask away. Feel free to be in it as you are here with me. If anyone wants to talk about like their most desirable trait or something that they feel like really brings them to the table and really makes them valuable, you can come into the room and brag about yourself if you really want to. You can be like, I'm this great, blah, blah, blah. If you really want to. You don't have to, though. And if you're already in the live stream experience and you're a guest, if you do want to talk about how good you are at something, now's the time. Wow. None of you? No, you guys don't want to talk about how good you are at something? All right, we'll move on. Anyways.
What I'm good at isn't PG. So.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, thanks for sharing, Peaceful Kevin. It's nice to be able to make the place happen, guys. It is more of like a PG thing on specifically on YouTube. It is PG-13 here on TikTok, but it's more for the chat than anything else. Like, it's still family friendly with it being an environment like this, but there's ways to kind of talk about things, but you don't necessarily need to be super detailed or anything. But the PG thing really is, I can't emphasize it enough over here on YouTube. Try to keep it as PG as possible. It can get real crazy over there. And I don't want to be disturbed. But it is nice to have you here, Stacy. Happy Valentine's Day to you as well. I see you're being appropriate. That's appreciated. When it comes to the aspect of Valentine's Day, does anybody have like a secret admirer that ever sent them flowers or anything? There was this one girl I had a huge crush on, and I had a crush on her for like 3 years, and I knew where she worked. And here was the problem: I knew where she worked. I knew her, had a huge crush on her, could never remember her name. Ever. But every time, so for years I had a crush on this girl. And I really wanted to send her flowers. Not once, but like twice, 2 different Valentine's days. I was like, I want to send this girl flowers. But I could never really remember her name. So it didn't really work out. It's not that good of a story. Does anybody have anything they want to say about, Valentine's Day, maybe receiving flowers, maybe wanting to send flowers? Is anyone a secret admirer in the room? Do we have secret admirers here? Someone who's like a secret admirer for a couple years, maybe? Melody, you give me secret admirer vibes.
Then I'm your secret admirer.
Oh, that is so sweet.
But you're not getting anything from me. I'm not that creative.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Am I sad? A little bit. But I'm happy that, you're at least thinking of me. The thought is the gift. It's the thought that counts. But does anyone have any... I got a story. Does anyone have a situation, or I'll tell my story. Does anyone have a situation where they confessed their love to someone and it didn't go very well? So I wrote a 2-page letter with 7 dates that I would have taken this girl on. And my best friend, we're not going to mention him because he hates it when I mention him by name, but one of my best friends, well, anyways, told me not to send it. It was like, don't send this, but it's a good thing you've written it out because it's now out of your brain. And a part of me was like, yeah, it's a good thing I wrote it out. And then I was like, but if I send it and I don't put my real address on it and I have it have a different address, that's okay, right? It's pretty obvious it's from me, by the way. But yeah, I sent it. It didn't go very well. It didn't go very well at all. It resulted in numerous things happening. And this is the situation where I got banned from that one church. I sent this letter to a priest's daughter on how I would like to take her out on these 7 dates. And it didn't go as planned. In fact, it couldn't have gone any worse. There's a lot to that story. And I was not that young. This happened not that long ago. What? I'm 36. This happened 7 years ago. So, yes, it wasn't that long ago. Does anyone have a story on when they wrote or received a letter from someone who confessed their love to somebody or themselves? Or does anyone have a follow-up question on my story?
I don't have like that, but there was like this one time where I actually did like approach somebody and I got rejected.
I'm so proud of you though. That's so hard to do. You did it.
No, that was terrible. I worked retail and then there was like a customer and then like my coworkers were like, it was when I was younger, so everybody was just very impulsive and encouraging impulsivity. And so I approached them, but they were like, no, but we ended up like talking because he was with somebody. But yeah.
Wait, did you get him to cheat?
No.
I was just wondering. I wasn't accusing you.
He was with somebody.
Home
So,
record.
but we became kind of like friends. Because the story was that he was ex-Mormon. So we kind of like related on that level. And he was like an indie looking guy and he was like really cute. But
Nice.
he was from Canada and he was like in South Florida. He was a poker player.
Well,
How to dress?
What?
did he know how to
Benjamin
dress?
knows how to dress to impress Melody.
He got under Melody's radar.
I was young.
I'm also curious to hear about this letter that Miranda Rosanna got with someone confessing their love to her. And if you still have this letter, Miranda Rosanna, I would love to read it. I would love to read it. I'd like to be able to read it so then I wouldn't feel so weird about the times I've sent the letter I shouldn't have sent. And then I could change the story a bit and be like, oh, but it's not nearly as bad as I've seen it from other people. Mine was pretty bad. I took documentation of it, though. I have pictures of the letter I sent because I was going to be like, oh, you should take a picture of this just in case this goes south. So I do have good documentation of it. If you know, yeah. I don't regret it. That was the way that it needed to go down. I wonder if I have it. It was long ago. I mean, it had to be like 8th grade. Check one of those old photo albums, or maybe a box of photos might have it. On an island that we took a ferry to. That sounds fun. Yeah, just Kay here, no regrets. Do you have a lot of letters that were sent to you? Kiki, actually, you seem like someone that people have obsessed over, so you must have a lot of letters. Do you want to share with us any of the letters that you've received from them boys that are obsessed with you, or do you not feel comfortable sharing all of them, or any of them?
You're too kind, but that was not the case for me.
Really? You didn't get a single... You guys didn't get, like, love bombed in, like, 8th grade, or potentially even as an adult? Because,
I've been love bombed and stalked.
Huh. Yeah, stalked is interesting. But
Yeah.
spent multiple days together. It seems like Miranda Rosanna, you can also come in too if you want to be a guest. If you do want to tell the story. It was like there was like 15 of you. It sounds like this is a good story. So always feel free to request to join if you want, or you could just continue to type it in. You have basically told said story. But if you remember, it can paraphrase like how the letter was written. Like maybe the letter was written like, oh my, how I was unaware of the beauty that could be, something like that. Maybe it starts like kind of like, just like talking about how beautiful. I would assume it has to start that way because that's how love letters should start. I wouldn't see anyone writing it any other way. I can't imagine someone writing a love letter not starting it off with the person being beautiful or at least mesmerizing or dazzling or there's nothing better that I could ever, imagine when it comes to beauty or whatever. Something cheesy, something stupid to a degree as well. But Miranda Rosanna is sleepy, so I'll just fill the gaps for her until, it did start that way is what I feel. Do you remember how it started, though? Because I'm always curious. I had a hard time starting my love letters. The last love letter I wrote was to, I had a crush during COVID with, like, the only girl that I was, like, seeing that was, like, my age. That was just so happened to be affiliated with me, like, through work. And I remember writing a love letter to her to end the crush. And that was a different type of love letter. That was, like, a love letter that it's like, okay, it would never really work out with this girl. It was really fun to crush on her. But now that, like, things are opening back up and things are happening in the world, I just wanted to like close the book on it. I didn't send her that one because it kind of ends with not very romantically. It starts romantic and it ends not in the best of ways. Even that relationship didn't end very well. I should have never written that letter though. Even though she didn't see it, it still put energy out there. What a heartbreaker. Oh, Kiki, you could say that out loud. You want to say that comment out loud? Can you do the dang the way that dang's supposed to be pronounced?
Dang. What a heartbreaker you are, Ben.
Wait, that's your exclamation point? I would think it would sound more like this. Dang.
I have a stuffy nose.
Okay, it's all right. It's fine. Or would it be dang? Or would it be more emergency? No, less emergency.
The first one. Dang.
Dang. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, what's the does anybody have a situation that they observed someone and they were like, "Oh my gosh, that is the sweetest thing I've seen." Cuz I remember there was someone that like really went all out with Valentine's Day. And if I remember correctly, it was like 14 it was February 1st. This was like when we were like in high school. It was like someone did something every day for this girl for like 14 days and made it very public on what was then the fun version of Facebook that didn't have the like button. But yeah, it was like public affection for 14 days. Does anyone seen anything like that where they're like, "Oh, that was really sweet." You know, maybe like I witnessed it. Don't have anything?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, like witnessing someone else celebrating Valentine's Day, showing affection towards another person. Like there was like a public showcase of affection. You know, like showing up with like a dozen roses and orchestras, and like that Simpsons episode where he ends up, you know, getting stuck on that airplane, but then beaten up by all the other guys in town. But then he ends up outdoing all of them again accidentally, but you know, because he went through like a field of roses. He had like a pile of roses for Marge or something.
My stepdad and my mother were very romantic, but then he killed himself. So
That's
my romance-
dark. That's dark.
Real-
It's hard to play off of that, but I thank you for sharing. But it does.
Something shocking.
Oh
There
yeah.
you go.
I mean, the shock value of that was pretty good. So you got me good. Yeah, it's a live stream that's here for you. If you're here for it, do feel free to chime in and be part of the conversation. We've got Peaceful Kevin, Kate. I mean, not Kate. K-pop girl, which also goes by the name Kiki, and Said with Melody in the live stream experience. It also goes by the name Stephatron. This is the live stream for you if you were looking for a place to just kind of mellow out and chill out with some people that aren't talking about anything too topical, too serious, but still kind of talking about love a little bit. If someone cheated on you, how would they be able to fix it? Like what, like just Kay here was talking earlier about how like she'd need a car that she could drive away from the person from. But then if she's driving away from the person, how could the person fix it? Hypothetical. If someone cheated on you, how would you feel? How would they need to make it up to you? Is it something that you can be forgiven for? Or is there absolutely no forgiveness for? I've never really been one to, you know, have a girlfriend. But if I did, I wouldn't cheat on them. So I don't have the experience with cheating either. I don't know how you would go about trying to resolve that. Although like if they were apologetic, what type of apologetic would they need to be?
I just hook up with more people than they did, and it's like math.
Oh, you do eye for an eye, right? Is that what you're saying? Like
When I was 20,
wait, but what would you do now?
now I wouldn't.
You wouldn't do anything?
Now I just have the cat.
That's
And the boyfriend.
that's still good. Those are good things.
Yeah.
I would say if someone cheated on me, how they'd need to forgive me. I mean, how I'd need to forgive them. Well, it would take. Well, Peaceful Kevin, maybe you should answer that question first. No, I'll answer it first. But you could answer it. What would they need to do for you to really forgive them, though?
Also, I don't really care about if you want to have sex with other people. Like, go for it. So,
Okay.
yeah. I'm very liberal with that. So basically, you wouldn't be able to cheat.
Yeah,
Like, I wouldn't care.
that's
But
interesting.
obviously, if you were like gone all the time, then that would be an issue. But
As long as you're there.
Kevin, that is so sad. Don't say that to yourself.
What is true?
That no.
I like to share. I'm like
Yeah, but the part where,
Christina
well, if
Carpenter.
they were gone too long, then I would do something about it.
Yeah.
Like if it became a chronic problem. But if they just wanted to like,
I mean, my
meet
Auntie
people
Susie
occasionally,
had her first marriage
good.
end because the guy was always gone. And, you know, I found out later that he was also gay. But if she was to tell me a story, she wouldn't mention that. She would say that, like, you know, he was just never around. So I got married. I got divorced from him because I never saw him. But the story she told my sisters, it was not that story. It was a little different. He ended up being like gay or something. Which,
That's interesting.
yeah, I think she just didn't want to linger on telling me the story, but she told my sisters like the entire story. But with me, it was more of like a quick response type of story. But I mean, fair. It's hard to keep my attention sometimes. So like, I think she did what she needed to do to keep me engaged.
If
But
you heard he's gay, you would have been hooked. You would have been hooked though.
no, I probably would have been like, cool. I mean, like, it took me a long time. There's a story that my uncle told my sisters, and myself included. I was told this story, but I didn't remember it until I was older because I also was like, I need to know why. What happened? Apparently, there's this artist that my uncle worked with that there was like some sort of like issue with their own gender identity, and then it boiled over into them not being able to release like the album that they had. And this is in the 90s, so that was a very big deal to have any sort of issue with that. And I was told when I was a kid why, but I like couldn't retain the story. The story is really elaborate and not my story to tell. But the story is a very big example of me being told the same thing over and over again, and it being more of like themed with adult themes, and me just not. I just don't care. Like it's like what. Like it's not my life, it's their life. I don't care. But there was like a lot that was in that story. And that person I believe has passed away most recently, which they sang some of my favorite songs. But those songs are not public. Those songs have not been released for the public, and I can't even share them. I can't even sing them. They don't. The copyright on those songs are not up for. I've been reminded multiple times. I can't use them for any of my videos or anything like that. So, but my uncle's an incredible musician. He really is, and he's been around for a long time. He's also worked on a lot of different movies and works um, for studios. I don't want to out anything, so we're just
Is that your mom or dad?
no, because if someone's watching, I don't want to necessarily be like. I just got to respect. I don't know what I can and can't say. I shouldn't have said already what I already said. I don't think. I don't know if I should have said anything I just said. I don't want to. I mean, like, I don't want to. Basically, we're gonna just kind of go this way now. So, said with that, is there anything a guy
Yeah.
could do that would make
Okay.
up for cheating on you? If you like saw
Yeah.
him like kissing a girl, what could he
So
do?
now I have it all figured out. This has been my issue with most of my relationships is the problem with that. But now that I'm in the church, there's like a middleman, which is the bishop. So anything happens, if I'm with somebody, it's already set up that it's gonna be tied to the church, and then so it's gonna be like a three-way thing, where like it's not gonna be just me and them with the drama.
Oh, that is actually kind of nice because it's like you get your automatically therapy. You get the relationship therapy attached to the job or attached to the religion, which ensures good communication to a degree with a witness.
I mean, that's because I trust in that system. I'm not saying that's for everybody. That's
Yeah.
the system that I have come up with for me
I like this.
in the
Okay.
future, which isn't. I don't have anyone yet, so.
Well, I mean, but when you do have someone, it'll be through the church, so it'll be easier to be like,
Yeah.
this is what you're gonna have to
So,
do to make up for cheating on me.
Yeah.
So let's say, okay, so let's say that yours would be resolved through the religion outlet.
Yeah,
Now,
because in my past relationships, religion was not like
in the
like
game?
I've never had it's never been like in part of it. My exes have always been non-religious. Just the most recent ex like ended up becoming Christian, and then so I was like, oh, okay, so this is why it's not working out, because I need to go back to that too. So
Oh, yeah. I like that mentality. That's a good way to go about it. Um, Mikiki, do you have like a ritual the guy would have to go through after you caught him cheating on you, or maybe you cheated on them and you were trying to find out a way to tell them? How would you tell someone you cheated on them? Yeah, your question just changed.
I wouldn't want to do that to somebody because I wouldn't want them to do that to me.
So you wouldn't tell them?
I wouldn't cheat.
Okay, so in this scenario, you already cheated. What do you do?
Okay, so I cheated. Okay, I guess I would just be honest about it, because then something must have been going on in that relationship that led me to that point. So
Now,
let's sit down.
what if you also found out that they baited you to cheat on them? That they like set you up? So then you would cheat on them.
I'm getting my cousin to beat him up.
You'd do that?
No. I would want to, but I wouldn't.
How would you set someone up to do that?
Yeah, how would you set someone up to do that? That's a really good question. Let's bring those thinking caps on. Okay, so how you would do it is you'd find their celebrity crush, and you'd make sure their celebrity crush was with them in a limousine in this scenario. Yeah, their celebrity crush in a limousine, and that's setting them up for cheating. I mean, it's a limousine. Privacy. Shaded windows. Huh? Separation from driver. I feel like that's a good way to set someone up to cheat on you. Would I do that to my spouse? Dua Lipa would be really hard to get, I would assume. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. A more moderate celebrity crush. Maybe like an influencer. Something that's a little easier to send a message to. You know, like someone that I know they watch other videos.
This hypothetical situation is very rigid.
Yeah, but it's also, it has parameters of what's acceptable and what's unacceptable. Within the example, at least.
I can't have Dua Lipa.
Wait. Would you do... Wait, so Peaceful Kevin, you already said that you wouldn't even cheat on someone. So then you've already answered, kind of. But, or like, you don't care.
Yeah, but you were talking about hooking up in a limo with your celebrity crush.
Well, yeah, but that's a different question. But we still need to hear from just Kay here. The girl that's Katie, that isn't Katie, do you have something that someone would have to jump through hoops for to be forgiven for cheating? Or if you were caught for cheating, how would you try to play it off like it wasn't a big deal? Or would you be like really straightforward about it?
Unfortunately, I've been cheated on a lot. So
that sucks.
I think I would have an extremely hard time coming back from that. If someone else were to cheat on me, I'm not sure that there would be a solution, because I would probably constantly think about it.
So if someone cheats on you, the relationship's over?
Probably, yeah.
That's sad. I had a friend that...
Where are you in the relationship? Is it the beginning of the relationship? Have you been together for many years? Like, I guess there's a lot of different factors that are involved.
I think it would just need to be generic factors. So it wouldn't be like a long-term relationship, I guess. Mm-hmm. No. I mean, cheating is cheating. Whether they're with you for 6 years or 7, or whether they're with you like for 2 years or for 6 or 7 years, does it really like matter? It's still cheating. Even if it's weeks, right?
That's true.
Yeah, I did 6, 7 it. Yeah, I did.
Weeks you don't know. Weeks you're not sure, right? Weeks you're still trying to figure out if you even like this person.
Well, as soon as you commit to being boyfriend and girlfriend, I would presume that's a commitment. But I don't know. I've only asked one girl to be my girlfriend, and she ended up blocking me 6 hours later. So that's where that's at. But that's just because that was the Disneyland story. That's how the Disneyland story ends.
We
Which
need a pinky promise.
wait, what about the pinky promise?
The pinky promise. You can't cheat after that.
Yeah,
Because the pinky promise.
That's very
is-
true, Kevin. Very true.
Yeah.
and you guys know that the like the origins of that is like you're promising on your pinky, which people used to actually like. That was you would really be promising on your pinky. You would lose your pinky if you broke the promise. But that's like old school pinky promises.
Yep.
If someone cut off their finger because they cheated on you, would you accept that term of affection?
I would frame their finger as a reminder.
That's I don't know if I can be okay with that. but like but yeah, I mean like you shouldn't have framed body parts because it sends the wrong message and people aren't gonna think like they're not gonna think positively of you. Also if like someone walks into your house and you have a framed pinky on the wall, it's really hard to play that off. Like it's really I wouldn't know what to say.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like-
art is really in the eye of the beholder.
You're thinking about this.
You're right. It's the eye of the beholder. Never mind. We could have this be a little bit more in our favor. We are here in this.
Would you prefer an ear?
I feel like that goes to lampshades, like skin lampshades. Like the ear thing it's just too close to like that one documentary that one TV show we binge watched on the server. It was like really disturbing about that guy that ended up having like the first serial killer in America or something.
Becky.
Whatever his name is. That was weird. Yeah, none of that. Anyways, the live stream experience is
Jeffrey
here.
Dahmer was very affectionate.
Yes, they were. I would assume so. But as we are here in these places and spaces, we're trying to come up with some good questions. Feel free to ask the questions in the live stream experience. You just quietly get a second girl and pretend to forgive the first. Thanks for sharing on what you would do if you were cheated on and how they would need to be forgiven. You just get yourself a second relationship going on, which I hear you, and I'm here with you on YouTube, reading it out loud so people on TikTok can hear it. And it is also here documented now on YouTube for people to be able to hear you being in the room and say the things that you said, which that's one of those things. We do have peeps in the room, as they are currently here in the YouTube where you can hear them, and I'm with you too. And we are still kind of talking about like relationships. It's Valentine's Day conversations over here. When it comes down to like heartwarming conversations, we will gravitate towards that a little more than like the heartbreaking ones. Seems like Just K here's been cheated on a couple too many times, which as someone that's done guest night, I can tell you, it seems like a lot of people have been cheated on because there had been numerous stories about people being cheated on that have been shared within this live stream. And it seems like that's a constant thing in society. And I don't really understand it, but I get it. Why don't you just break up with the girl before cheating on them? That doesn't make sense. Like, if you're going to cheat on them, why not just break up first? Like, why wouldn't you just break up?
People who have impulsive thoughts or intrusive thoughts, they're not thinking long term. They're just like
Right, that's a good point.
satisfying a need.
Yeah, but like, what's the point of being in the relationship if you can't go to the person? There has to be some sort of dysfunctional aspect of it if you're able to even cheat, I guess. But there's different ways to cheat.
Yeah, it is dysfunctional.
The new thing is micro cheating. Apparently, that is happening right now across these things. This social media stuff. This is causing a bunch of backlash in people's lives in general. And as we're adapting as communities and as a civilization in general that has social media, there is the backlash of what can happen with micro cheating, which apparently is interacting with content, which also is interacting with content with people online, and then seeking affirmations or like deep conversations with someone who isn't your spouse. But I don't understand that so much, but I do know that it's something that people have been talking about. What's the thing? It's like,
People mostly cheat because they're insecure.
but then that doesn't make sense because I know some girls that are like crazy insecure and they were cheated on. They didn't cheat on anybody. They were just like insecure.
What does insecure have to do with it, Melody?
Well, the ones that when I got cheated on, I can see that they were insecure.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it makes
Or immature. We're immature, right? Like
immature actually makes sense too. Both of those make sense.
I was young when that happened, and I've actually had a couple of my ex-boyfriends reach out when we got older and like apologize, and like they were like, it was really meaningful too. They're like, one of them, well, he'll never find this, but one of them was like getting married and having a baby, and was just like, I really want to start this new life off like in a positive way, and I want to be a good father, and I just wanted to like apologize. It was just like really heartfelt, and I was like, man, that's like nice closure. That's taken that long to get, but it feels good.
Thanks for sharing that. That is nice. I did get apologies from some girls who were like mean to me growing up and were like, not necessarily trying to be hurtful, but like, I remember one was kind of backwards, was like, but you always seem so confident and so like, or something like that. And it was kind of like, oh, so you wanted to bring me down a notch. And it's like, okay, that sucks. But,
But didn't you grow up with sisters that did that to you as well?
they sided with the girls. Yeah. They
So
sided.
I think it's because like you had a lot of sisters. You probably met somebody who probably knew your vulnerabilities or something like that.
I don't know, but I do think that like having sisters does not make it so then like when you like people don't feel like they have to like, I mean there's certain girls that everyone was like, oh, don't mess with that girl, her brother will beat you senseless. But with girls it wasn't like that in my community, at least. Like if you had older sisters, you were like, you weren't necessarily going to be protected by them. If you had an older brother, whether you were a guy or a girl, people would talk about like, don't mess with that person. They have a really crazy older brother. Like, oh, he'll come down on you. And it's like, well, maybe that's just from my perspective as a male. That could be that. Yeah. I don't know. I was surprised though that they weren't like, but they weren't down to rally. When I remember when like there would be boys that would like break their hearts and stuff, we would rally as a family to like basically not acknowledge that person, to be kind of mean to them. My sister once told me that she was like really disappointed in me for not breaking someone's sunglasses, because she was like, that guy hurt my feelings. Why didn't you break his sunglasses? And I was like,
I can see that.
I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, they were on the table right next to you, and you could have just started playing with them and accidentally broke them, and you didn't do it. Why not? And I was like, why would I have done that?
We all know you wouldn't do that.
Oh man, if I told my sister that story, she would be like, I never did that. That doesn't sound like me. Like there's sometimes where I have some conversations with my sisters where they'll be like really straightforward and they'll be like, oh yeah, no, that's totally, oh yeah, that does make sense. And then other times they'll be like, no, there's no truth to that. It's like, it depends on what mood they're in. Depending on like what mood they are, they might be able to admit certain aspects of what happened when we were younger. And then in other ways, they'll be like, oh, I was never like that. Like one of my sisters was like, I never did that. And I was like, well, then who did that? Because who would have been the leader? Would I have been the one leading like my older sisters to do this, the baby of the family, or would this be something that you organized? Because you could get us to be organized, and mom would be upset that we did that thing that she told us not to do. Like, and she was like, "But I always listen to mom," and I was like, "That doesn't make any sense." Because like, then how did we get in those situations? It's just like really weird when you sit around. People remember different things. Sometimes people only remember feelings. Like
Why
I
does this bother you?
no, it doesn't bother me as much as it did when I was younger because I didn't know how to navigate it. Now, as an adult, I know how to navigate it. I know when to bring up certain memories from the past and when not to. And by doing so, we can laugh about it instead of be upset about it. So it's like it's like that thing where they say read the room. Like it's like reading the room with your sisters, even when it comes to like the memories. There's always ways to talk about things that happened in the past that aren't necessarily, gonna always be like fun conversations, but there's sometimes a way to bring something up that it can become a funny thing to laugh off. And you just have to play that art. And you're gonna need to like, if you have 3 sisters and you're watching my live stream, it's gonna be trial and error. You're gonna need to try and try again until you figure out the balance. And then once you figure out the balance, don't try to overplay it. Just take it for what it is. Just be happy you understand it.
My sister doesn't talk to me, so I don't have to worry about that.
Really?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Well, she doesn't talk to anybody.
Did you do something?
No, she's just like reclusive.
Okay. That's sad.
Yeah.
I get that.
My mother has the same issue with her.
Oh,
Well, you see, I differ because my mom will reach out to me and I will speak to my mom. And then so she has the info if anybody needs.
Yeah, I think that's what my sister does.
that makes sense. All right, so
But I realized that my sister gets her depression from my dad. And my dad is avoidant as well. So, but then I got my mom's anxiety. So, but it makes sense because my sister gets tan and I don't. And my dad is very tan. So,
it makes sense because of the color of your skin.
Well, my sister seems to have inherited a lot of my dad's genes. Like she gets tan, she has depression. I have anxiety, and
And you don't
I like
tan.
men. What?
And you don't tan.
I don't tan. No, I'm like 100% Irish.
Have you tried to spray? Have you tried to spray on tan?
No, I'm happy with my marble statue skin.
I'm happy with it too. Now, something I have noticed, I need to bring my attention over here really quick to this camera of Twitch. I need to see if I can plug it in, if we can get it to keep going. I might need to disconnect it, but we're going to try to keep it going. Anyways, the live streams here on TikTok, YouTube, and on Twitch. In these live stream places, you can interact in a chat and be part of a conversation, or you can join in and be in the conversation on the platform known as TikTok. But the Twitch live stream might have to be concluded if I can't reach over there with this cable. Why can't I reach? What's going on here? Yikes. Does anyone have anything that's been on their mind about Valentine's Day? Anybody looking forward to Valentine's Day? Well,
Have you thought about V-Day?
yeah, I did. Why? Have you thought about V-Day? What do you want to do on Valentine's Day?
Go on a date with a lesbian.
Yeah, you need to go out, then. You need a date. You need to be with somebody.
Valentine's Day is like the
I
most
want that
awkward
for
day
you.
to go on your like on.
Is G still single? Or
Uh,
did he get back with the...
He's still alive.
G is still alive.
Why would he be alive?
He was drinking a lot. I was worried about
That
him.
seemed like just any other night for him, honestly.
That's why I was concerned.
I can't believe you guys all just said all of those things. That's my friend G we're talking about, and though I don't necessarily disagree with the thoughts that are being said, you know, be mindful. He's my pal, and I think he's still alive.
He was hitting on everybody.
I want him to be alive. He's cute.
Yeah, so I would say that G is most likely still talking to the girl that he's not dating anymore, but he recently told me that he wants to have kids. Which
you rubbed up on him,
I guess, but like, you know, he might not be serious about that. But I do remember when we were younger, sorry, I got distracted. I'm not supposed to go on my phone while I'm in the middle of my own live streams. But yet I'm on my phone right now.
Yes, you need to find a date. That's what I want for you.
Well, I do have the dating apps and have been using them. I make sure to use up all my matches every day. You know, the swipes lefts and rights that I can use, even on the apps that I don't necessarily believe in. And I do appreciate people's compassion and opinion and overall thoughts of positive, I'm going to get it. And hopefully I do get it. But it is also a really complicated...
You've been busy with your family.
Well, yeah, that
I feel
too.
like you need to try to meet somebody else, like outside of the phone.
Mm-hmm. You mean like go to church to try to meet someone, which is what I shouldn't be going to church for.
You, like hit on the waitress, so that's why I mentioned G. Like you guys should go out again and not hit on a waitress again, but you know, just put yourself out there that as like a single person and like in places where there might be another single person.
Yeah, I mean, that is like the thing that I am doing.
Juno asks if there's a certain beverage in the vicinity.
Oh,
And Juno, did you or did
not
you
anymore.
not floss? Wow. Did Ben see you flossing?
Did you get to watch me while you were flossing? Juno, because that's really what everyone wants to know. We're waiting with anticipation for that response. Are you flossing right now? Maybe.
The dance or the oral hygiene.
Melody, unfortunately not. Juno's so polite. That's such a polite thing. Does anyone have a story about any aspects of like a time they witnessed someone being very polite, but like also in a situation where it just shouldn't have gone that way? Like it could have gone really bad, but they were able to like say things that like they shouldn't have gotten away with, but they were able to do it really in a way that made you go, you know what, this is a specific story. So it's either I tell the story or, because I don't feel like anyone's going to have this story. You know what, we're not going to tell the story, but we will later. It gives you a reason to stay. You know, one of those things that we haven't done yet, we haven't told the story of the boy who cried wolf, which reminds me, we do have a lot of people in the live stream, but if we could tell the story, I would imagine a lot of people would want me to change out certain characters. If it wasn't a wolf, what would it be, Kiki?
A cow.
A towel?
A cow.
I'm sorry, say it again.
A cow.
A cow? Like a mad cow? Like the one that has a mad cow disease?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And instead of it being like a shepherd, well, who would it be instead? Anyone? Prisons are crazy. That's a really good point.
Noah Pryon. Like a mad cow disease.
Oh, so it'd be a scientist. So it'd be the scientist who kept telling people that this cow was mad and people didn't believe him.
Like,
So
don't eat raw cow.
yeah, so like people were eating raw cow, and how does this tie to lying? Wow, that would be the reverse of, it would be like he lied so much that everyone ended up getting hurt, right? Be the reverse of,
Everyone's getting sick.
yeah, because like people got sick because people didn't trust him because he lied about everything else in his life. That could be a good story to tell. Now, how would that story start? Would
Is
it
Kay
start?
still here?
What was that?
Is Kay still here?
Yeah, Kay, are you still here?
I'm so confused by the story. Wait, I don't know.
I am too.
I was like, I'm not even searching for anything or whatever the term is. What are we talking about?
We're going to talk about what you want to talk about. What's on your mind, Just Kay? What do you want to talk about?
Try-ons are now on my mind because that is a funny one.
Yeah, try-ons are important. It's important for us to talk about try-ons. Prions? Wait, how do I say it?
Yes.
It's not try-ons.
Like pry this from my cold dead hands.
What's the one trait that you will like not be okay with? If you were dating someone and you found out they didn't ever floss, would you be like, oh well, we're definitely gonna break up? Would you break up with someone because they didn't floss?
I barely floss, so
That's a teachable thing, though.
Exactly. I think that's teachable.
Oh, you can't change people. No, no, you can't. If someone didn't have it in their routine growing up, the likelihood that they do it is going to be really minimal. My mom didn't even have brushing her teeth in her routine growing up,
You're
and
just like, you want to kiss me or not? Okay, go floss those teeth. You know, gotta give incentives.
yeah, but maybe like
floss for you.
okay. Well, I mean, flossing is, I guess, when you kiss someone and you haven't flossed, I guess if there's something stuck in their teeth, you'd feel it. But right? M, thanks for liking the live stream and thanks for the heart me. Feel free to request to join. Has anyone had an experience where they kissed anybody or they had stuff in their teeth and they really needed to floss? Stephanie, I feel like you have a story to tell because I feel like that's something that you've experienced before. Stephanie?
No, but honestly, I'm kind of afraid, like,
To kiss?
I've been out of the dating world that it's like, I'm just afraid now, like,
Well,
being intimate with another person and all the bodily, all that.
I was more worried about getting herpes.
Why are you worried about getting herpes?
All of it, yeah.
I thought that you were a devoted person to one person. Well, I mean, yeah.
These are hypotheticals.
Situation.
You're right. Hypotheticals. So, well, I mean, what would you do if you were kissing someone and you realized there was stuff in their teeth? Would you question what's in your teeth?
Like a popcorn kernel?
If you were kissing someone and their gum went into your mouth, would you chew on it or would you give them the gum back?
Oh, used gum makes me feel so sick.
But it's like you're already kissing them though. Your mouths are exchanging saliva.
Would you put it back like a mama bird?
No, you're like, open up, and then you just extra point for a single shot.
So someone had a really bad smoke breath when you made out with them? Like, that sounds...
What kind of gum, though?
Big Red. Cinnamon flavored.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, if I'm going to pick one, it'd be the one that that's like what I chew. When I chew gum.
If it's Trident, Trident isn't that good anymore.
Would you share a toothbrush with someone that you were dating? I don't know if is that something people do? Do people do that? No? Oh, right. It's either we let this camera die or we give it power. So I think I need to either go inside and get a new crap. We don't have enough power for all of these things. I have too many cameras and not enough cables to support
Take a break, Ben.
everything. What was that?
Take a break.
You mean like take a break from guest night? Well, it's just the
No.
Twitch. It's the Twitch live stream. The YouTube and the TikTok live stream have power going to it, but I guess we could just take a break from the Twitch live stream experience. We don't need to be here on Twitch at the same time, but I do see people are here. I do appreciate people coming in on Twitch and on YouTube and on TikTok, but the YouTube and the TikTok live stream are going to keep going. We'll take a break from being here on Twitch for the time being. I mean, if I go in, I could get a Dr. Pepper. We do have ice water in the live stream, which I don't know if we brought attention to it, besides me mentioning it. But ice water is delicious, and it is refreshing, and it is tasty. And I got a whole bunch of wings in front of me from an undisclosed place, because I don't need to establish the brand. But thanks for the rose. I do appreciate that, and thanks for being here, guys. We both have chew. If you want to share the type of gum you would chew with your spouse, feel free to mention it in the chat. Let us know the type of gum. Is it Big League Chew? I would say if you were to share gum with anyone, like exchanging it between the mouths while kissing, Big League Chew is probably the most appropriate one to use because, you know, it just has that, like, that feeling with it. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean, right? Is anyone...
What about that just clean feeling?
Oh, I can't even think about this happening. It makes me...
Really? It's that bad for you?
It's something like I've always been grossed out by like chewed gum. I chew gum, but looking at someone else's chewed gum makes me so queasy. I don't know why.
Well, how do you get your chewed gum out? Do you put it into a napkin or do you spit it out?
I don't know. I put it into a napkin and throw it away.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong to spit it out when you're on, if you're like driving and you roll down the window and you spit your gum out the window, do you think that's bad or good for
Yes.
society?
Yes. That's why it's banned in Malaysia.
That's why what?
Gum is banned in Malaysia.
For that very
It's
reason?
illegal. Yeah.
Well,
I'm gonna move
So
there.
don't go to Malaysia.
No, it's banned, so I'm gonna go there.
yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah.
You won't have to deal with looking at it. Just it's banned in wait, so gum, you can't get any gum?
What do you mean?
You can't. Yeah, you can't buy it there.
Oh, you can't buy it either? Interesting.
Correct.
Oh, I didn't know
'Cause-
that.
How are they going to prevent people from spitting it out? About spitting gum out in public? Yeah, Kevin is. M's right. M, feel free to join in as a guest if you want. We got 2 open slots. And it does look like Michaela Dutch Queen Medicine Woman
And
is
why don't
back
I
on
spit
TikTok.
Gum out in your house.
What?
I'll just spit out gum in your house.
I mean, that is pretty much like people leave gum in napkins on the house all the time. And you think people are going to return to it. How long will you be live? Oh, for a while longer. If you're busy right now, no need to worry. I am trying to figure out what to do with this Twitch live stream. I might go inside and get another one of my power cables. Oh, thanks for the heart me. I do appreciate my cousin coming in the room. Everyone give my cousin Lori a shout out. She's my cousin. Nepotism's a thing. I always appreciate it when you guys share the love. It's nice to have her here. And it's nice to see her drop in with the heart me. You have a TMG so I can chew gum? What's a TMG?
Oh, I have that too. TMJ.
What is
Your
that?
mouth gets sore. Your
That's
jaw.
Your jaw. I've had it my whole life.
Hi, Lori.
And who's Rohan? Rohan's asking to come into the live stream.
I think they were asked. I think they've been here a couple nights at least.
Right? I feel like I've seen them, but they haven't said anything in the chat.
Are they requesting?
They did request, but it's always best that you guys interact in the chat a little bit first before I accept.
But they have been.
They have been.
They have been.
Yes. But
They have.
Also, sometimes people have accidentally requested, so I'm just double checking. Do you really want to come into the room as well? It's nice to just have the confirmations sometimes. But Rohan, if you hear me, you can come in. Just be sure to say something in the chat right now. Let me know you're really there and not just accidentally requesting to come in as well, which has happened too. Pain in the jaw joint and in the muscles that control jaw movement. Oh, is that why you need to do so you can't chew gum? Oh, that's interesting. You have to go get Botox for mine. Wow, I didn't know that she was a Botox person. You learn something new every day. So how much
For my
Botox?
jaw.
Oh, yeah, sure.
For my
Whatever.
jaw.
No, that makes sense. I wasn't saying anything other than that. I wasn't implying anything. I wasn't saying, you know.
Did you know people who are paralyzed get Botox? Because they have muscle spasms, so they can put Botox in their leg
Oh.
to help with the spasms.
And people with migraines.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna go inside and get a power cable. Let me do that really quick. Yeah, so I'm gonna go inside and get one more power cable, and I'll be right back to hang out with you here on YouTube, TikTok, and even here on Twitch.
Well, Kiki's leaving you.
Good night, Kiki.
Kiki's leaving me?
I'm gonna go to bed.
You're gonna go to bed, Kiki? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Kiki, thanks for being in the live stream. I appreciate you being here, and we look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's live stream. Thank you for all you do. Everyone give her a send-off. Do you want to say anything to the audience before you go to sleep?
Have a good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of the live. Behave and say all the nice things.
Oh, thanks for being here, and thanks for being such a positive force of energy. It's appreciated, it's seen, and she deserves the best of dreams. The dream that we wish upon her tonight is, oh gosh, do we want to do something else in the ocean again? Let's not do something in the ocean this time. No. I really hope that Nikki has a really fun, kind of like a witch-themed a witch-themed dream where she becomes like, no, that's too similar to Kiki's delivery service. You know what? Maybe she does a delivery service flying around on a broom in her dream. Maybe do you want that? Would that be a fun dream for you?
Yeah, I'll deliver vampire horoscopes to everyone.
Right. Okay, well, you do that tonight, and maybe we'll see you in those dreams later as well. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being part of it, though. I do hope you have the best of dreams. Everyone else give her a send-off. I'm also going to stand up really quick. So I will be right back, and thanks again, Kiki, for being in the live stream. I will be right back, guys. I'm leaving my my peeps in the room. Just K here. Just K here. Peaceful Kevin and Melody. You guys run the floor. Just keep it fun, and have some fun talking to everyone else that's in the room. Do what you can. Make it entertaining. I'll be right back.
What's up?
Oh, it's cold.
So, how those crickets doing? Wait, guys, this is so random, but we have 2 Friday the 13th in a row.
Oh my god.
Spooky.
That's crazy.
I weirdly like Friday the 13th. I mean, it makes sense. It is my favorite number. Do you guys have any plans this weekend?
I love that you have a favorite number.
Mm-hmm. It's my softball number. I play softball on like a co-ed team. It's pretty fun.
Nice. I love that.
Do you have any plans for your beautiful weekend?
I have no plans. What about you?
I don't either. I'm just excited for spring to start coming and flowers to finally bloom again and give me some sun, please. And I feel like it's happening soon. Soon enough, anyways. I'm sure I'll eat some good food.
What'd you say?
So I'm sure I'll eat some good food this weekend, like I do every weekend.
Yes, exactly. What are you craving?
I don't know. I mean, I always crave, I love burgers, but a good burger.
I
Or
feel
like-
like bubblegum isn't as good anymore, Lori.
I would agree with that. Like,
I
is
love
it,
a
I feel like it's
conservative.
hard. I feel like it's kind of hard. Like bubblegum these days is kind of hard. Also,
Yeah, it's,
yeah.
yeah. I
Oh
used to
my.
like try it, and it's like mushy now.
Oh, it is.
Lori's going to Disneyland.
Lori, how fun.
Yes.
Do you live like? Is it like not too far from you?
Oh, she lives really close to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
She lives in Whittier.
Yay.
Oh, okay, okay. Does she have like season passes, or I don't know what they're called?
That
Park
she'd have to
passes?
say. I don't know that. Lori's here though. You're going to Disneyland tomorrow. Lori, do you have a season pass? I'm still grabbing some things. I do want to do one more thing. Dr. Pepper. Right, Dr. Pepper. Hold on.
My friend took me to Epcot a few years ago.
Yikes!
Where's,
Mamma
wait,
mia.
is that one in LA? I really don't know where all of them are.
Epcot is in Orlando.
Oh, Orlando. Okay, okay.
What's in Orlando?
Yeah, it's the city of tomorrow.
Fine. Did you like it?
Epcot. Oh yeah, Epcot's fun. It has a bunch of restaurants, with themes from different countries, and there's like several countries that you can go to.
Oh wait. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. So that's the place where they do like I see a lot of like TikTok videos from people that do like drink around the world at Epcot.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's where it is.
Yes, that's right, Em.
Is that right?
Oh, she does have a pass. How fun.
Yeah. I think me not having a pass is still kind of weird sometimes. I miss it, but I really want to protest against Disney.
Yeah.
For what reasons? Can you share the reason? I mean,
Yeah. Well, the experience there is not the same anymore. Hold on, I'm coming right back. I need to shut this garage door. But I'll get into the
I've
reasons
seen
why
photos of how
I don't even
crowded
like
it
going to
is,
Disneyland anymore.
was
And I used to
so-
go like 3 times a week. I used to be there so frequently.
is it just due to like the number of people that are there, or is it just the experience overall?
That's why I wouldn't go. Too
Because
crowded.
that's true.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
So when it
But how
comes
has the experience changed?
to Disneyland, my ex-husband was from Playa del Rey. M, thanks for sharing. That sucks though. An ex in general. But the Disneyland thing. So Disneyland, even I know people that have worked there. I've always had friends that were characters, actors, that were like, part of the ensemble for different things. And then people that worked on rides. And then later on in life, I also realized more people worked there that I knew that I just never ran into them when they were like there. And even they will like say it's very different than how it was before. But it's just like they're all the tricks, all the things you do to be able to have fun, to be able to get your most out of being there. That just it doesn't exist anymore. They really want you to spend as much money as possible, and even the Disney company that is in charge of, they basically are favoring all of like the crazy people that like. It's just like there's this aspect of going to Disneyland where you had the people that were over planners, and then you had the people that were kind of going with the flow. And they've made it now that like you either have the ability to skip lines due to the fact that you have the disability thing, which my sister does, and I think Lori does too. I forgot what that's called, but we do have that. Like, as a family, if we go as a family, or if I go as a family, I normally don't have to wait in line. But what I would have to do, like I'll still go with my family if I want to go with my family. 'Cause, yeah, the DOS pass. The DOS pass Lori has the DOS pass, and my sister Denise also has the DOS pass too. So we just walk on rides, and you don't need to overplan your stay. But it now always feels like when you go and you don't have that, they want people to have that over planning mentality where you're also going to put lots of money into being at Disneyland, because there's those people, and they favored those people, and they also are favoring the people that are overspending. The best thing to do, and from what I've already realized, is special events if you don't have the DOS pass, because the special events is limited attendance. So if you're going to buy a ticket for Disneyland on any day, it's the special events that you should probably be trying to get a ticket for, because there's going to be like less people in the park because it's a special event. It costs a little more for the ticket, but it still can suck because you could end up in lines a lot more. And I literally hate Amazon so much. I don't know how Amazon came into the conversation, but yeah, it's a horrible company. But we're here on Amazon on Twitch because it's owned by Amazon. I know, big surprise. Anyways, it's fun to be here on the internet, and we don't necessarily need to say anything good about Amazon, because I, for one, have 2 Amazon gift cards, and I still have not used them because I hate using Amazon so much. Last time I used Amazon, I think I had to because I had to buy a book for class that was only available on Amazon. And I think that's like the last time I bought something on Amazon. But now I have an Amazon cart that has like things in it. And I'm like, am I going to use this gift card or not? You're here. It's nice to have you. That is a Leia Ribbon person. I believe a Leia Ribbon person. Is that right? Leah Vintage is a Leia Ribbon person or isn't? But you should come into the room and be a guest. Hang out with us. We have people in the chat and people in the...
I passed an H&R blog the other day and thought of her.
That is so sweet. I hope that she comes in so you can tell her that in person. I believe a Leia Ribbon person, you with us?
I feel honored that you thought of me when you saw H&R Block.
Yes.
Honored. Really.
We've had fun talking about it a little bit here and there. It was fun. So what happened last week after you left, I gave Kajal a hypothetical question, and it was if you were to find out your friend like worked at H&R Block, she like answered it like the way that you answered why you took the job. So it was like really cute. It was almost like she had heard your answer, but she wasn't in the room when you were talking about H&R Block, and like, you know, kind of had it on the nose. She had it on the nose.
That's funny.
Yeah. But how are you?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask how you're doing, but what were you going to say?
Oh, one, I'm doing good. I just got home from work. And 2, I was just going to ask if she was going to be here.
Hopefully. She's been, here every time. She knows when it is. So I mean, some people are like, are you sharing it? And it's like, I put it on the Discord server, and it's pretty much like on the weekly schedule. So I would assume people know it's happening. But there are some people that aren't always aware that it's happening. But I just don't believe that, like, it's been weeks of doing Thursdays. She's normally here, so hopefully she drops in soon. I don't know where she is right now, but she's more than welcome, and she knows that she'll always be accepted in immediately as soon as she requests. So let's just wait for her, I guess. But you're also saying hi to everyone else. So a Leia in person, now that you're in the room too, do you have a story on someone maybe sending you like a Valentine's Day gift that you were like, that was the perfect Valentine's Day gift or something? Any Valentine's Day stories where you were like swooped off your feet or anything?
No, not really. Not very much of a Valentine person. My Valentine is usually my parents, which is funny. Oh, hi. But yeah, I don't really have any stories. I wish I did, though.
No guy has like written you a letter of confessing his love to you or anything? Even not on Valentine's Day, maybe?
Nothing really. Well, maybe like in elementary school. I just forgot. Maybe.
Okay. All right. Em, you're also in the room now too. You want to say hi to everybody?
Hey everyone, sorry, I do have a rant about Amazon and why I hate them so much now.
Hey, you can talk about it. I'm okay. hearing it.
Okay, because I literally like cannot stand Disney, Amazon, or Meta, like any of those companies, but it's almost impossible not to use them. That's what's so frustrating. Like, okay, you guys, or at least Ben knows that like I do, or I've mentioned that I do a TikTok live like about my chickens. I actually haven't gone live this week, but I will this weekend. And a lot of times people ask me like, they're like, hey, if I send you a gift, will you like feed the chickens, or will you buy something? Well, someone was nice enough like to buy me something from Amazon for my chickens that I was wanting. And it came and it was broken, and of course I like tore the box open and it was huge. Like the thing weighed like 40 pounds. It was like an additional like cage for my chickens, for like the smaller chicks.
Oh, so they could
And
be like
so
safer than the other ones or something, or
it's not really like, it was just kind of for them to have, like, they don't lay eggs, so it was kind of for them to have more, to just kind of be out of the way for the hens that like do lay eggs. Also, I am planning on getting some more babies in a couple of months, so like it was also for that, like for them to have, in that case, yes, for them to be safe and like not get bullied. Well, I like
That's sweet.
filled out the return thing. They told me to take it to UPS, and I did. And I get to UPS and they're like, oh, you have to provide a box for this. And I'm like, well, this thing is massive and it's like a weird shape. And like I tore the box open. Like I don't have a box for it. And they're like, okay, well, let's see how much it will cost to like give you a box that, you know, to ship it in.
that's how they
And
get you.
It's gonna be $52. And the item was like $70. And I'm like on the phone with customer support, and they're like, oh yeah, like if as long as you just like find a box. And I'm like, well, that's not the issue. Like I don't have a box, and like I don't normally use Amazon. And like I was like, you were telling me that Jeff Bezos cannot afford to like send me a box, or I can't take it to one of your like 80 drop-off centers where you guys have like Amazon boxes. So basically, I'm stuck with this like broken item, and it was just like such a waste, and it was so annoying. But that's why I hate Amazon, because I'm like, you're telling me that Jeff Bezos can't like provide me with like a box to send this defective item.
I do
back?
feel like they need to give you a box. But
That's what I'm saying.
also, how did you rip open the box? Did you use like a box cutter and just like completely dismantle
Honestly,
it?
I just like tore it open from the top, and then I was like impatient, so I just kind of like ripped it down the middle. Like I don't know, just kind of how girls open packages, or I don't know. Maybe I'm generalizing. But no,
Girls
I
opening
get it.
packages.
Jeff Bezos is gonna become a billionaire just giving out boxes, but like I feel like it was
He
just, it
became
was
a
so
billionaire by
annoying.
cheating.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I was
Yeah.
so
Did you hear about
frustrated.
Toys R Us? He like made a deal with them, and then like, and then they started putting other companies on their website. It's like Toys R Us.
Oh, right, yeah. The
I-
Toys R
I
Us
love
thing is really bad.
frustrating.
Toys R Us did get screwed over by Amazon. But Alea Ribbon Person, I see you're like, you're saying that, what would you use instead of, do you have the alternative to not use Amazon? Alea Ribbon Person? Like, do you have the small businesses to buy the things you're looking for?
Honestly, I think it's just like an easier thing for me. I feel like you can like find it's a quicker route. Like it delivers to you quickly, but I feel like it's just kind of hard finding like businesses that you can buy stuff from that is like all in one. Like I feel like Amazon, you can just buy anything from there, really. But I feel like if you buy online and if you don't want to use Amazon, you have to like go to different websites. And I feel like even just being lazy, I really don't buy from Amazon too much. But when I do, I kind of feel bad because like there's some stuff where you can literally find that from like, I don't know, anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I get what you're saying. So like when I still work on productions every now and then, but I no longer do set builds as much anymore. But I used to do the set builds, which meant I'd buy like fake plants online and a whole bunch of things that were used for backdrops, like curtains, and different aspects of a set deck where you also have to buy pieces of furniture, which, you know, it's easy to go the route of Amazon, but I used to go the route of these really crazy independent places throughout all of LA County and also just like the States and even some places in Canada, where I would make sure to like get from different vendors. And it might have taken longer, but I felt better about it. And I enjoyed also having those relationships because I would call these different companies sometimes or just send them emails. And it just felt like you were talking to the actual customer service. Well, now it looks like we've got ourselves a new guest. Kajal, you want to say hi to everybody?
Hi everyone. Sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather, but I hope everyone's having a great night. I see that we've got
Alea Ribbon Person's here as the Leah Advantage because she doesn't have access to her other
We're
account.
just talking about you. We miss you.
oh what? Oh, I miss you guys. How are y'all?
I'm gonna let you guys all talk. The floor belongs to all of you guys in the room right now. Chat it up with the Kajal. They have been waiting for you, Kajal. They've been like, "Where are you?" Alea Ribbon Person was asking for you.
So sweet. I have been thinking of you guys. I'm in the middle of a move, so I was kind of busy tonight, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a 30-minute break and just go check in on everyone.
30-minute break. Let's see how long that 30-minute break lasts.
I know. I have a feeling I'm gonna get stuck here all night, but you know, I'm here for it.
Moving is so exhausting.
It
It
is.
is, and I have 1 week to get out of here, and I just realized how much stuff I have. So I'm like, oh my goodness.
Kajal is so hot, Em.
What?
Kajal is so gorgeous.
Aw, thank you guys. Y'all are so sweet. How are y'all doing? I see cousin Lori's in the room too.
Yeah, she's chit-chatting with us.
Hi, cousin Lori.
And it looks like we lost Alea Ribbon Person.
Yeah, and
She has to go. I'll probably be back. Come back when you can, Alea Ribbon Person. It's nice to have you in the room. Jumping in to say hi. It's always a pleasure to see you. Em just showed a picture of the...
I was just about to ask about how her job's going.
How are what going?
Work. Alea.
Oh, she left us.
Works good.
So when she comes back, hopefully she can tell us. Yeah.
Kajal, do you have any good Valentine's Day stories?
Oh, I guess I could say one thing that I did appreciate about Valentine's Day is growing up, my sisters and I weren't allowed to date, so like
What?
it was very yeah, our parents were very protective. We were not allowed to date till we were a lot older.
I wish I had that.
She's a Patel. Of course she couldn't. Aren't Patels like coveted? Isn't that like one of the like higher last names, right?
I don't know. I don't know enough to like really.
I had a friend who didn't change her last name because the guy that she married, his last name was not as like high as hers. So she's
Wow.
Neetha Patel still. Yeah.
That's pretty...
Hey, I mean,
That's pretty funny.
yeah.
I think that's funny.
Praise to her. But one thing my parents did do growing up is every Valentine's Day they made sure we weren't like left out. We each woke up to a gift from mom and dad, and so like no matter what, we still felt the love. We still like had a great time. We got chocolate. We got all the good stuff, but we just didn't get the heartbreak portion of it, I guess, until we were a lot older. And I appreciated that they kind of like protected us in that way for a while.
Wait, so you couldn't date until what? High school? College?
They didn't want us dating until college, but of course we started dating in high school and just didn't say anything.
But then I was always the kid that was like super honest. So like, I don't know, a week into relationship, I would just tell him like, hey, I am talking to so and so, and like my sisters would always tell me like, why'd you say it? Now they're gonna like watch you extra closely, and I'm like, I don't know, I just can't I can't seem to keep a secret.
I think it's best you
And
did.
then like lie to my parents, like.
In a way,
You know,
it would
like,
be
it's just,
cheating.
like,
So it makes sense. You're not a cheater.
yeah, like if somebody were to come to me and tell me like, hey, don't say anything, then yeah, I can keep that with myself. But like, if my mom were to ask me like, hey, where are you going? Like, it was very hard for me to have an initial lie, because then you have to work off of that lie over and over again.
Yeah, and then you have to remember the lie too. That's why I've never been able to keep up with lies. You have to remember the fake reality you're creating, whatever it may be. Or that you said that to that person and you have to say it again. Yeah. It's too much work.
I could never lie to my parents because, like, I guess I grew up, like, with very, like, neurotic parents who watched the news a lot, and I was always terrified that, like, something would happen to me, and then no one would find me because, like, I lied to my parents about where I was.
Yeah, I was the same way, and, like, my, subconscious would give me, my, like, yeah, I feel guilty, I don't know.
I think it's okay to tell your parents things about the stuff that they might not necessarily want you to do. When you're growing up, you know, what are they really going to do about it? Besides, like, love you for telling the truth. People don't get in that much trouble.
I will say... Oops, sorry,
So they
Kevin.
don't care. My parents are just like me, so they were like, whatever.
I will say being like super transparent with my parents definitely like paid off. Like I was just like always very honest with them, and whenever I moved to Austin and I was like 19, I went out on like a date with a guy and I drank too much, and we went to his apartment and I was like, hey, I don't want to do anything. And he was like, okay, get out. And I was like very intoxicated, and my parents were in Dallas, and I called them. And, like, I was so embarrassed. And they're like, no, like, thanks for calling us. Like, we can get you an Uber now and, like, get you home safe. But, like, you know, I've just, like, always been, like, super transparent with my parents. So they're like, yeah, that guy sounds like a loser. Good thing you got out of there.
Yeah, that guy was a loser. I do like how that sounds.
Yeah, no, my parents, like, I was, like, normally, like, I feel like any other person my age would have been, like, embarrassed. But, like, I knew I couldn't rely on, like, another, like, 18, 19-year-old to, like, help me get home. So I called, like, a real adult in my life.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of this one time where my friend, she was throwing a party, and it was like 11:30, and she looked at me, and she was like, Ben, can you help me? Like, I don't want to be throwing a party anymore. I want everyone to leave. Can you kick everyone out, and can you end the party? And I was like, yeah, you want me to do that? Like, I'll do it. And the thing was, I didn't drive that night, so I needed to ride home. So I was the guy who was kicking everybody out, also saying, if anyone can also drive me home, I'm looking for a ride. and no one drove me home. So here's what ended up happening was, like, I knew I was gonna be in so much trouble. I didn't have curfew as long as I called to say where I was. And, didn't, like, come home past, like, 3 in the morning or something. Which I did that too frequently, and then I lost my no curfew. But this is before that happened. And I had to call my dad to come and pick me up, because it was the last resort, because I called my sister and she was drunk, so she couldn't come pick me up because she was in Old Town. And, like, I was like, okay, well, like, and then I called my dad, and it was like 12:15, maybe, like almost 12:30, when I, like, decided that I needed to, like, get my dad to pick me up. Because I had kicked everyone out. It took a while. I got everyone out, and I was happy to help, but it was weird, like, having the announcement of, you can't stay in this hallway. You got to start moving to the main room. Also, did you drive? Do you want to drive me home? Blah, blah, blah. There's always like lots of announcements because I had to go through each room and then like usher people. It was hard. I've never had to kick anyone out of a party before. That's the only time in my life I had to kick people out of a party. Besides like cops coming. Oh, Em, you like that, do you? Okay. Does anyone have any follow-up questions on me kicking everyone out of a party?
Did it work?
What?
Did it work?
It worked. I knew how to navigate some of the people. There was a group that they would result with violence very easily. So I let them hang out in the kitchen until the very end. So they were allowed to hang out. I was like, you guys just stay here in the kitchen. I'm going to kick everybody else out. And then, you know, the girl only had like 5 guys there in this kitchen, or 6 or 7 guys, actually. There's a lot of guys. These guys were also 2 years above us. So they were like it was like 6 or 7 guys that were 2 years above us. So they were like cool. They were really cool, but they were like kind of the seniors that were like in charge at that point in time. So kicking them out of a party was a little complicated, but they got the gist and they never actually were told that they had to leave. They just came to the conclusion that they were going to leave by the time I was done kicking everybody else out. And I didn't have to tell them that they had to go. I let them hang out in the kitchen while I was spending time getting other people to like finish their drinks and consistently begging people to take me home at the same time. The thing that really pissed me off is there is one friend that his girlfriend hadn't been drinking that night. And I know she could have driven me home, and she like didn't want to do it. And I was like, why? And she was one of the last people to leave too. She just didn't want to do it. And she didn't have a good enough reason. Whose party was that? Tiffany's. It was Tiffany's. I follow her on Instagram. Maybe she'll come in one day and say hi. She's a dancer. She is maybe still dancing. I think she switched her occupation, but she might still be a dancer. I haven't talked to her in a while.
That is super weird that she wouldn't drive you home, because I was like the type of person where I graduated a year before all my friends, and I ended up my first year of school going to college like only 20 minutes away from my hometown. And like people would call me and I'd be like, okay, yeah, like, you know, I literally haven't been doing anything tonight. Like I can come pick you up and take you home, and then I'd drive back to school.
That's sweet.
Like, I didn't want anything bad to happen to them. So
wait, looks like someone got some news. Hopefully it's not terrible, terrible news. But just Kay here, do you want to say goodbye? Or no Kay? No Kay, not Kay. Katie, not Katie. Well, Katie already left. Anyways, Katie, thanks for being here in the live stream experience. It looks like you just already popped off. Looks like she got some news and she had to just hop off right now, guys. But give her some positive energy and give her some love. She was in the chat and she was a guest. Bye, Kay. We've got Said with Melody here, M, Peaceful Kevin, and Kajal still in the room. We're here to chit chat and have a good time. If anyone has some moving advice, I'm sure Kajal would like to get some advice, but I'm sure she knows what she's doing. Right? Yes, we're sending love. Kajal, how many times have you moved?
Way too many to count. Honestly, I lost count at this point because I have moved ever since high school. I have moved. I went to UNT, then I went to then I went to Lubbock, then I went to New Mexico, and I went back to Lubbock, then I went to Austin, I went to Cali, and I came to Arizona. I've moved at least 11 times.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
But
I've moved quite a few times, but I will say, I just feel a lot of pressure with this move because, like, I'm trying to schedule my surgery around it, so it's just been tough to get all my ducks in a row. But it'll all work out, you know, a day at a time, just trying to get things moving.
well, I mean, it'll be good because it's the end of this week that you have to be out, right?
Yeah, so I just need to go drop off a bunch of stuff that I need to donate, and then just that box like one more room, and I should be good to go.
So when it comes to the moving, though, you already have the place, and it's already like you're feeling good about where you're going, or
Yeah, thankfully I finalized on a place last week, and um, the ball is finally rolling. I just have a few more things to do, and then I should be able to get like the lease agreement tomorrow, actually. And then if all works out, I get keys on the 20th.
okay. Well, when it comes to the moving, it can always be overly stressful. But the way I see it is, if you can throw a lot of stuff away, it at least makes it so then you get rid of things, and it makes your life feel a little bit more clear. You know?
That's exactly what Kevin and Emma are saying in the chat. It looks like I've had a tough time throwing things away because I get like super like I even have like cards from like elementary school. You guys, like I keep things like that, and so I have a tough time throwing things away sometimes. But I do need to be better about that because like I'll have things that I haven't even used in like or looked at in a year, and I'm like, man, but that holds so many good memories. But at some point, you have to learn to like let go of those things too.
I
Or,
made
or
myself do puzzle.
you don't have to let go of some things. You could just figure out ways to store things effectively and efficiently.
That's what I've been doing so far. I've done a great job at that. So I think just differentiating what I need versus don't need is my last step, and then we'll be good. And then yeah, Sully and I will have a new home.
I feel like it's a lot easier to get rid of stuff whenever you're moving, like from apartment to apartment. But like once you own a home, you start to like find places for things. Like oddly enough, like 3 months ago, I'm the same way. I'm very sentimental to cards, like cards and like things like that. And it's funny because I actually went through a stack of cards from whenever I like used to bartend, from like coworkers, and I was like, man, I haven't talked to like any of these people in like 8 years, and like I have the memories. I was thinking about tossing some of them, and I was like, maybe I'll just like hold on to them. One of the guys died last week, and I have a handwritten card from him where he like wrote something very nice, and I'm like, oh my god, I almost threw this away. And so now I'm like even more attached to things than I probably have been like in the past.
I'm glad you held on to that. Like it's weird, like how life works, you know.
Super weird.
It's just wild, and I'm so sorry to hear about that, by the way. But I'm really glad that you have something to hold on to at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it was very sad how he passed away, and what's even sadder is like we had another coworker who him and her actually had a baby together, and like their son is like 10 now, and I just like feel really bad for their son and just like everyone involved. But yeah, it was super weird. I don't know. I feel like I've always hung on to cards because like I'm not gonna say like an obsolete form of media, but people are starting to like drift away from it, and like someone went out of their way to like think of you and like buy a card and like take the time to like write something to you. So that's why
It takes a lot of space though, but I do the same. I still have all of mine. I even have the letters. Oh wait, no, there was one friend, I've thrown away all their letters. We were in, yeah, I do have one friend, I threw away all the letters I have with him. But that's because our friendship fell apart, and it was when we were in college that the friends that were overseas, like I had a friend that was in the Marines, and then a friend that was just in like Spain or something. And we did have Facebook and stuff, but it was fun to like send letters back and forth. But I threw away all of those ones. But I kept all the ones between some of my other friends, because it wasn't just one friend. Like the whole bunch of us were sending like physical letters because it was 2009, and even 2010. Using the postal service was like still seen as like kind of like a fun thing to do that looks like it won't be a thing anymore. So why not do it while it's still kind of a thing? Because we were young and we were like, yeah, this makes sense. You're only 3 hours from your grandma's house, Peaceful Kevin? Is your grandma still there? You still have your grandma? Peaceful Kevin?
She's buried at the Veteran Cemetery in New Jersey.
Do you ever visit?
No, I haven't been there. I don't like New Jersey.
Well, I mean, it's not, you wouldn't be there for New Jersey. You'd be there for your grandma. But I don't know. How many people visit graves?
I just get her favorite cookies, and she loved coffee. So,
Yeah.
I have her car too.
I'm actually about to visit I guess she would be my great grandmother and my great grandfather's grave for the first time here in like the next month and a half. It's like a 3.5
Oh,
named after my great grandmother because my mom was raised by her. And like, I don't know, I did something similar. I named like my daughters after women in my family, like their dad's family. So like I'd like to like go and see her grave because like I said, like this is the person I'm named after. So
yeah. I mean, the likelihood that I name one of my kids like a Ben name is pretty high because Balavoon is my Uncle Ben. And also, my grandpa his legal name was not Benjamin, it was just Ben. So there's variations of Ben being used in the family. And then the more traditional way that Ben was brought about was people coming over and getting, nicknamed or like the translations of. But Ben's a really popular name, right? But Balavoon, the last time I visited a grave that like I visited the grave was my Uncle Balavoon's because my dad told me where it was. And I wanted to like go to the grave because I was really confused about the Balavoon part. But on his tombstone, it really does say Balavoon. It doesn't say Ben, but no one called him Balavoon. Everyone called him Ben. so
that is so funny because my oldest daughter, her name is Sadie. It's spelled Sadye though, and her dad was like, "Oh, that's my grandma was Sadie." She spelled it like with the Y-E because that's like the Yiddish spelling. Like it was, we named her that because of his grandmother. Well, then after my daughter was born, I got really into like ancestry and stuff, and I found like their family tree. Her legal name was Sarah. Her nickname was Sadie. And I was like, wait, that wasn't even her name. And I remember like my ex was like, well, everyone called her Sadie. And I'm like, but that wasn't her name.
He would have figured it out if he visited the grave. See, that's why you want to visit the graves of your family members. Go see the proper spelling of things.
I will say though that even on the ancestry site, it says like Sadie in parentheses before Sarah, and then in her like bio, it says like went her whole life going by Sadie. So I mean,
she probably put it on some legal documents then for them to have that.
I'm sure that she did. She died in like 92, and she was born in like 1920 or something. So.
And in my family, one of the weirdest things. Wait, what was that, Peaceful Kevin? I didn't understand.
I heard that my great grandparents were cousins.
That makes sense. Yeah, that. Yeah. Honestly, it makes sense, and it used to happen a lot more back in the day. They didn't have the internet. Like you only had so many people to talk to. You'd be like, oh, third cousins, maybe. But then like there are like people that were like, we don't really have any other options. Everyone else sucks. Are burritos better than tacos? That's not the topic right now, but we'll talk about it in a little while. Thanks for being here on guest night here on YouTube. Ask the questions. We are still talking about graves. When was the last time someone visited a grave? Who did you visit? if you
How do you want to be buried? Buried.
well, that's different. But if you've gone to your relatives,
That's different.
that's a different question. But if you've gone to your relatives and realized names were spelled differently, like what type of names? I did realize when I visited some graves in the past that our last name is spelled differently throughout. So, and then I found out even more recently, my mom gave me like a heads up. She was like, "Hey, remember, like, you need to," and it's like I have a passport, I have my real ID, I have all of these documentations. I've like clarified who I am hundreds of times, and I think recently my mom was like really like adamant about the remember like your dad has like 3 different ways that the name his last name's been spelled on like his documents throughout his whole life, so you got to include those. And it's like I've been alive for this long and I've never included any of those, so I don't really see how that's definitely. But then like when I look at like the family stuff, there are people that just like spelled it differently, but they were in this same they're in the same family. And then my mom's maiden name is like so similar to my dad's that it's like, what? Are you guys related? But it's also like we're all Armenian and everyone feels like they're related. So it's like one of those really weird situations. If you're Armenian and you're watching this live stream experience and you suspect incest, well, me too. It's weird, right? I mean, it's a small little circle, but it's weird.
My daughter's family has like hundreds of generations of Ashkenazi inbreeding, so I'm like so indifferent to it. I'm like desensitized. I'm like, oh, your grandparents are like first cousins, and your first cousins are married to each other.
In some cultures, it's common. I feel like, and like back then, like it was like a lot more common.
Yeah, I feel like it was. I mean, I know that my last name is an insanely common Armenian last name, but not necessarily in the States. It's a really common Armenian last name in Armenia, but it's not like super common in the States of here in the United States. But I mean, the different variations of spelling, you can only spell it so many ways. Like it's just so like one of my cousins, it's spelled with a U, so it's like okay, but like eh. And then there's like some of them that like they like remove I's and C's and H's. It's just different across the board. Big family. Yeah, big family though. My maternal line is Logan. What does that mean?
Logan's like the most common Irish last name, I think. Or very common.
We could Google it. You want to Google it? Where's my Iris, my pro Fortnite player? Iris is being given a shout out. Iris, where are you? Iris was here at the beginning, right? Sedith Melody, do you remember seeing Iris? You've been here from the beginning as well, right?
No, sir. Iris is not in the chat.
She never dropped by, did she? We saw nothing from Black and Tan.
Iris was in YouTube earlier.
Oh, that's where she was. I remember saying hi to her. But I don't remember if I asked her if she was going to be a guest, and I don't think she ever responded to that. But it's nice to have you here, Ivan. We don't know where Iris is, but Iris is hopefully doing well. Iris is more than welcome. When it comes to the other peeps in the room, we've got the usuals here. Do feel free to share the live stream with anybody else you think might want to be part of it. If you yourself wants to jump in and be in the chat, feel free to come in. Chit chat with everyone else that's here. Let's enjoy each other's company. We are here still on YouTube and on TikTok for a while longer. It's been 247 minutes. Action packed, right? It's been a lot of fun. I've eaten some wings. We've asked the questions. And we're still getting to the bottom of certain things. We're not sure what's going on Valentine's Day, but does anyone have any Valentine's Day plans that they want to express? Or Kaja, what are you doing on Valentine's Day?
I'm actually gonna. It's crazy that we're talking about grandparents, but tomorrow's my grandpa's birthday, and I miss him more than anything. He's my entire world. So I planned on getting a plant in honor of him and just kind of gardening, and trying to grow. My sisters and I have been trying to agree on something to honor him, and we agreed on flowers. So we're all gonna try and like grow flowers in honor of him. And so that's my plan on Valentine's Day. I'm just gonna be honoring him and celebrating him and trying to be strong this year because I tend to shut down around his birthday. So this year we're gonna be strong and celebrate him and just do all the things he loved so much.
So are you gonna treat yourself to a steak dinner?
I mean, I could. That's so funny. My sisters treated themselves to a steak dinner tonight.
You need to do that. It's something you should do. Or like it doesn't need to be a steak. It could be, but it should be one of like maybe a lobster. I'm not sure, but a steak dinner actually goes a long way and usually is like it's just satisfying in the sense of it depends on where you go, but you should take yourself out to a steak dinner. It's
That would be fun. I definitely will let you guys know if I do end up doing that. But do you have any plans? Anyone else have any plans as well as Benjamin?
no, see, so we had said if Melody asked the question earlier, and she's asked kind of politely these last two nights, but she's also like, why haven't you figured it out, right? Isn't that what you're thinking sometimes, said with Melody? Regardless,
Yeah, time's ticking.
yeah, time is ticking. And, you know, the celebration of, see, there's two things that do need to happen. So, first, I haven't done the Valentine's Day activity live stream, which I have promised to do, and we still haven't done one. So we will do a Valentine's Day activity, and that needs to happen tomorrow. So we'll do one tomorrow. But then on Valentine's Day, which is a Saturday, I don't know what I want to do. I don't even know if I really necessarily want to do anything specific. But, you know, taking myself out isn't that big of a deal. I mean, I can be difficult, you know, with myself every once in a while, but like I feel like I always end up making myself feel better. So it's like it's always worth it when I take myself out to. I might be moody at first.
Cheesecake Factory.
The thing is, the Cheesecake Factory usually disappoints me now. It's not as good as it was.
You like never have shown us actually go there.
Have I not gone there in the live stream?
Do you guys have Grand Lux Cafe where you live?
What is that?
It's okay, so I had a friend who I worked with who was obsessed with Cheesecake Factory, and I was like, ew, why are you going to Cheesecake Factory? Why don't you go to Grand Lux? And he was like, what is Grand Lux? And I was like, well, I was like, the best way to describe it is Grand Lux is like Banana Republic in the like, and then you're eating at like Old Navy. And he was like, I've been eating at the Old Navy of restaurants the entire time. It's basically just Cheesecake Factory, just a little nicer. But they're owned by the same company.
We don't have anything like that. No. There was a place that I used to like going to.
They're owned by Cheesecake Factory. They're like the same family company.
How do you spell that?
It's just GRAND space LUX. Is there an E, maybe? Grand Lux? Yeah.
I actually don't know if there's one near me. I've never seen that name, though.
It literally looks exactly like a Cheesecake Factory, too. The menu is just, like, a little bit better, and, like, I don't know. It's basically the same thing. Like I said, they're owned by the same company.
I'm sure there must be, like, some sort of random singles event that there could be, like, a speed dating thing on Valentine's Day. Is that a thing? Are there speed datings on Valentine's Day?
That's difficult. I see my birthday's on Sunday, so like I've always like not loved Valentine's Day.
You know who you're going out with.
Oh, well, that's how speed dating works, right?
Well, it's like you interview somebody.
Yeah. Wait, isn't speed dating? You wouldn't know who they were before. That's the whole purpose of why it's called speed dating, right? Like.
No, I'm saying I don't think people speed date because they already know who they're going out with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I get what you're saying now. That does make more sense. I didn't understand that at first. But yes, that makes a lot of sense. I would say
you.
I would say last year was fun to do the dinner setup and to have dinner with the live stream experience, and those of you that didn't have anyone to have dinner with, that was fun. I don't know if I'm going to do that this year though. So people have been wanting that to happen. I might not do that this year.
You should do something for your grandma and mother.
I already have that kind of figured out. That'll be fine.
Okay, what's the plan?
Do you think I'm going to publicly say that here online? Gosh.
Let's see how much you love
That's
them.
not how doing something. Well, I mean, I already said there was one thing I did say earlier about something I'm not doing anymore because I realized my grandma won't eat the chocolate. I won't get her another chocolate rose because that's what I did last year, and she won't eat the rose. So like I'll just get her
Doesn't
regular
she
flowers.
Like Baby Ruths or something.
She does like Baby Ruths, but lately she's just been really like fixated and focused on the deliciousness of C's candy. Homemade candy. You can't fight it. You can't beat it. It is fun to have people spilling the beans. What is this beans that we be spilling?
What did you do last year?
I gave them chocolate roses and brought them over, I think, food or something. There was multiple things. And I made videos about it. You could watch the videos. I wore a leather jacket. Yeah. I did wear a leather jacket when I did it. But it was fun. It was, you know, it was necessary because they need the love. And, you know, I think I also went and got my dad's thing for him. So he had something to give my mom, too. He can't drive anymore.
Oh my god.
So he really like
a great son.
He can't do that. So it's not like me doing it because like, you know, oh, it's not like one of those things where, oh, I know he'll never do anything. It's that he actually cannot drive to go pick anything up. So I'll get him something to give my mom. You know, and my mom will know that I did it. But my mom will also know that I used his credit card to buy it. So like it's gonna be from him. I'm not paying for it. He is. So like it's really not from me. It's really I just like will go get him something. We'll go get something for him to give. Which I need to talk to him about that tomorrow. And probably
Wait, Ben, I just saw on Instagram we have a mutual follower.
Who is the mutual follower?
He goes by Sleepy Cell, and maybe you know him from TikTok.
No.
He's like a guy in his early 30s. Like he lives in Boston and like makes music.
Oh, hold
I
on.
never remember his name. I used to be in his Discord like years ago, like 3.5 years ago. He used to go live all the time.
Did it start with an O? Oliver? No. Who is it? What's this guy's name? So we have a mutual follower. Also, thank you to that new follower. Wait, Em, what's your username? On Instagram. Oh, thanks for telling me to just have a nice day. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for being here on YouTube and for spreading that positive energy. Dang it. What is going on here?
I just followed you, so it should be like the last person on your activity.
Yeah, Wait, not so funny Emily?
Yeah.
That's you?
Yeah.
But you're funny. So our mutual friend, hold on, it's loading. I don't see it. Followers. Wait, who is this? Sleepy Cell Taylor.
That was his name, Taylor.
Yeah. I don't know how I know this guy.
Maybe
But I see
he just,
it.
like, popped up in one of your lives or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Thanks for the follow, by the way. You're my 1,101 follower. So you can tell people that you got that number. Isn't that just the best?
I will.
Yeah, that's a unique number. One of my friends, which we're gonna name drop, Rocco, said that he wouldn't follow me on TikTok until he was the 100th follower, and he was like, he was waiting for me to get to 999 followers before he was the 1,000th. Sorry, not the 100th, the 1,000th, and he missed it. He was like the 1,004th or something like that, but he tried to get the 1,000th. But he was also here in the chat at the beginning. Peaceful Kevin, if you remember him, at the beginning, Rocco used to be here quite frequently to see what was going on and just to kind of like see the environment, make sure it was healthy for me and whatnot. Everyone has their own opinions of these live streams. Cousins and friends and strangers all telling me how they feel about the live stream experience. It's always welcomed, except for when it's not. But you wouldn't know until you ended up talking to me. Anyways, the live stream experience has, the Melody, the M, the Peaceful Kevin, and the Casual in the live stream experience. And we have 2 open slots right here. If you are watching on YouTube, you can join in through TikTok, and you can be presently in the chat with the voice. Like Melody's here. She's not going to do any singing. Well, actually, I don't know that. Melody, were you going to do any singing in this live stream?
Mm-hmm.
You're in choir. It's a fair question.
I know.
So you're thinking about it.
No. I'm
What-
too self-conscious.
What if I started to sing along? Would you sing along?
I'm insecure.
Well, if I was doing a sing along, would you sing along?
No.
Okay. I don't know. Nice to have you here. You can sing? That's great. I don't know who I don't know is. I don't know is someone that's... I don't know. Have you been here? That sounds so confusing. Anyways, I don't know. When was the last time you were present in my live stream? If any time beforehand. I couldn't say the word I was trying to use, so I used different words. Peaceful Kevin, you'd sing if we did karaoke. I don't know. Nice to have you here saying, please, can I join? I do try to get, I have to vent the live stream experience with guests a little bit. How old are you? How long have you watched my live stream? Chit chat in the chat a little bit. Let us know a little bit of who you are before I let you in as a guest. Answer any of those questions. You don't need to necessarily affiliate with any one specific, I don't know where I was going with that part, but you don't need to say where you are politically. That never matters anyways in my live streams.
I would like to know more about this photo of you on your Instagram with John Hamm.
Oh, you haven't heard of this before?
Okay, first of all, I am obsessed with John Hamm. Like, obsessed.
So you should watch the video of me on the Jimmy Kimmel show, because John Hamm is narrating to a dating video of me. He narrates and tells all the ladies out there in the world to give me a shot, because I'm like that next stand-up guy. Now, John Hamm he has a huge cred, but a dating endorsement from John Hamm has only gotten me 1 date so far. Can you believe that? Like, John Hamm
pretty crazy.
is like, he's a stud. People love him. He's off the star chart. People know who he is. And she's endorsed me as someone that the ladies should be looking at, because I'm, on the dating apps looking to mingle to a degree, trying to find that special lady. And he definitely did a really good job at delivering on the narration to the video. So if you watch the Jimmy Kimmel clip, it's pinned here on TikTok. It's also pinned at the top of my Instagram account. It's the first video you can watch. on my Instagram account and my reels. And you can also check it out on the Jimmy Kimmel YouTube page where he has his episodes. It's the September 18th, 2024 episode where John Hamm promotes the Transformers video, or Transformers 1 movie. But John Hamm, I'm at the end of the bit, so it's like a 13-minute YouTube clip on the Jimmy Kimmel YouTube channel. If you want to just check that out there, or if you want to watch just like the clip itself. But I always encourage people to go on over to Jimmy Kimmel, support his show too, because I did really enjoy being on his show. The people that work on that show are amazing. Every single one of them, super nice, super professional. And working with John Hamm was definitely one of my good moments in life. I mean, Kajal, you've watched my live stream for a while. Would you say that that's one of my good moments in life? Or do you think that I've mentioned other things that you've been like, that's much better? Which one do you think is better? I mean, do you think that that's one of my best ones?
Wait, who did you ask?
You, Kajal.
Wait, what did you ask me? Sorry, I was moving boxes.
It's okay. So, out of all the things that you've witnessed that I've done online so far, being a follower and being someone that watches the live stream, do you think that the John Hamm experience is one of like the top highlights of my, video collection?
Yeah, absolutely. I
Yeah.
was surprised that you didn't share that with. Well, whenever I joined, I didn't know that about you till like maybe a few live streams in. So I was surprised that I had no idea.
I had no idea until right now that I just saw on his Instagram.
It's like such a shocker when you find out.
That was like actually so cool.
It was really fun, and to be honest, I remember when it happened, everyone was like, "Oh, you're gonna get so many dates," and I remember there was that night that I also did it. So they taped the show around 2:30, something like that. Like by 4:00, they're knee deep and everything. But you get to the recording of the show and it's 2:30, something like that. And you get out of the studio well before it's gonna air. And I remember walking around feeling pretty good about myself. It was hard not to feel good after being pampered a little bit and getting the attention from John Hamm and from Jimmy Kimmel. It was really fun to be on the show, and I was super nervous. They gave me, so I was having a sweating issue, so I was sweating a lot, and they noticed when I before I was going to sit with the live audience. They noticed that I was sweating a lot, and they were like, so there's a trick they have for if you sweat a lot. There's these medical patches that you can put on people to help people cool down. And you could just use it for actors too and for people that are performing if they're nervous and start sweating a lot. And it's this cool patch that goes right here. And instantly when you put it on, it's as someone that if I get nervous, that's a must for me. I need it. There's no way I can survive without one of those things. So they gave me 3 extra ones. So I have them just in case. So it is fun to have. And it's if you're with the makeup artists, they're gonna have it. So you can ask for it from if you're on set and you are sweating a lot, you can talk to the medic and the medic can give it to you too. So
wait, that was 16 months ago, and you said you only got one date. What's the holdup? Why are we only going on one date? Or what?
See, that's the thing is everyone has free will and whatnot. I can't force anyone to go out with me, but I have been using Hinge, Bumble, and Tinder to try to also stay within the perimeters of. So after I got the bit, a part of me was like, okay, I'm going to document everything. Well, see, one of the reasons I got the bit was because I was well documented with my dating experience beforehand. And I had a lot of stories to tell and a lot of striking out. And I remember when they were auditioning me, they were like, are you really a believable, single guy that's having a hard time dating? Because they were like, I don't know if you really are, convincingly single. And I just shared basically every journal entry. I told them every single date I've ever. So I know the dates. I just know the dates of like everything. Like I know the dates of all the last dates I've gone on. I know when those dates were, like the very day. So they asked me even before I came on, they were like, okay, can you give us like the last time you went on a date, how that went and stuff? And I was like, oh yeah, it was January 18th. It was January 18th, 2024. And it had, and that was like, wait, no, it was January 18th, 2023. And it was In and Out, and it ended really badly. Like it started good, but it ended really poorly, and I gave a little bit of that story. And I was
Can we
able.
get, like a worst date story after this? Because now I want to know. If that
I
was
gave the worst
date
date story too, and the worst date story was removed, and the weirdest date story was put into there. So the weirdest date story and the worst date story, those actually happened at the same place. That was Disneyland. So my weirdest date and like the weirdest one that was like also ended with like you're just like the most elaborate story. It's one of like the most people ask me to tell that story all the time. There's some people that have like begged for me to just tell the story because it's a long story, but the Disney fiance one, Peaceful Kevin, yeah, that one is that one's the weirdest story I could tell, like of a dating story. That it's just like the weirdest story I could tell in general. But then there's the date that's like the worst date story I've ever been on, which also was at Disneyland, which that's when I realized a first date should never be at Disneyland, like ever. But then the other
Why?
story,
It's the most magical place on earth.
well, if you have a first date with someone and you realize you don't have a lot in common with them and you want to, keep things moving so then you can continue to talk to make it through the date, it's easier if you're not stuck in a line for a ride for 2 hours. If you realize you don't have a lot in common, you can walk around with someone. But if you start to realize you don't have a lot in common and that there's really nothing to talk about, like while waiting in line for a ride, that's when it like she was cute. She was really beautiful. But that's the thing is lust isn't going to get everything. Like beauty's not going to necessarily going to make it that you can cross the finish line. Even though a lot of guys would say otherwise sometimes, like they'll just put up with it. Oh yeah, sure, but yeah, but it's cool. Like just don't think about it.
It's very refreshing to hear because I know someone who's dating someone like I've been in like very big age gap relationships, but at least we had like a lot of things in common. But this girl, I'm like, dude, when do you want like substance in a relationship? So that's like refreshing to hear. Like,
well,
someone be like,
it's
oh,
not
true
with everybody. Like everyone's going to be different, but there's going to be a lot of guys that kind of like settle for, I don't want to say crazy, but there are definitely some girls I know that like, it's like, wait, so why are you dating her? And it's like, well, I mean, like, she's beautiful and blah, 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 but beautiful, blah, 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 beautiful. And it's just like, it always comes back around to beautiful. And it's like, yeah, like, is this healthy? Is this not healthy? Like, that's also one of the reasons why I've had, so there are certain people that I think they would have been good for me, but there is this aspect of just like, I don't know, have you guys heard that phrase, like lust will choke you blind? Has anyone heard that phrase before? Like lustful, like lust isn't always gonna be. It could choke you blind, and then the lust isn't technically going to stay there. So eventually, you'll be able to see it later. But at first, lust can be very chokeful for you to see things clearly. And then all of a sudden, when you start seeing things clearly, you're like, oh, it didn't.
That's like Cinderella.
What about Cinderella? She lost her shoe.
She fell for the prince, and he couldn't remember who she was.
But she was like wearing a whole different costume. What? Wait. No, she was. So I think the prince. Okay, I've heard this argument before. The prince can't get. You can't be like crapping on the prince she was dressed in rags and she didn't have makeup on. Her hair wasn't done or up or like that. When she showed up to the ball, she's all prettied up. He'd never seen her like that. So that doesn't count. And then when she goes back, if he didn't have the shoe, he wouldn't have been able to figure out it was her.
All he cared about was looks, and he didn't talk to her. He didn't ask her any questions. Like, you can't figure out who somebody is later.
That's very true.
Actually,
I've
yeah, I
never
think
thought of that.
you are right. I could never make it through the movie anymore. I always fall asleep.
And it's like upsetting that like wait, he like, didn't see her and wasn't like, oh, forget the shoe, like look, this girl's beautiful, not done up, wearing rags and like no makeup and like not done up. Like well, the fact that he didn't even recognize her, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he ends up still falling in love with the girl he puts the shoe on, even though she's not prettied up. Because she's back in the rags.
Like they had like any like crazy like in-depth conversation. They just like danced together, right? Like
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
what?
Did
yeah.
they have time to hook up?
To be honest, yeah, that was kind of weird. I need to rewatch that movie, but I need to rewatch it with someone so I stay awake. Because
I think she has
I'll fall asleep.
schizophrenia, and that's why she saw the animals.
No, that's every Disney princess then. That's not how that would work. All of them would be like that. What's the one from Sleeping Beauty?
Sleeping Beauty from Sleeping Beauty?
No, she has a real name. She's not, her name isn't Sleeping Beauty.
Snow White or...
No,
wait, Aurora.
Her
You're thinking
Aurora. Yeah, she has a name. She doesn't go by the name Sleeping Beauty. But,
Aurora,
yeah,
right.
Aurora is like hanging out with animals in the middle of the woods when the prince comes across. She was like dancing with the owl. That movie is so much fun.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah, that movie is so good. I think Sleeping Beauty is the only princess movie from the like retro era that I can like get through without falling asleep. Like, it's just so action packed. Cinderella, I keep falling asleep.
The artwork is amazing.
Yeah, but I think the way that the story is being told, it's too slow for me. Like, just as a person in general being the way I am with my attention span as well. Snow White's also really hard for me to sit through. I can't, it's I know it's 70 minutes, but it feels...
I mean, if you don't like it, then don't do it.
No, I'm saying it's hard for me to sit through, like, I can't not fall asleep. But I do like the artistry of it.
Because you're bored?
No, I think it's because of the pacing. It can put me to sleep. Also, I've seen them like hundreds of times. So if I've seen them, like Empire Strikes Back is a Star Wars movie that I love, but I actually cannot watch it without falling asleep. And a part of me will like, I'll try to pause it. I can watch it in pieces. But if I like try to like watch Snow White, Cinderella, The Little Mermaid, those three movies. Oh, and Alice in Wonderland, which I don't understand why this happens.
Your subconscious is very bored.
I think it's also the familiarity and the security of watching them because we always owned them on VHS. Lady and the Tramp also actually is one of them too. I'll just fall asleep. The Little Mermaid though is actually really hard to watch.
Cute.
It's honestly, that's so funny. Because I have daughters, and like that's the thing is I remember watching these over and over and over again. I'm the youngest of four. My parents were kind of like done being parents by the time I was born.
I hear you.
So in my room I had
Yes.
in my room I had a TV, like one of those big box TVs, like on the ground, and a VHS player. And I just like sit in my room and like watch VHS tapes and like, replay them and like watch these movies over and over again. And now that I have daughters, I remember especially with my oldest, I like wanted to rewatch them, but they're so hard to watch. And I don't know if it's just like the storyline or like the animation, or I'm just like desensitized by like things being so fast now.
Wait, it's just hard for you to watch? Because mine's not. I fall asleep. Is it hard for you to watch, or do you fall asleep to it?
I just get like bored, I guess. Maybe it's because I just had seen them so much as a kid, or I don't know. See, I'm that way with
You've outgrown
falling asleep. I'm bad about like Fantasia. I can only get like 3
Oh,
minutes
yeah,
into
that's
Fantasia.
boring.
Oh,
and I
Fantasia?
fall asleep.
it. Same.
Fantasia 2000 is the one that's really hard to watch.
I
It's
think
I've
that's
never
the
seen it.
one.
You've never seen Fantasia 2000?
I've never seen it because it's so boring.
It's so boring.
Well, I will say that Bambi, though people might disagree, Bambi is one of the most like entertaining Disney movies to watch because there's just so much happening and there's so much artistry in it.
Bambi.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, yes.
It's like it's crazy because like there's ants all over the. It's like the way that they do it is like there's just an enriched amount of nature in the frame all the time. So you're basically just watching a lot of animals, and then you watch also like Bambi's. You don't see Bambi's mom. Man, whatever. You guys know what I'm saying. Anyways, I got in a lot of trouble showing that to my cousins when I was little because I would think I was like 13 or something, and they hadn't yet been told about the finer things in life, you know, like death and whatnot. And I put on Bambi, and my uncle was so mad at me because it made it so then there needed to be a conversation as to why the mother wasn't going to be present anymore. And he was like, "You're going to need to make up something." And I had to like make up.
What do the kids think chicken is or food?
I think they were 4. So I don't know if you deal with kids a lot, Peaceful Kevin, but 4-year-olds generally you don't talk about like death with them.
You didn't say how old they are.
No, I said that they were little. They were too small to be exposed to the movie, and I did that. They were, they were little kids, but I didn't know that they didn't know because I was 13 and I wouldn't have thought of that because I wasn't thinking that at that. Like how you feel like I didn't inform you that they were young. I didn't think about it. Wait, say it again.
Your uncle should have monitored you if he didn't like your choices.
He was monitoring me, and he didn't realize.
Well, he did a bad job. If he doesn't want his kids to watch whatever, then he should watch them.
I had weird cousins like that, except it wasn't like death. We watched like Harry Potter or something, and their mom like freaked out. And then I thought it was super weird because we were like pretty young, but we went to the movies, and their mom let them watch like Dodgeball, like that raunchy comedy. But they
There's a lot of
want their kids to watch.
There's a lot of inappropriateness in that movie.
Yeah, so I thought it was super weird that like, what year did that come out? Like 2006?
It came out when I was in high school, but I don't remember which year exactly.
Yeah, so we were like, we were not like 13, but I don't know, that was...
I think I watched Austin Powers and I was like 7.
Yeah,
But I thought it was so funny.
Yeah, well...
I just thought it was so weird.
My sister...
They weren't allowed to watch
was so against watching cartoon movies when I was like, something that is forgotten about sometimes when we're like as a family, because they're like, oh, you were so lucky you got to see R-rated movies when you were like that age. Dad didn't let us do that. And I think my sisters forget, and I'm not like against this, that they advocated for me to watch more adult type movies because they were all tired of watching kid movies because one of my sisters is like 9 years older than me. So by the time I'm 8 years old, like you got all of these girls that are just like, they don't want to watch child things anymore so much. And they advocated like hard so we have a family movie night, and they advocated really hard for us to have, in 1999, a movie was The Matrix. Yeah, so The Matrix was our family movie one time. And that was like the beginning of me really always watching R-rated movies. Also, when I was like 8 years old, my sister took me to go see Lethal Weapon 4 in theaters, which is R. And it was awesome. But, not appropriate. But still so awesome. Like, it was so cool. Your mother was so pregnant in 1999? She could still go to movies, though, right? Well, some pregnant people are not necessarily embraced at movie theaters, I guess. I think you're thinking... No, I'm thinking
We had my
about
brother
babies.
in March, and she was really sick, and he was born prematurely. And then, yeah, so 1999 kind of sucked for my mother.
But it was a good year for movies.
Yeah.
So your mom probably was well entertained. You should ask her if she liked the
Just a
movies.
deep thought.
Sometimes,
Okay, Dodgeball came out in 2004. So, okay, we were like 13.
yeah.
10, 11, 12, 13 were the ages we were.
I was pretty young. It made a big impact on me.
And
Damn you,
I feel like I
Bernice!
watched the beginning of that movie.
You guys know the Bernice line? Beaver injections? You guys are eliminated. It's how the Girl Scouts got eliminated
My
from
favorite
going off to the
movie
O
was
show.
Harold and Kumar.
Harold and Kumar was above me at that point. I remember the first time I saw it, I have to say I didn't really understand just how good it was until I got a little older. It was
there
still
were a
funny.
lot of movies that I had to rewatch once I was much old, like Super Bad. I had to like rewatch, like I don't know, maybe like 5 years after I initially saw it, and I was like, oh my god, that's so funny. That's like peak
It's so
comedy.
It's so fun now. All the things I didn't notice before.
Yeah, there's a
Or
lot
that
of
I can
movies
relate
like
to.
that.
I was really
Well,
surprised about
yeah.
American Pie. I remember rewatching American Pie when I got older, and I remember being like,
Yeah.
wow, I watched this way too young because I didn't understand like 90% of the jokes until
Exactly.
I didn't understand. American Pie had this one joke that I can't really like explain it fully, but like I tried it. I remember when I rewatched it and I understood the joke. I was like, what was I thinking when I watched this the first time? Like, did I laugh? Because what would I have been laughing at? Like, there's like, it's just there's some jokes that I don't understand how like. I remember thinking things
I
were
asked my
funny,
dad
but it's
what
like,
a skin flute is from
what?
American Pie.
Wait, say it again.
I asked my dad what a skin flute is.
Oh, because
That's a
of
joke on American Pie.
yeah. I remember I was
He's like, asking
watching.
my dad, what is that? And he's like, son.
Oh, that's funny. I remember.
I don't remember what he said though.
I do remember my mom explaining to me what a virgin was because I was watching 90210 and there was this thing where like they were making fun of this girl and they were like, you're a virgin, you wouldn't know. And I remember I was with my sisters and I was like, why does that make it so she wouldn't know something? Like what's this virgin thing? Like what do you mean, like what do they mean by she wouldn't know because she's a virgin? Is it, and like I remember like thinking to myself, like, what is this? Is this like a religious thing? Or is this like because I remember hearing Virgin Mary, but I didn't understand how that like played into the like how does this like I thought virgin was like something else kind of. I didn't really know what a virgin was. And my sisters told me I need to ask
You got
mom.
saved.
And this is one of those moments in life where you still remember like what happened. Like I remember I went up to my mom to ask her and my mom, like her eyes got big and I could see she was looking at the doorway and I remember turning around and my three sisters were like looking over the door, like laughing and giggling. And then they ran away. And I knew it was like, oh, did they set, like, I was like, did I get set up? Am I going to get spanked? Because a part of me thought I was going to get in trouble because that's like what they would do before I'd get in trouble. But apparently they were just like setting my mom up to deal with an awkward conversation. And she didn't tell me what a virgin was. She just told me when I got older, I would understand a little bit more about what it is. But for right now,
My oldest sibling is 15 years older than me, so like there was nothing that like I had any questions about.
15's a lot.
Yeah,
Oldest.
I'm from the second marriage.
She doesn't have the internet.
Yeah, it's second marriage. Wait,
Yeah, I'm from the second marriage.
so
So I have 3 older half siblings, and then my parents were together.
okay, and they're still together or not? Not so much anymore.
Yeah, they're still together.
Okay. So do you ever
my
like
parents are like super old, so like I don't know.
super old? You say? How old is super
Yeah.
old?
Well, I mean, for being my age, my mom's almost 70.
Your mom's almost 70. My mom's 72.
I think that we're like roughly the same age.
Which
You and I.
Catherine O'Hara's Catherine O'Hara's death made my mom really sad because she's the same age as her. And
That is upsetting. See, my mom was like, "Oh, she lived a good life."
yeah, so whenever anyone dies that's like the same age as you, that's a celebrity, which has not yet happened to me. Oh, except for that guy. He wasn't the same age as me, but you know, the famous Jet Jackson guy, and the guy, and what, River Phoenix. Those two are sad, but the famous Jet Jackson guy, I didn't see that coming. Did anyone watch that? He killed himself when we were in college, which was really sad.
Oh man.
He was like one of my favorite. No, he was definitely my favorite of like the Disney. Like some would say Shia LaBeouf from Even Stevens, but the famous Jet Jackson show was like so cool because he was just a great, like, he seemed like a really cool guy. I felt like he was going to go places, but I get it. He was a Disney star that was sad about where his career was going after he was done with that show. And Disney kind of cancels things after it gets to, I think, like 65 episodes or something. So they never like do a show for as long as it could go. Like recently in this live stream experience, I think I explained why the Proud Family was discontinued. And all of us seem to be on the same page. Oh, not the Proud Family. That's So Raven. Why That's So Raven was discontinued. And That's So Raven was like a really good show that I feel like all of us that really watched it were down for it to keep going. Even Stevens was good too.
Those were classics.
Yeah, and they were all just shut off because Disney kind of had this thing that once they get to a certain age, they just axe it. Once it gets to a certain episode count, they just axe it. And like the thing is, they stopped doing that for like specific other shows, or they would give someone like another like. Look at what they did with Zendaya. Zendaya got her start being a Disney star, and she kind of had like her own shows that she was involved in, but they spinned off onto a different one, so they gave her something else. But they didn't do that with the other actors that were from like the Hilary Duff ages and whatnot. Topanga?
Kajal's from Dallas, right?
Kajal,
Yeah,
you're from
I am.
Texas.
Okay, do you know about like the Disney Dallas like weird stuff?
Okay, I don't know too much other than like
Like
the gist of it.
Wait, fill us in on this. What is this?
80%, like 80% of people who have gotten their start on Disney are from Dallas. Like
Yeah.
Jonas Brothers, Demi Lovato,
Jennifer
Debbie
Snow.
Ryan, like, and then there's more like other people who have like gotten their start. And so it's like very weird because you would assume that like, you know, they'd be picking kids from like Hollywood, but a majority of kids who have like gotten big on Disney Channel are from Dallas, like,
Yeah.
and then yeah, it's very weird.
Is that true for Nickelodeon as well, or is that
Well,
just?
let's see, like Selena Gomez is from Dallas. Who else?
Yeah,
Like,
we
there's
went to the same ortho.
that is so crazy. Yeah, no, a ton of people are from Dallas.
As someone that's from Los Angeles, I don't think that that's that weird, because there are a lot of people that work within the industry that like grew up here, but it's more of TV stars. It's more of, I'm sorry, movie stars. But I could see that Dallas would be a good supplier for TV stars. But yeah, like growing up here, it seemed like people used to travel out here to make it big in Hollywood. which Hollywood is basically broken. We don't know if it's going to be able to be fixed. Even the industry professionals that work here right now, even me including, I don't know if it's going to be able to rebound because it's kind of a global market right now. And everyone there's studios all over the world now, whereas there was a time frame where like studio space was really only here. But that's like not the case anymore. It's different. It's a very different landscape. But when you say Topanga, are you talking about Boy Meets World, Said with Melody?
What?
You said Topanga in the chat. Are you talking about...
Yeah, you guys were naming off Stez and Topanga from Boy Meets World.
Okay.
So like popped in my head, so I was participating.
All right. When it comes to also your perspective on things, have you ever heard of this Dallas thing where people were from Dallas, or did you not hear anything about that?
No, I don't know anything about Texas.
Yeah, neither. Celeste, do you know anything? It's nice to have Celeste back in the chat. Looks like she's back with us. She was here earlier and she's come back into the room. Nice to have Celeste here. Celeste, you're always welcome to join in as a guest if you want. Also, have you heard about this whole Dallas thing that Kajal and M know so much about, it seems like?
Fun fact, my little sister was kind of recruited to be on TV, but she declined because my parents were moving to New Mexico and she wanted to move with them.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, that is really cool. So when I was younger, there was a friend of mine that people used to think that we were like a good duo. There was this situation where we were like 10 or something, and we were asked if we both wanted to go and audition for a TV show together. Because like they were looking for like a duo, like two guys that could either play brothers or best friends in like a sitcom. And we're like 10 years old. So this is 2000. This is like the year 2000. And I kind of followed the lead of this friend of mine. Like I wasn't someone to be like separated from him on anything. Like I just follow him around. And like he has the lead. He'd be the leader of whatever we'd end up doing. If we got in trouble for something, he'd take the blame because he was the one that honestly was the one that was putting it together. So, also I knew that, it would all work out. But he, like, even later in life, we've talked about this because he was doing extra work at that time too. And like his family was like, does he stay with being an extra? Do they do their SAG things? Does he want to audition for something? Maybe he wants to audition for something with his friend, which would be me. And, it just kind of came to the conclusion that like, he didn't want to do it. And if he didn't want to do it, I didn't want to do it. So it didn't matter that it was like, auditioning for a TV show on the Disney Channel or anything. It was like, he didn't want to do it. I don't want to do it. So it would have been interesting. We think about it every once in a while, but we made the right decision. Disney stars, they don't always pan out very well. When you start working young, also the working circumstances need to be like pretty perfect for you to have a healthy upbringing. Like some people lucked out. Other people had like weird phases. Some people still are in weird phases. There's some child stars that live on the street. Like you're giving them access to certain things as well. Looks like that's good to hear, Celeste, that they've at least been able to reschedule you and get you in for Monday. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot does happen to child stars. But I just stayed in theater, and so did he. We just didn't want to do anything other than that. Theater's different. If you're a kid and you're in theater, oh gosh, that's so much more fun and a lot less pressure. You don't have to be on set for hours. You get to do rehearsals every day for a couple of hours. You need to practice your lines on your own. You show up for live performances in front of an audience. You get to hang out with people backstage. But pretty much anything other than like live theater still has I mean, when you do theater and stuff, you still have hours that you need to put in, but the amount of hours you have to put in for film is way different. It's really bad for.
My cousin went to school with that. I think her name was like Angela Martin. She was on American Idol, and they said that like this is so messed up, but they said that she like told everyone that she was gonna go audition for American Idol, and everyone was like, "Oh, okay." And then whenever she was gone because she made it on the show, no one still believed her until it aired.
Wait, who is that?
I think her name was like Angela Martin or something. It was my younger cousin. He was like, "Oh," because I was like, "Oh, did you see like there's a girl from Allen, like our neighboring town, like where he went to school. It was my neighboring town." He was like, "Yeah." He was like about that. He was like totally nobody believed her. I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "I don't know." He's like, "I guess just no one thought that she
That's funny.
would have been on American Idol."
Yeah, that's. I mean, I had a friend that was on Junior Idol. I used to to call her when it was cool to call people on our landlines and talk in middle school. Anyways, that's not the point. But I did used to like. She was one of my friends that I would keep in contact with. But then she got on Junior Idol, and she got eliminated like in the last round. She made it really far. She got to the last 3. So she almost made it. If you guys remember Junior Idol, she was one of the, I think her name was Christina DeBarge or something like that. Good old Christina. But yeah, it was fun to see a friend on TV that was like, part of a reality TV show. That was like common in the 2000s. But when it comes to the kid stuff, kids should be kids. Absolutely, kids should be kids. And looks like we've got a request from... Wait, is this a request? Especially with the stuff that's coming out with the files. Yeah, it's a serious conversation in itself. But when it comes down to child actors, it's something that is... If the kid ends up being, too young, well, you see, there's some people, I think it really depends on the person. Some people are born to be performers, and they really want to take on that craft. And they're good at it, and then they do it for the rest of their life, and they have good stories to tell from when they started off as a kid. I think it really depends on the involvement of the parents. Chris Columbus had a really good saying when he was casting for Harry Potter. And Chris Columbus is a really good director that knows how to work with kids in a very healthy way. But he will even admit it's not about working with the kid. It's about working with the kid's parents, because the kid's parents have to raise the kid while they're in the production. And that's really what the relationship is about. It's about making sure to have a healthy relationship with the parents that are raising the child. So then the child gets raised in a healthy way. And hearing Chris Columbus actually say this, because Chris Columbus made Home Alone, Home Alone 2. He made, just like Mrs. Doubtfire, he just makes really great movies, but he tends to work with kids and really incredibly well, especially since he was also the one that worked on the first 2 Harry Potter movies. And he's the one responsible for Daniel Radcliffe to be casted as Harry Potter, because he wouldn't budge. They wanted to move on and find a different Harry Potter. And what he did, because he understood also, so the story with Daniel Radcliffe is his parents didn't want him to do it, if you guys haven't heard about this before. His parents really did not want him to do the role of Harry Potter. But they were convinced by a conversation with Chris Columbus, who really let them know that it was like a relationship like with them. Like Daniel's not being casted because he's a kid. Really, the parents are being casted, and the kid is coming along because the kid still needs to be a kid raised by the parents, but the parents are actually the ones that are being casted. That's why he also says working on Home Alone, he made some mistakes because he wasn't really just working with Macaulay Culkin. He was working with Macaulay's dad, who Macaulay Culkin has even said is a terrible person, and in no way was his dad ever capable of being a healthy contributor to his career and his life. So that's one of the reasons why Chris Columbus also was really sensitive about the hiring Daniel Radcliffe thing. You're a momager, and you definitely have to be stable parents for your child to be successful. Yes, M's correct. Also, there's a reality of it. You have to be you have to have a certain amount of support for your kid. So, like, you have to be in a financial status that makes it that makes it capable for you to show up for your kid to be able to work, make money, but not necessarily have to worry about money, including yourself. So if you're like at the bottom of the barrel trying to get your kid to be like the next big thing, the way you're approaching it might be very unhealthy for your kid, because you are looking at your kid to be the one that's the provider, which that's not how that should be. It's a sensitive subject, but it is very true that when it comes to child actors, you really need to make sure that it's a parent relationship as well. You're casting the parents. You're not just casting the kid. You cast the parents. It's just kind of like part of the game. But that was a fun little... Did you guys find that to be interesting? Who found that to be interesting?
Yeah.
Did you know about Daniel Radcliffe being told...
No, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea about that.
His parents
I
were...
was just thinking about the mom from Home Alone, though.
Yeah.
Catherine O'Hara, yeah.
Which, yeah, I don't know. She like... Her kids are pretty young still. I think they're... I don't even think they've graduated high school. Because she had kids later on in life. Yeah.
Did you see what she said? She did like an interview. It was during, I don't know, like an award ceremony, and they're like, "Oh, you've been so many iconic roles from, Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas and Moira and Schitt's Creek and the mom from Home Alone." And they're like, what is your like most memorable role, or like what is the most like what is the word I'm looking for? I'd have to find it, but they're like, what was the most important role? And she said, being a mom, like being a mom to my kids is the best role that I've ever.
So cute.
Yeah. Oh my God,
Yeah.
it chokes me
I
up.
saw the post.
What really sucks though is that like, I feel like, well, she just like she basically like was the mom that we all looked at on TV, that was like the one that left Kevin at home, and knowing that she was still raising her kids when she passed away, and her kids haven't necessarily reached full adulthood. It's like that part is just devastating to hear, because it's like, that sucks. That's not like...
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I found out recently. There's like a photo of her that had her with her husband and her kids. She had like 2 boys or something, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like they... Yeah. Well, also, what? She was just 72. And we got like other people that are pushing 100 in the film industry. So it's just a shame. But what is...
Dick Van Dyke is like immortal.
Dick Van Dyke is 100. He's the last person alive that is... He really is 100, though. He turned 100 like a month ago.
100?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then...
He's like still acting though, right? I feel like I just saw him in something not that long ago. And
Yeah.
He looks incredible.
Yeah, he's...
What's his name?
Mel
From
Brooks.
Star Wars?
Mel Brooks? Or who?
And on Shrinking.
What? Wait, who?
The show Shrinking.
What about the show Shrinking?
The actor. He was on Star Wars. I forgot his name.
Oh, I know. Wait. Shrinking, the one with Jason Segel?
No, that's...
Wait, what's his name? I know who you're talking about now, but hold on.
Harrison Ford?
Harrison Ford looks great too.
Yeah,
Is that who you're talking about? Yeah, he looks great.
I'm like, what's wrong with me? Just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah. Oh, Kevin.
That's the thought. Whether it's
You're still alive? Is Will Shatner still alive? Because he'd be like
Yeah.
95 or something like that.
He is still alive. I think
Wow.
we're gonna see a lot of people hit 100. For like, and then when someone dies when they're 100, how will we start responding when someone dies when they're 100 years old? Like, will it be like as sad, or will it be like good for them? They were able to make it. Like, is it like how does that work? Like,
He graduated.
yeah, you know. And according to like most Lego sets, they can't do the Lego sets anymore. They're out of the age range. Yeah.
Who is James Vanderbeek?
The guy from
The Dawson's Creek.
The guy from Dawson's Creek. I think it might be above your time. If you didn't grow up watching Dawson's Creek and stuff, you won't really know who he is. He was also in Jay and Silent Bob and Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. He's just a 90s heartthrob character, basically. Lori's here in the room. Lori knows what I'm talking about, with it being like the heartthrob of the conversation, because I grew up with 3 sisters. Lori was there too. We'd watch things like Dawson's Creek together and stuff. And he was in that. He was also in Varsity Blues? No. Varsity Blues? Lori, is that right? Varsity Blues or not Varsity Blues? I believe it's Varsity Blues. Yeah. I'm gonna double down. Varsity Blues, and also Varsity Blues, and also Dawson's Creek.
He also has like young children though, right? He just died the other day.
He's 40. He's the same age as like my cousins and my sisters and stuff. He's within the.
So sad.
He's a 90s heartthrob, so he was growing up. He was like in his 20s. He's what, like, he was born like right before the 80s started. Like, he's basically within our generation of anybody who was. Yeah, he's one of the peers of. Oh, I just realized that. He is, he'd be like. Yeah, because he's like 2 years older than my oldest sister. And he's like closer to my cousin Christy's age. Right, Lori? Yeah, something like that. I forgot exactly what year he was born, but I know he's in his 40s, which is, the same. My sisters are in their 40s, and my cousins are in their 40s, and I grew up with them. Yeah. The cancer treatment cost him so much that the family had to go. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. And like he had like real money. He had good money too. So it got bad for him. I think he had a really aggressive form of cancer though. There are all sorts of different cancers, and you can have mild cancers, aggressive forms of cancer.
I'm like finally at the point in my life where I'm starting to like not try to not do stuff that I know will cause cancer, because I'm someone who's very fortunate to where like I don't have any in my family, but I'm someone who's used like tanning beds for like over 15 years and like all types of like horrible things. So now I'm finally like stopping and acknowledging that I'm like human.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's wise.
so crazy. Yeah.
But also at the same time, like, a lot of things we interact with are also cancerous. Like, our phones might have more of an impact on us than we actually can put into consideration. until like in the
Wow.
future when we start to realize that like our phones have been giving us too many doses of radiation. Something like
Has
that.
anyone here watched?
I don't think so. Radiation's pretty well understood, and you can test it.
Yeah,
Has,
Material.
you're right.
has anyone watched the show Fallout?
Yes, I do.
I haven't seen that.
Dude, well, I remember like my older brothers played the video games like while I was growing up, and because my brothers are like 9 and 10 years older than me, so whenever it came out, they were like
All about it.
teenagers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were teenagers like when the game came out, and like now the show is out, and I started watching the show, and I'm like kind of obsessed with it, which is funny, but a part of me, I mean, it is, I don't know. It's weird to think how much food has changed, like, especially in the last, like, 15 years, I feel like.
Yeah. I do feel like that show, though, or the movie, not the movie, the show and the video game, I used to watch my friends play the video game. It's different, but it's nice that they've adapted it. But it's not necessarily the same thing. It's not 100%.
No, it's definitely not a one-for-one, but the idea of it is, like, very interesting. I will say what kind of has, like, really woken me up about, like, food and, like, freaked me out about food is having my own chickens and eating, like, fresh eggs.
And eating fresh chicken? Are you talking about eating fresh chicken too?
No. Just the eggs, because, like,
There's so much.
Sure. Sure.
something that's weird. Well, no, but I know that's the thing that's so hard is once my chickens are done producing eggs, which like they've got years, but I don't know. That's like a very hard thing. Is like, what do you do? I don't know, but I will say like for Thanksgiving this year, I was gonna make deviled egg, I was going to make deviled eggs, and I was like, oh, how cool! I'll get to like use fresh eggs from my chickens. Well, I made like hard boiled the eggs, and then I went to peel off the shell, and the shell is like super sturdy, and then there was this like membrane wrapped around like the white, and I was like, wait, like why is it so much
Why is it so different?
sturdier? Yeah, why is this so different than like an egg you'd get from the store? And then also just I don't know, it all like kind of I'm like very weird about food now. Like
I know why.
why? Because I want to know.
Because the chickens that are in a factory are stressed out and they're not getting nutrients.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess.
Yeah.
Or they're stressed. Like stress can ruin a pregnancy, or the egg problem. I don't know, something like that. And
We're gonna say that's correct. Yeah. I think I agree with Peaceful Kevin.
No. You, as someone who's had children, yes, it is very. They've studied, and there are like direct links to women who are like under stress. Their children later in life like are more susceptible or more likely to experience like depression and anxiety and things like that.
In the future, if we found out a way to make it so then a human could take a pill to lay eggs to then have eggs, would you eat human eggs?
No.
You sure?
Not breast milk either.
See, here's the thing is like I've made breast milk and I've had like friends of mine drink my breast milk, but there's something like very weird about that. Like I don't like that.
That is really delicious.
That's
like
so
that.
funny. It's so funny. Yeah.
Chocolate milk?
Oh man, that is actually really good. Now,
Well, yeah,
I've never tried breast milk. Because I don't think my mom breastfed us. I need to ask now. I don't know actually. Yeah, I don't know. So, but I would assume, I would assume it wouldn't taste. What?
Okay, from the many people who have tried mine, apparently it tastes like the bottom of like once you've finished eating like Frosted Flakes. Like that's what it
Just
tastes
tastes
like.
sweet?
Very, very sweet. Yeah.
Have you tried it?
I couldn't bring myself to have my own, but I will say, like, whenever I had my middle daughter, I went out with some friends and I had like pumped because we were drinking. And then one of my friends, who's like kind of a weird guy, he was like, "Hey, what are you gonna do with that milk?" I was like, "I don't know, probably like throw it away." And he was like, "Hey, waiter, can I get like the base of like a White Russian with like no cream in it?" And then like I was there with like 10 people and eight out of the 10 people ordered like White Russians and had White Russians with my breast milk.
What?
Yeah. That
Charitable.
is interesting.
And all of them like loved it.
I don't think I would do it, but now we have a new question. Melody, you're offered the opportunity to have a White Russian with M's breast milk. Would you drink it or would you not?
Nah, pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Peaceful Kevin, same question for you. Would you try it or would you pass?
Can I just have almond milk, please?
Yes, that would be a pass. So he's passing. Kajal, would you try the White Russian with her breast milk or would you also pass?
I would have to pass. I'm lactose intolerant, and
But are you lactose intolerant towards... Well, it's milk. Never mind. So, yes, that would...
It's
that's a
actually
respectful
like...
way of me saying no, thank you.
Yes, but actually it is different because people are like, "Oh, how is my child lactose intolerant?" But I nurse them. And it's because it's like, it's different. It's not like, it doesn't have the same sort of lactose. But
that's interesting.
yeah, I also was like hard pass and thought that like everyone was crazy who did it. So I'm really glad that no one in this group was like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm very against drinking bodily fluids.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
That is so valid.
Yeah, I think that's a valid...
But I'm sure yours is great.
Thank you.
Let's all be supportive in the live stream experience. Even though we wouldn't necessarily do it, I'm sure that it was off the charts. Probably a 12 out of 10. And...
You should have made butter.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, now that actually sounds interesting. That sounds... I'd love to see...
There's probably not enough fat in it.
Oh, you're right. It probably wouldn't come out right. Or like a yogurt. I guess they could make a yogurt. Would you make a yogurt?
Sour cream.
Oh my
Make a taco.
Or like an ice cream? Maybe...
Kaja, what would you make?
Yeah, Kaja, what would you make?
Goodness.
What a question. I actually never thought of these things. But if you were to make something from... Gosh. I guess this is a woman's only question.
You're on a deserted island and you only have like 50 gallons of my breast milk. What are you making?
Yeah, what are you going to make with it?
Oh, cereal.
I feel like cereal with breast milk might not be a good combination because I was told that it's sweet.
But hers
just now.
tastes like cereal. So you'd have to put like flake. What is it? Not Frosted Flakes, because hers tastes like cereal.
Yeah.
So you don't want that much sugar in your cereal.
Maybe
like a bowl of wheat or something. What is it called?
Cheerios.
Yeah.
You know what was funny? There was a long period of time where like one of my sisters decided to breastfeed. So there was just constantly like milk in the
queen.
Yeah, in like the freezer and stuff. And just like her breast milk was like all over the place. There was also like, there's time that my mom had to like talk to her because there was this incident where like she was like, where am I supposed to go to like pump? And she did it in like, she was like, okay, so she did have to come around to say that like she was wrong. But she never actually said she was wrong. But I get that she was going through a lot because she had to keep pumping, but she did it in like the main room, which is the room that everyone walks in through. So there's this like entryway at my parents' house, and she did it in the entryway while we had a party, and people kept walking through the main room, and my mom had to tell her that she couldn't do it there, and a part of me confronted her. No, a part of me didn't, like, hypothetically I did confront her, and a part of me was like, why would you even consider to do it in the most open place where all of us have to walk through? Like, if for you to think that that was like that you demand that that be appropriate, it's absolutely unreasonable. And we did get in an argument about it, but I didn't back down. And the thing was, my mom did have to clarify that she can't do it in there anymore. So even though she didn't say she was wrong, I was like, but it does look like that you won't be allowed to do it there anymore. So even if you're not going to say you were wrong, it seems like you're being punished because you were wrong. And, you know, that's a very childish, like, we got in an argument. Like, because I was pissed. Because,
See, wait, how long ago was this?
oh,
Do you know
this,
what year
we
this
were,
would have
she
been?
was in, I was in my, like, late 20s. And she was, this wasn't that long ago. This was,
Okay.
this was, like, really, this was, like, 8 years ago. And she's, like,
Okay, I
in,
was gonna say, because a lot of things have changed. Like, I will say with, like, my last daughter, they had, like, little things that you basically just, like, put in your bra, and, like, it was, like, hands-free. And, like, you didn't even hear it, you didn't see it. But then, like, with my first daughter, it was, like, a big...
it was a
like,
big
it was, like,
thing.
a whole ordeal. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was,
that's
like,
that's the thing I
yeah.
remember. It was, like, this big thing.
Okay. Yeah, like things have changed a lot over the years, so I was wondering how recent this was because, like, trust me, and it is like, I don't know, I'm not gonna say it's like, it's uncomfortable for other people who, like, aren't in that's not, like, part of their world, I will say.
Yeah. I also just think it's hard on the, if you're doing that, it's hard on the woman, because it was hard on my sister still, because she was uncomfortable noticeably a lot of the time, because, like, her breasts just hurt because she needed to keep milking them, which that's so, like, hard to think of, because it's not something you always think of, but, like, it's part of the reproducing aspect of mankind. So there's beauty to it in a way, but it's also like, you know, it's just, there's a time and a place for everything. And I understand that, like, breastfeeding
No,
is important.
you're not wrong. And I mean, I do remember, like, I was someone who, like, nursed my baby in public a lot, but I bought, like,
You bought the thing to
it
do it
was
with,
basically
right?
like a poncho, like, where I'd kind of cover up. And, you know, I also wasn't going places where there weren't other, like, families. But I remember, like, people would come up to me at Costco and stuff and be like, "You go, mama. Good job, mama." And I'd be like, "Oh, this is weird. You just made it weird. You just made this, like, very normal thing, like, very weird."
In this area, I always see that whenever it does happen, people tend to go off to the side, and normally it's the etiquette not to approach. Don't do that, because, like, it's a mother tending to their baby. So
Yeah, no, it was definitely, like, very weird and felt, like, very inappropriate, but
yeah, that is interesting. It is an interesting concept in general, just like the milking, and then the thinking about making butter and creating ice cream. Which, Kajal, did you decide what you would make with breast milk, or did you not decide?
I mean, I guess we would just make desserts out of all of it because that's what it sounds like we're headed towards. So I guess we'd open up a bakery.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like the thoughts on this one. That went in a whole different direction. I wasn't expecting this, but this is guest
I
night.
know. I was like, how do we go on breast milk for Valentine's Day to breast milk?
Yeah.
No,
but
wait. Valentine's Day to graveyards to breast milk.
yeah, I think you went that in order. Definitely in that order.
yes, we literally went full circle.
Yeah. When it comes to other aspects of Valentine's Day, was there anything people did want to talk about? Is there anything people think I should be doing on Valentine's Day? Going to a love tunnel. Well,
If
what's the
you
love
were
tunnel?
Gothic, what would you buy? What would you do?
If I was what?
If
Gothic?
you were Gothic, what would you do for Valentine's Day?
Probably. Well, if I was Gothic, I'd probably be really obsessed with the Nightmare Before Christmas. So I'm assuming I'd do something Nightmare Before Christmas related.
I love that.
Yeah, if I was, or maybe Beetlejuice related, because I would have to do pop culture stuff. Probably Beetlejuice.
I would listen to Evanescence.
Speed
And
dating on
cry.
TikTok Live would be like long distance dating, which I don't do that in general, so I can't do that. But I mean I could, but it wouldn't make me happy. Nor do I feel like I'd be in a proper place where I would be very appreciative of the experience. I wouldn't even trust that the people were real. It took me a long time to come to terms with the fact that people in this live stream weren't bots. You know? Like, I suspected everyone of being a robot for quite a while as I started this live stream. Just a couple of you I thought were people. Kajal, I did think you were a bot. I was surprised.
Answer.
What's the wrong answer?
Everyone thinks I'm AI.
That was a very polite answer.
A very polite answer? Oh.
Yeah, you're very diplomatic. You're very diplomatic with your answers.
Is that why you were surprised when you saw my Instagram? Yeah, I was surprised that you actually were a real person and that you weren't lying to me or catfishing me. Ben, don't bring up my bot aspirations. Said with Melody is looking to transcend into a robot, and she really wants to. So we'll be really nice about that. You can always transcend. She'll upload her consciousness into AI when she gets the chance. Ain't that right, Melody?
Yeah. You can call me Steffi-tron.
Steffatron. Yes. You were going to say something on top of that, too?
I always take that as like a huge compliment. Anytime I'm on TikTok, people are like, oh, this is a bot. And I'm like, thank you.
You take it as a compliment? I was surprised that was you, though. Because most people, honestly, I don't like translate over to them existing sometimes. Like, all these people on YouTube, how many of you are actually real people? And how many of you are above the age of 10? I know, you'll get real sensitive. There's that one time on YouTube, it got real crazy in the chat because people wanted to prove to me how they were adults. And by, like, being like that, it really seemed like all of you were children. Yeah, you're not real. Like, yeah. Yeah. Were you there, Kajal, when that happened? Were you there in my live stream where I, like, offended the YouTube live stream? And there was, like,
No.
it was back when there was, this was, like, one of the times where I had, like, 6,000 people that tuned into that YouTube. And I got them, like, they were so mad at me trying to prove that they were, like, real adults and that they weren't kids. And that they deserved to be treated in a better tone. And all of them really just reinforced this whole, like, theory that they were not adults. Because if you were an adult, you wouldn't be trying that hard to convince people that you're an adult. Because when you're an adult and you're called young, you usually take the compliment, and it usually goes a different route. So there was a disconnect from what would naturally happen if you call people that are older younger. And it was like, it felt so weird. It's one of those great moments here on YouTube that you can revisit.
Wow.
Yeah.
You pissed that many people off in one live stream.
Oh yeah, there were so many people upset. I was surprised I kept going with it. Actually, I remember I didn't. I think I stopped the live stream because I got frustrated with talking to them. And there weren't that many moderators over there at that point in time. We only had Peaceful Kevin, Liz, Gabby, and and Brandon. Gabby is someone that the only reason why I made her a moderator here on YouTube, and Gabby doesn't really watch anymore, is because of how much people were making fun of her in my chat. And I gave her a sympathy mod. I'll admit to that. She doesn't show up anymore. She didn't hear that. Or maybe she did. But yeah.
What were they here for?
Peaceful Kevin, you tried to intervene, I think, multiple times. I don't think you remember it now. You don't remember this at all? she was like deeply
I was probably really stoned.
she was deeply invested in the live stream, and they were making fun of her for having a crush on me. And she was like, deeply invested in it. And she's just a girl that had a crush on me. I mean, like, it's
She's getting made fun of for it.
Oh yeah, she got made fun of hard for it too. They were really mean to her.
Wow.
Oh no.
That's why I made her a moderator, so she could immediately find herself with the ability to, like, do something about what these people were doing. And she muted the people. Yeah. She muted all the people that were making fun of her. Ben. I mean, I told them to stop, and then I gave them a warning, and then I just was like, you know what? I'll just make her a mod, and she can decide whether or not you get to stay here or not. And then she stuck around for a while. Yeah. It was pretty funny.
That was smart, Ben.
I didn't know what else to do. It was one of those moments. I felt really bad for her. Yeah, but then she also felt unwelcomed on the TikTok live stream, which is why she gravitated to the YouTube one, because she wasn't so much as also appropriate on the live stream.
Is that why everyone was making fun of her? Because she was kind of...
She was asking very, very, very direct questions about...
I think I was there for some of these. That's when I first started watching you, and I was like, this is a little uncomfortable, but I wasn't really sure if y'all knew each other or not.
Yeah, she had her moments where even I, like, kind of put her into check a little bit. I would remind her it's PG. But she would listen to me when I'd tell her to stop, but she'd definitely ask something inappropriate at least every live stream. So I kind of expected it. I don't remember this. You loved it. I know you did. Like, I know you did. I remember she asked me one question that you were really loving that she asked me that question. Because you really wanted to get the answer out of me, too. So...
That sounds fun.
It was fun for you. It was. It was.
Fun.
You definitely enjoyed how did I used to do it? So before my banishment, where I lost my TikTok live stream abilities for about a week, there was a routine I did and a different structure to the live streams that I actually preferred, where it started as a PG live stream here on YouTube and on TikTok and on Twitch and sometimes on Instagram. And then it went from that to being a 18 plus live stream on TikTok when I stopped the live stream on YouTube and on Twitch and sometimes on Instagram. And I was like, you can ask me anything 18 plus, but then I started to get uncomfortable too. So I can't muscle it. I'd like to think I can handle it, but I can't. So like, I'm a very, I have fantasies and stuff, but I can't necessarily have fair conversation about it here and also talk about it publicly online, where it can get kind of weird at times when you talk about certain things, or just like, it just seems out of place. But we did do an 18 plus live stream here for quite a while on TikTok. It was when the live stream ended on YouTube, it'd switch over to TikTok and it'd be 18 plus. But I do have...
That was fun.
People saying the same thing. I promise YouTube won't give the channel bots. The fact I came in here to have dividing chats on YouTube is... I don't really understand the comment. So what Zach does, I really don't understand what you're writing. I guess I just can't read it. It is on a low dim, and it's hard for me to read everything you've written because it fades away. And you wrote so much that I actually can't read the whole comment. But thanks for being here, and thanks for trying to chime into the conversation. You might want to like limit your comments to me to make them short sentences, and it'll be easier for me to read it and to respond back to you. But thanks for being here, and thanks for being part of it. How is my morning, afternoon, or evening? On YouTube, we're being asked that, and it is the nighttime, so it's none of those. But thanks for being here. Why am I wearing a winter jacket indoors? I'm in a garage, and there's no insulation in here, and it's very cold. But thanks for asking, AGAG, or AJAG. But we're here on TikTok and on YouTube. Is it okay to celebrate your birthday less as you get older? Is the new question that's coming into the live stream experience. Here on YouTube, you can answer that question in the chat. But if you're here on TikTok, you can answer it Melody, do you want to answer that question? This is a question from M. She wants to know, is it okay to celebrate your birthday less as you get older? Or are you supposed to celebrate it more?
Me personally, I like to forget my birthdays because the older I get, the more it sets in that I am slowly degrading.
You think you're degrading?
Or is that disintegrating?
Oh, you think you're disintegrating?
I don't know what it, Spanish.
You're doing fine. It made sense. You got it. You're good. Okay. But
Deteriorating.
Is it deteriorating? Okay, yes, that's the one.
Thank you. You feel like you're deteriorating? But you have so much youth in the voice.
Deteriorating? Was that the word?
Yeah, is it deteriorating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
After 25.
Yeah.
It's ill.
Yeah.
Huh. Wait, after 25 what?
Unless you have a chronic illness.
I do feel like
death becomes more of a like reality or something.
Yeah, I guess. I
feel less invincible than my younger years.
So I was 8 years old when I did my first ambulance ride, and I would have to say, as someone that was diagnosed with like a health issue when I was like 8 and thinking I was gonna die before I was like 10, a little bit. I would say that it doesn't really like matter how old you are. You still feel like you're deteriorating and could die the next day. Because from my mentality, after 8 years old, I've only thought to myself, this is also why I was
I'm surprised how many people live in delusion.
Of what?
Everybody.
Delusion of
There's
what?
a lot of delusional people out there that don't have that mindset.
Yeah. I remember that I was so scared of you passing away. Lori was there. Yeah, it was a weird time to be diagnosed with I remember I was afraid to run. There was like, my mom asked me why she was getting a call that I like wouldn't participate in PE. So I wouldn't participate in PE because I was afraid it was going to happen again and I didn't want to die. So like, and then my mom was like, yeah, you can't like not do things though. Cause like, then you're like already dead. Like you gotta like still like not let that stop you from having fun. And like, what are you just not gonna play sports anymore? And I was like, maybe. I don't know. I was being dramatic. It was a dramatic time. But yeah. Yes. Lori, your mom was a like, it's funny that you said your mom convinced you that, because I remember being convinced that your mom was going to be okay. And I still miss Auntie Margie. So big shout out to Auntie Margie. We don't know when we're going to lose people in our lives. We don't know when we're going to be gone. So also it's like, if you feel like you're aging and you're deteriorating right now, and you're only getting older with every age you get, and you feel weird about how old you are, it's such a weird thing to me. I always feel so young because like, it just doesn't feel like anything's changed since I got the ability to buy alcohol, which was 21. Nothing really changes. These ages just keep feeling the same. And like, I think when I was like way younger, I was more concerned about dying when I was younger than I am now. But like, you never know when you're going to pass away, and you don't know when you're old, because that's all determined after you pass. Like, so one of my friends, two of my friends died when I was in my early 20s. One of them shot the other and then shot themselves. And it was a hard thing to go through. And one of them, actually, I don't even consider him a friend. He was a douchebag. But he did shoot one of my other friends. And that other friend did consider him to be a friend. So it was a complicated situation. It was a really complicated situation that all of us knew who shot him after it was over. And we didn't know where he was. But it was obvious. And I'm still kind of upset about it. No, I am definitely still upset about it. Because he didn't deserve to die so young. But when we were making his memorial video, I was 25. He was 24. And we had to put his life into a timeline where when he was young, when he was middle-aged, and when he was old. And it was the weirdest thing to have to figure out. And we had requests from the family to make sure to use photos from his older years of life. Not his younger years of life, as many of the older years of life as possible. So we were scrambling to get photos from pretty much anyone that was taking photos between like the age of 20 and 24 for him. And it was not easy. But that also put things into perspective when I was 25, where it was like the first time I was making a video for someone. It was my friend that like I had just seen like the other day. That also, we lost him due to gun violence. And he was eliminated due to mental health issues, really, at the end of the day. Like, one friend kills another friend, but one friend's mental health issues weren't necessarily good. Yeah, Lori, I remember talking to you about this before, too. It's not something I usually like to talk about, but I think it's important sometimes to mention, because it's like his legacy in some ways. There's a good way to look at it where it's like, no, there's no good way to look at it. It's senseless violence. But the live stream experience usually fades away from us talking about things that are too topical, too serious, because I do try to keep it silly, and I do try to keep it light. And I understand what I just did right there is not necessarily light or at all silly. No, but it is a harsh reality. And it is nice to be able to at least, mention some of the people that I've lost in my life. And if you do have any stories, or if you want to talk about something in the chat that is related to this, I wouldn't necessarily shy away from it because I just brought it up. So if anybody has anything they want to say, feel free to share. If anybody has anything to mention about things that they've gone through, you can also share too. It's somewhat serious right now, but we'll bring it back around for it to be more playful in just a second. But if you have anything to say, you can chime in.
I did want to say that I appreciate you sharing that, Benjamin. It honestly brings a lot into perspective. I know this is a fun place in space for everyone, but it really does put things in perspective that we all only have so much time out here. So just have fun while you're here, like just have a good time, because it literally could be anybody. And I will kind of circle back to what Ben was saying when he was a little kid and he had a wake-up call. I also was a kid that had to grow up early in some ways because of my illnesses, and then my midlife crisis actually came at 21 when I thought I was done being sick, and then I got cancer, and I was the first one in the family to ever have it, and so everyone was kind of watching me like a hawk, and I felt all this pressure to get it right. But then I realized, you know what, like at the end of the day, it's my life. Like I could either feel like I am deteriorating, or I could try and make the most of the time I do have. And so I've honestly learned to channel that into having more fun, doing what little Koch would like to do. Like just keeping the child in you alive is so important, I feel like. So that's kind of my piece on it.
I appreciate you sharing too, and just being here and being part of it. And I did, you reminded me, you also have that whole thing where health has not necessarily been always in the best of conditions. I mean, growing up, I would say my health, so there was numerous health issues I did have, but I'd say after high school, It's been pretty good, but I do know from talking to my cardiologist years ago, oh yeah, I'm in for quite the adventure later on in life. Like my heart's not necessarily like the best heart, but it's not the worst heart, but I should expect doctor visits and things, complications later on in life. The surgeries I've already gone through, added to whatever goes on in the future. I'm up for it. As long as, the medical science is there, I'll be fine, even though I don't fully trust doctors. I do trust them. I just also feel like it's a business for them, so I feel like you gotta really, pay attention to what's going on, because,
Yeah.
like, Kajal, you've shared some stories where some people definitely have made you, like, the little star pupil of a paper that they've written or something, so you had that going on.
At the end of the day, it's like you have to realize who's really there for your well-being and who's there for a paycheck in reality. Because some people do just sign up for it to be a job, you know. And
I have a
at the end
story
of the
about
day,
that.
What's your... Wait, what?
I have a story about that.
About what Kajal just mentioned?
Not trusting medical people.
Oh. What's your story?
So, Ronaldo's been on Zoloft for a long time, and it's been helping him a lot. So he went to a new psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist talked to him for like 20 minutes and diagnosed him with bipolar disorder. And I was like, what the fuck? I emailed his psychiatrist and I was like, he doesn't have bipolar, he's not manic, he has PTSD, hyperarousal, which is where his nervous system is on fire, but it's not days long, there's no grandiosity, and there's no mood cycling. And he was like trying to give him lithium and take him off this medication that was helping him. And also you need blood tests for lithium, and Ronaldo wasn't capable of going to the doctor, like going to get a blood test with his PTSD. And you have to get a blood test anyway. He's doing much better now. He's still on his Zoloft. But imagine if he didn't have me with him, he would have been put on the wrong medication with no medical follow-up. The system is so broken.
Yeah, the system is broken. But we have smart people that could help other people. So people need to be out here looking out for other people, because the system isn't going to be at all dependent on.
it's good that you were there to advocate for him. I mean, I was put on a medication I had no idea about, and then it almost literally offed me. I don't want to say the word because I don't like anyone getting banned.
100%. Lithium is literally poison. I have a belief that, like, as someone who took lithium, you have to be a very specific person to take it. And I think that if you are going to put someone on it, they need to be carefully
it's safe.
like
the dose
monitored.
range.
Yeah.
It has a very narrow dose range.
What is it used for? What specifically is it used for?
It's a mood stabilizer. It goes in your brain cells, and it substitutes for another molecule, and it slows down like bipolar cycling.
I took it because I had like postpartum. I think that I just had like a little bit of postpartum depression, but they were trying to convince me that I had like postpartum psychosis, which like I definitely didn't have. And I remember like sitting on the couch, and I had like put my daughter down for a nap, and I was like staring at the wall, and it felt like it was like maybe like 2 minutes. And then I heard my daughter crying. I like looked at my phone, and she had been napping for like 2.5 hours. But it literally like completely disassociated me from everything. And as soon as I stopped taking it and started taking something else, I felt like just way better. It's
That's not
I cannot believe that like some of these you're able to just like a doctor just like prescribes it and they're like, well, come back in 2 weeks and tell us how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you go through surgery, sometimes you don't even have a say of what they're putting into your body. Like, they accidentally OD'd me on fentanyl, and I'm allergic to it.
Oh my god.
And then they had to revive you. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hmm It was very. I feel bad for my mom. She was in the room, and she said, like, she'll never forget what that felt like.
Wow.
Well, it sucks. Yeah. I mean, medical science of tomorrow will eventually eliminate a lot of the. Eventually, things will get resolved, and if it's like one. Okay, so here's an example: is we have a really crazy dentistry society here in America. Dentistry is big business. You know, dentures, fillers, and whatnot. When it comes to us having like cavities, and when it comes to wait, did we just lose M? M, did you leave us, or are you trying to come back into the room, or did you say goodbye? She didn't say goodbye, did she?
No, I think she might have just lost connection or something, because she usually says bye when she's leaving.
Yeah, she's new, but trying to come back. Okay, I got you. Accept request.
There she is.
Sorry, it dropped me. My app just like closed.
Like completely?
Yeah, I don't know. I was like looking at something and then I went to like click on the app and when I clicked on it, it like went back to my home screen and shut down.
Oh, okay. But the dentist thing would never let. Wait, my dentist said she would never let children be a dentist? That makes sense. But here's the thing with dentistry. It looks like a lot of the medical things that are even being suppressed here in America are starting to catch up outside of the country. So the ability for us to regrow teeth is apparently almost completely like figured out. Apparently that's getting closer where it's like instead of like like ways for us to regrow parts of the teeth so then it can heal itself rather than filling it with fillers or doing dentures. That's starting to become more of a reality as they take on more trials to figure that out. And once that gets figured out and is available in other countries, it won't be here in America. No. But it'll be something you'll have to leave America to go and do until it gets resolved for it to be here in America to where it's an incentive for someone from a strategic business perspective where someone makes money from it. But our whole system does. That's why y'all have the healthcare system the way it is. It's just too much money. You can't change it that fast. There's too many people that make too much from it. So you can't just like eliminate it from the way that Americans have been utilizing it, because Americans have been profiting from it and also not profiting from it, spending too much. But then again, there's this other thing that's happening where it looks like parts of like diabetes is starting to get treated very differently, and diabetes is big business for the medical industry, and they really want people to stay in long-term care because it's very profitable if people have to continuously buy all the things that they need to buy if you have diabetes. But apparently in some other countries they're really like paving the way for diabetes to be treated in a more sensible way to where it won't be long-term ongoing treatment because they'll be able to actually diffuse it. There's something that happened recently in the medical world.
That 25-year-old kid who he got fired from his job and he had to either pay his rent or buy his insulin, and he paid his rent and he died 2 days later.
Oh my god.
That sucks.
That happened at the beginning of the month. That was like a big story. He was 25 years old. I saw that. I was literally thinking about that the whole time you were talking about insulin and like people profiting from it. It's so upsetting that I don't know. It's really depressing.
Yeah. I mean, that's why
The two.
And then that's also why you think that our medical science would be working towards making sure long-term treatment isn't something that people need to look at, and that there could be like, you know, not the long-term treatment options that are always you buying. But it's America, so
It's just absurd how much insulin and, like you said, all of the, and that's the thing, is that you need like a pretty like extensive amount of materials whenever you're diabetic. Whenever you think of as far as like syringes, and then having the like thing to like track your insulin, and like the test strips and the machinery, and like the just like the pods and all the different things.
yeah, one of my friends has diabetes. It's the same age as me. Got it during COVID because he got COVID, and that's what ended up happening. I'm still confused about that, but he didn't have diabetes before he got COVID, and he had diabetes after he got COVID, which was really weird. But
Always body.
yeah, the body, like, yeah,
it screws with your immune system too. So
Yeah.
you can have type 1 diabetes develop from that.
And you know, the whole thing with the diabetes and whatnot, and you know, if there's someone with him that can inject him, he'd prefer someone inject him in an area he can't reach, so then he doesn't like ruin his skin. Because like, there's areas that he can inject himself that like he's just doing it all the time in those places, so he can only rotate so many times. So he likes it when if someone's with him, because he could have someone else inject him in another area of his body, so his skin doesn't get as irritated. It's easier to find a vein or whatever. I don't know. I did it for him once. It was weird, but it was also something nice to do. Like, I could see he really benefited from it, but it's weird in the sense of like the fact that he has to do it, not the fact that I did it for him. That's not the part that I'm talking about. The part is that like he has to like jam himself with a needle every day, multiple times sometimes. That's just
Does
weird.
does his sugar go like, does he have good control of his sugar level, or does he?
He does. He just has to do an injection every day. Yeah, he just.
Yeah, but some diabetics have wild swings and they can't control it.
I think that there is. I mean, I remember talking to him about it. I don't know all the details, but I did learn a lot in the moment. But I don't remember it because this was also a while ago.
I get what Kevin's trying to say. My dad is diabetic, and he's someone who, I mean, it's probably been years and years and years since he's had to like give himself insulin, because he's pretty good at like regulating and like taking his like oral medications every day, and then like watching his diet. But for like and whenever my dad was diagnosed with diabetes, he was like a skinny guy who like did manual like labor, like worked outside. But my dad loves cookies and cakes and only drank soda, like pounded sodas instead of like water while he was working outside. And his body just like couldn't produce, enough insulin to take care of all this, like process all this sugar he was putting in his body. But there are some people who like their body just cannot regulate it, and like they'll literally just be like driving to work, and then they'll get an alert like on their system where they're like, you have low blood sugar, you need to like have a lollipop or a Gatorade, or you're gonna faint in like 2 seconds.
Well, some people don't. So there's one person I know that they don't faint. They like, well, they do faint, but something happens before they faint. Where like they like get they get disconcerted, they get disoriented, and they go on autopilot, so they don't remember what they were doing, but like they basically like go on autopilot. What?
When you have severe hypoglycemia, your brain's not getting enough fuel, so that's what happens.
Yeah, I heard this one story that Wait, what was that called, Joel?
I said I have severe hypoglycemia, and that literally happened to me at Target last week.
Yeah, see, it's so interesting because I heard this one story. He was on the freeway and he remembers changing lanes, and the next thing he knows, he's sitting or he's in a convenience store, um, sitting by the ice cream. The you know, like those ice cream things that you like get an ice cream out of, and he was just like sitting next to it, and he realized like, I don't know where I am. And like that's so scary to me, but like at least he didn't die. But like imagine going like on autopilot like that. He ended up by the beach. I do know. So he said he works in Los Angeles, but he like works not by the beach, but he ended up by the beach at like a convenience store, and called his office to say he was going to be late to work that day. To be honest, he tells some really good stories. The day that he found out that he had, when he went to the hospital to be diagnosed with what he has, the story he tells for that is like really. Lori, you know him too. He knows your mom. He used to be at Green Oak Ranch with us. But they used to camp right by us. Camping guys. Lori's my cousin, if you're new here or whatever. But yeah, you know him. You've met him before. But he has this story where he takes a girl out to Disneyland, and it is one of the best. The way he delivers the story too, you can tell that like he's told the story hundreds of times, but he's worked on the delivery enough to where it's perfect. It's just a perfectly told story. But yeah, it's also when he realized that he had that. What did we just mention it was called? When someone, like, whatever that disease is. Eat some crickets for the chat? No, the crickets are the musical talent of tonight. Thanks for being here on YouTube. Looks like she would be the cool cousin. She's pretty cool. She's pretty cool. I'm the cool cousin, though. So, okay. All right, she's cool as well. But, yes, when I was growing up, though, I would say her and her sister were really cool. Christy was so much older, though. But Lori was closer in age. So it was a lot easier to, like, reminisce with Lori. That's true. Ben is the best. I think Lori's correct to say I am the best, by the way. It's nice to do this live stream, guys. We're still here in guest night. Feel free to ask questions. We have Melody here, Peaceful Kevin, M, and Kajal, that Foxy Galita, in the room. If you do have any questions for me, even for them, feel free to ask those questions. Get to know the people that are in the room and have fun being part of it. Even if you're here on Twitch, which Twitch has had this side angle the whole time. And over here on YouTube and on TikTok, you've been able to see the live stream itself as it is happening here on YouTube. It's really happening on the TikTok where you can join in and be part of the conversation. So join me on TikTok to be in guest night and have your voice or your face be present if you do want to be here. It is documented for people to be able to rewatch it, so be mindful of what you say. If you're going to talk smack about your friends, be mindful they might be able to hear it. They might be able to rewatch it. They might be able to use it against you. Lori, does Danita ever join in on the lives anymore? She was in, well, if you consider the Discord server when we watch a live movie, she was there for Sarah Sarita's birthday. So I think, yeah, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, she might even still watch from Twitch or even from YouTube. I really don't know, but she doesn't have to talk if she doesn't want to, if she's in the chat. And I don't know if she is or if she isn't. Can you have a say? Bomb Clutch? I don't know if I said your name right, but thanks for sharing the live stream. But we did see Danita on, what day did we watch that movie? What day was that? What day was Sarah Sarita's birthday again? It was the day after her birthday. So Yeah, it was like last Friday. We saw her like a week ago. But
I think it was Saturday night.
was it Saturday night? Oh, it was. It was Saturday night. It was the night before the Super Bowl because that's what Sarah wanted. Can I something pretty please? Bomba Clot? You're here in the chat. Say it in the chat. We can hear you. Are you asking to come in
You
as a
said it
guest?
right the second time.
Wait, what?
You said the name.
What, Bomba?
That's not the full name.
But it's Bomba.
What is the full name?
I don't know if I should say it again. Are you saying I shouldn't read that?
I don't even know what that means.
Am I not supposed to read the whole name? So my brother who hasn't dated much wants to start. What advice should I give him? Early 40s. Wow, that sucks. No, don't say the full name. So you can't say Bomba whatever? 40s? I don't know. Date someone in their 50s. Is that a good advice? Yes, you can. I would say if someone starts dating at 40s, I would say, what's good advice? I don't know. Understand what you're looking for. 40, to start dating at 40. I've been dating since I was like, well, I've been trying to date since I was like 11 or something, 11 or 12, trying to get that girlfriend. So maybe if I waited, I would have a clearer mind. I don't know what to tell you. No. I'm a clean gentleman. Bomba? Bomba, you said you wanted to say something, and you asked, and you like, begged, can I say something, putty, please? You can always say something. Say what you were trying to say. Yeah, Natalia's in the room. Natalia, feel free to join as a guest if you want. We have Kajal here, too. The usuals are here. We got Said with Melody, Peaceful Kevin, Kajal, and M. We got some great followers jumping in on the live stream experience on Thursday nights because that's the day to be able to talk to all y'all. With us being in the room together, it's a place, it's a space. It is what you make it. Be part of the community and the fan club experience if you want on the Discord server as well as here, as it is a live stream experience. Take the time to hang out and engage and interact. But Natalia, always feel free to jump in if you want to jump in. You know you're more than welcome. My brother went out with a girl the other night who's the same age as him, but she looked much older. You know, let's ask Natalia. Natalia, we have a question from M, and that M question is, what advice do you have for a 40-year-old that's starting to date today? He dated someone that was also his age that looked older than him. Do you have any advice on that, Natalia? For M. And it looks like we have Ray here as well. Nice to have Ray here. Ray saying hi to you, Kajal.
Hi, Ray. Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you're unmuted. We heard you. Natalia says
Okay.
she doesn't have any advice, by the way. But go ahead, Kajal.
Oh my god, hi, you guys. I'm so happy they're here.
Yeah, they don't drop by that often anymore, but when they do, it's nice to see them. Natalia and Ray are in the room. You can ask them questions too. Natalia and Ray, you guys can definitely jump in and be a guest if you want to. Feel free to request, and you know I'll make sure you can have that spot that is open. We actually have 2 slots open, so do feel free to join in. And it looks like you're getting a lot of love and appreciation, Kajal.
I added a picture of my brother, and he's sitting next to the girl that he was out on a date with, and like her friends. And I was like, oh, do you like her? And he was like, oh, she was cool, but he was like, I think she's lying to me about her age.
Wait, which one is her? The far left or the far right?
The girl in the blue, like right next to him, teal.
Yeah, she's lying about her age.
That's what I said. That's totally what I said.
I've definitely been in this situation where girls have lied about their age before, and it's not really uncommon. Some of the girls that I've talked to, there's this one girl that I still don't understand why she lied to me. It was like she just wanted to seem older, or maybe, But she ended up coming clean that she was like younger than she said she was. But she verbally told me she was older. But she was not. And it looks like Natalia's asking how Soul is. And Kajal, you could just take the floor. You want to just answer some of their questions? So you don't have to...
I don't want to interrupt.
No, I'm saying you can do it now, because I'm not talking. You can just talk to them. So you don't have to type in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Nathy what she's reading. Are y'all reading for the book club right now, or are you just reading something outside of that? And I'm so happy you guys joined. I wish you guys would join up here, but I understand if you're busy.
That's a funny statement.
So we'll make an appearance for everyone really quickly. Come here, baby.
They're obviously not that busy if they're in the chat hanging out and watching you. So they're here. You can ask them questions still. They are busy, maybe like don't want to use their camera or potentially around people and can't join the guest night, but they're clearly here for you. So if you can just continue to talk with whatever you want to say. I got to check on something over there real quick. But I'm still in the room, but Kajal's in charge.
That's so sweet. Do y'all have any Valentine's plans? Are y'all doing anything this weekend? I'm trying to get people to come say hi to you guys. Come here, baby. Say hi. Here he is, always sending you guys all the love.
Oh, there he is. I can see the screen. Soul looks beautiful.
So handsome.
Soul says happy Valentine's Day. He'll be anyone's Valentine if anyone doesn't have one. We would love to be yours. What's everyone up to? I feel like it's so quiet. All I hear is crickets.
I'm here.
What are you doing, Kevin? And how is the moving up? I'm still moving, Nathy. I actually was taking sleeps a little bit ago, but I'm about to get back up and get back at it. So I have about till the end of this week, and then I can get keys on the 20th, hopefully. So it's coming around. It's just tough. I feel like any move is tough.
How
Day
far
by
are you
day.
moving?
Oh, these are old. I need to redo them. Thank you. What did you say, Kevin?
How far are you moving?
I'll be 35 minutes away from where I'm currently at, but rent will be a lot more affordable, so
Oh, good.
yeah, it's necessary at this point. Thank you, cousin Lori. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for all the questions and for all the love. I do appreciate you guys being here and being a part of Death Night.
You said
Benjamin's back, so I'm gonna hand the floor back to you, Benjamin.
Yeah. What's up with this round table thing? What is this? Oh my goodness. This is how I can do it as well? I like this. What do people think? Do people like this or they don't like this? See, look, I can look right. You see the Kajal's right there.
I like the change.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
This is different.
Yeah, I kind of like this more. Although when I do this, it doesn't work. So let's see. How can I fix that? Maybe like, no. All right. Let's see. Well, I'll figure it out. Anyways, thanks for being here in guest night. It's fun to make it fun for you. If you're having fun, that's the whole purpose of it. If you're not having fun, don't force yourself to stay here. I'm not necessarily here to babysit people who don't like me, but I am here to hang out with people who are down to hang out with me and that like me and that potentially even like the people that are here in the community. That's right, we're all here together. Do be nice to one another, and if you're looking for any one specific person, it's a community event that basically has us all surrounding me. That's right. It's fun to be doing it. It's fun to have it happen. You can join in and be part of the conversation outside of my live stream on my Discord server, where there is a community there of the fans and viewers of my live stream experience, conjuring up a good conversation at times. So be part of it over there if you want, but this is guest night, so you can be part of it as it's happening now. And in this place and space, we've got quite the people jumping in and being part of it. My cousin's in the room. It's always appreciated when you guys give her some love. And we also have got some great moderators here as well, so be nice to my moderators. My moderators are here to make it a fun, safe place for us all to stay within. And yes, this is ice cream, because I deserve ice cream. You deserve ice cream too. Do you want to eat ice cream with me in guest night? Feel free to do so. I'm still trying to figure out the framing on this one. So what, I have to sit like right here to be like right in between everything, right? Okay, so if I back up, I think this works. I'm having fun with it. Are you guys having fun with it? I feel like I'm losing some space though. There's like new black bars, but it's kind of easier to read the chat. Do people like this, or is it too much? How do the viewers feel about this setup?
Yeah, it's keeping me awake.
Do you want me to keep you awake? Wait, Melody, do I make it... Are you sleep deprived at all? Be honest with me. Are you a little...
You do a lot of the same, and I'm here a lot.
Okay. Yeah, well, as long as you're having fun and you're able to maintain everything that's going on in your life outside of it, which things are good with the new job, right? You finished training, right? And everything?
Correct.
Yeah, but you finished training a little while ago, so now have you gotten into the rhythm and groove of things, or do you still feel like you're figuring it out?
It's a process.
So do you like it?
Not necessarily.
Well, it's a job. Well, I'm proud of you for doing what you can do, and for coming in and being such a supporter, and also for playing Fortnite so well. You are really good at it, and it is appreciated, because I'm not very good at it at all. Peaceful Kevin, what kind of ice cream do you have?
Are you not good at it because you don't like it?
I've never been good at first-person shooter games. You can talk to all my friends. I've never been good at that.
I'm so bad.
Yeah.
I have Haagen-Dazs chocolate ice cream cone, and it's very delicious.
I know, right? Tasty. And then
These peanuts, though.
peanuts are really fun at times. Kajal, you're not allergic to peanuts, right? You're just like allergic to peas and chickpeas and...
Yeah. So I can have peanuts, but I can't have chickpeas or green peas.
What?
Or almonds, but I mean, I will still like sneak in a Hershey's almond.
But isn't that like a dangerous sneak?
Not if I take Benadryl. I'm guilty of doing that.
It's okay. You gotta live a little.
I really wanted it one day, and it was also the day my sister had brought home sugar-coated almonds, and they were roasted, and they just smelled so delicious that I couldn't not have it. But I can't have a lot of Indian food because of chickpeas.
And why are you allergic to penicillin? Did you do something, or was that a birth thing, or were you using it too much? I know that's not how that works.
I think that I was just like born that way. But it sucks because like penicillin is literally like everything to get better.
Mm-hmm.
So like when I had my second daughter, I had like an infection like while I was in labor, and they were like, "Oh, they're like you're allergic to penicillin." And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, well that's like the only thing we have to treat it." And they were like, "When was the last time you had penicillin and what happened?" And I was like, "Oh." I was like, "Well, it was like 20 years ago, but I went into anaphylaxis like and my throat closed." And they gave me like a super small dose in the hospital, and I got like insanely itchy, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you're still super allergic to it."
Yeah, it just kind of sounds like they're incompetent. They don't know what to do. Oh, the manual says penicillin, and we can't give it to her. Are you sure? Have you asked her? Oh no, she's allergic to it. Well, let's find out.
Well, they did say that like and I do know this that like there are people who have allergies whenever they're children, and then not to say that they like grow out of it, it's just the allergy becomes more mild as you get older.
Oh, well, sure. Yeah.
But that was not the case for me because they said that, you know, by me like getting itchy, it wasn't like I had like an itch, it was like my entire body felt like I don't know, I can't even describe it. And it was just like a very small amount that they gave me. But sadly, I'm allergic to penicillin, so if anything happens to me,
You can't use penicillin.
no, they have to like give me like 3 or 4 alternatives to get like the same outcome.
Yeah, that's inconvenient, but also it's nice to be alive, right? So, I'm pretty sure.
That's true.
Like, I mean, we just have so much medical science. It's weird how the thing that doesn't make sense to me is how like we can cure a lot of things, but like for some reason, like what is it, diabetes and being allergic to peanuts is like two really like things that we can't quite figure out how to help people with those things besides like, oh, just don't touch that stuff or like monitor your intake.
People died.
What?
Before insulin, people died.
Yeah. But
so it's actually a very robust solution.
It is, but like still the diabetes and the peanut allergies of today where it's like we haven't been able to figure out a way to like cure that. It's just, I don't know. There must be people working in a lab right now trying to figure out how to make that not a thing.
Well, one reason for that is when you have a system like the human body, if you change one little thing, it's a cascade and you can screw up everything else. So a lot of proposed medications, they have side effects, just like every medication, but they're not compatible with life.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well, like the way that I found out I was allergic to penicillin was super weird. I think it was like 5 or 6, and I had gotten strep throat, and then the medicine that they gave me had penicillin. So then my parents took me back to the doctor, and then they gave me something else that also had penicillin. Like it took them giving me like 3 or 4 medications with penicillin, and then my throat like almost closing for them to realize like, oh, she's probably allergic to that.
Oh, yeah. You know, this isn't the same type of story, but, well, no, it kind of is. But no, it's not. It's not the same type of story. This is just me coming to terms with the fact that every single time that, and I'm adjusting my hearing aids right now, right before I talk about the whole hearing loss thing, every single time I took a hearing test at school, which was mandatory every year, all of us had to take hearing tests growing up through, you know, all of the age groups. You just took a hearing test basically to make sure that your hearing was fine and whatnot. And I would always notify them because I found out when I was like 11 that I had a hearing loss. And my mom didn't want to really get me hearing aids yet because she was afraid kids would make fun of me or something. But that was fun. But what ended up happening was, like, every single time I went to go get my hearing test at school, whenever like we'd have to do that, I'd always tell them. And then they'd always be diagnosing me at the end with the hearing loss I already told them about. But they'd make sure to keep me there, and they'd make sure to explain to me how my hearing is different than other people's and that I really need to go and get it checked out more. And I would always be like, that's what I told you when we started the test. Like, do you think I wouldn't know this already? Like, that's why I told you. And some of like the technicians, as I'm going to call them, because they weren't teachers, like they like look at me like, look, I'm just telling you what you need to hear. And it'd be like, no, I already told you. You clearly did not listen to me. But you see, this is just the medical thing. The whole medical, it's just weird because it's like people are doing what they're being told to do. You've watched me for 300 minutes. Em, you want to talk about it a little bit? Is that what that sound effect was?
I think it was, but they still do the hearing and sight tests at school. My daughter had to just do the beginning of the year. I think that they do like sight, and then like middle of the year they do the hearing test.
Yeah, it's so cool, but I don't think that those people are not really equipped to deal with people that actually have those disabilities. Because if you walk into a hearing test and you tell them the decibel lossage that you have and like, you know, what percentile of hearing loss you have.
My daughter goes to public school, and it's just like the nurse that like administers the test.
Oh.
So it's like, what does she know about, like, I mean, I'm not like questioning. I think she's like a registered nurse, but like, I don't know. I think that's weird.
The test is standardized.
Yeah, it is.
I will say though, like, whenever you have a newborn in the hospital, they test their hearing. And I do remember, I don't know, I had my last daughter at like a teaching hospital, and they brought a girl in who like didn't know how to get the tape to like stick to like the baby's skin, and it took her like 2.5 hours, and she didn't even complete the test, and it was like a horrible experience. And I remember just being like, I don't even care. I guess we'll figure out when my daughter doesn't respond to her name or something, that like she's deaf or.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she just like couldn't do it. She spent like an hour?
The girl, so the test is only supposed to take like 15 minutes. And I guess the girl was like a student, and like, I don't know, she was like scared to like touch my baby. I mean, because you know, it's a less than 24-hour-old baby. And it was horrible because I remember she came into the room at like 5 a.m. to give the hearing test, and she didn't leave until like probably like 8 a.m, and she didn't even like finish the test. It was very frustrating.
Huh. That does sound
and
frustrating.
I never gave my daughter the hearing test. I never like went back and got it done, but she responds. She can hear just fine.
Yeah, I think that they messed up though. So that's on them. But you're just, but.
Well, I remember for like 6 months after I like signed the waiver saying that, you know, like I didn't care about the test, that I got calls like from the state where they're like, your baby needs their hearing evaluation. And I'm like, she's fine.
They love to have information on us. So they really want to make sure that they have that test. I mean, the government's well aware of the fact that I'm hearing impaired and well aware of my ADHD, my learning disabilities, my creative abilities, my hard work and dedication, my social media habits. They definitely know they know this. They definitely know this. There's no way the government doesn't know this shit. Yeah, they're always collecting information. So, and they really want to get that information starting as soon as possible. So when your baby is a baby. It's good to start to have the, is this going to be a disabled person in society or a non-disabled person?
They
You know?
love it. They love knowing everything about you.
And then they like having it be, oh, there's a lot of paperwork you need to fill out. We're unaware of your certain disability. Are you sure you are disabled? And it's like, I'm pretty sure you guys have everything that you already need to be able to assess the situation. Sorry, I had to switch to my phone. It's okay, Kajal. We let you back in as soon as you want to come back in. You got it. Are you saying that you have to switch now? You just switched already. Yes. I didn't even realize you dropped because I can't see you anymore.
It's so weird. It said the live creator rejected your request or something. I don't know. It was a weird notification that I got when I got back on my phone.
Really? That's not me, by the way.
I clicked on the link that you had sent through your Balavoon account.
Yeah. That's the good account right there. That's the good account to click on a link. I thought it was because some parents are incompetent. Peaceful Kevin, what is it that you're referring to? Because how does that play into what we're talking about right now? Or what were we talking about? Where that?
I was thinking they give testing to kids because some parents are oblivious.
Oh yeah, there's that too. But I do believe that the system that we have and the government we have does try to make sure it is well aware of the type of people that live within it, and our population number is really important. So, and then who we have that's capable and able-bodied, and then who we have that isn't able-bodied and capable. I believe that all that information is definitely being used. I don't know, I'm paranoid. I don't want to talk about that anymore. It's hard to be silly and fun if I talk about that part, because that's the part of me that's like, how much do they actually know about me? And why don't they help me more? Like,
My question is,
you know,
do they care? Do they care?
I don't know if they care. Well, my mom told me that once when I talked about my taxes. I said, don't they know how much I make and don't they know how much money I have? And my mom was like, they don't care. Like, and yeah, they do know how much money you have and they don't care. Like, this is the money you owe them.
Is that Pornhub, the most watched category is like trans people or like gender non-conforming.
Yeah. Wait, how did that come up?
There's so much information. There's collecting information. And I thought that was funny. They had like the categories from Pornhub.
Wait,
listed.
For what?
Collecting data on what people watch.
Oh, yeah, but that's like
in the US.
That's like online habits. Like, I'd say that the Pornhub is not as, so it's like our social media habits and our whereabouts are probably more important to them. That stuff they probably do collect, but I guarantee you it's not something that they're looking at saying, oh my gosh, we really need to be acting on these numbers. It's probably like they just keep those numbers to know the numbers.
There's no privacy.
But what?
There's no privacy. There's no privacy with anything you do.
No, but
That's what I don't understand is how they have so much access to all of this, and then when people go missing, it's like you suddenly can't find someone.
Or 9/11. Where was the CIA on 9/11?
No, we can't be talking about 9/11.
Yeah, we can't talk about 9/11. We'll get flagged again. We were flagged one time with conspiracy. Remember that one time we did our favorite conspiracies and we got flagged and someone did mention some 9/11 stuff and other people mentioned other things.
I love America.
Yes.
I love America.
America's being loved in this live stream experience. That's right. We love America. We are here following the user guidelines. Nothing's sketchy here. We're just paranoid a little bit. I see people have asked a lot of questions. The TV is tripping you out. our politicians do a lot worse. It's just felt 281. I'm sure they are collecting data from everybody and everyone's realizing everyone sucks. How do you feel about you're asking me how I feel about trans people? I know people that have transitioned and well, some of them are actually I would say I grew up with this one friend of mine and he is definitely a better male than I am. In weird he also dates way better than I do. And he didn't start out as a guy. So I'm supportive of everybody wherever you are in life and whatever you want to perceive yourself to be within society, how you see and how you act within yourself is really important.
They've always been a guy.
What was that?
They've always been a guy. They've always been a guy. They just transitioned on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, yes. I don't know if they talk about it that way, but it depends on the person because it's not always like you just, you kind of got to go with the flow. Just don't be a hater. There's no reason to hate on people for people trying to feel comfortable in their own skin. So don't be a hater.
I'm just teasing you.
Well, yeah, but no, it's appropriate to still say it because some people would be that way too. You have to be really sensitive towards certain aspects of the conversation. That's also why some people have expressed to me that they refuse to work. So this is weird, but there are people that have said to me that they refuse to work with some of the LGBTQ community because they don't know how to actually make the conversation to where they don't feel like they're judging them, but they accept the person, but they can't always figure out the terminologies or how to appropriately converse with them and address them. And I will say some of them, some of the people I've talked to about this, I just think they're tone deaf. And then the other ones, they're legit. Like there's some that people that are they're really trying. They just have clearly been in the wrong conversations with the wrong people because they're still people. LGBTQ people are still people in general. So there's going to be nice people. There's going to be mean people. There's going to be people that are unreasonable. And then there's going to be people that are reasonable, of course. It doesn't necessarily make them 100% perfect and are to deal with. No one's 100% perfect to deal with of all genders in general. So all types of people exist in all types of forms. And it's just, you got to navigate it. But there are some people that I know that they don't really want to work with people that they feel like they can't address to. But then the thing is, with the way things are moving, that means that they can't work on some jobs in general because they need to be able to deal. You need to be able to deal with it. I thought it was because parents. Oh, wait, no. I already read that. Peaceful Kevin, what's this 100%?
I was agreeing with you.
Yeah.
You were saying.
But
I forgot already.
Yeah, it's just like the LGBTQ thing. And I know that people love asking me on YouTube questions about the LGBTQ community, or even asking me if I'm gay all the time. More so on YouTube than anywhere else. But, whether I am or am not, hopefully whoever you are asking the questions, you're okay with yourself and you're not hating on people that are potentially that way. Because Peaceful Kevin's here, and Peaceful Kevin's pretty proud to be gay. He says it all the time. Ain't that right, Peaceful Kevin?
I don't have a choice then.
But you're proud, right? That's what I'm saying.
I don't have a choice.
You don't have a choice?
To be I hate myself.
Oh, you're right. But it's always good to say you're proud. Because, that's confirmation of just being satisfied. In general, it's just pride, right?
Yay, I'm gay.
See? When it comes to, did you say something about your birthday being the end of Pride Month or right before Pride Month starts?
My birthday is 2 days before Pride Month starts.
Yeah.
So I'm always ushering in Pride Month.
Have you ever gone to any of the Disney properties during any of those days where they acknowledge the LGBTQ community? You've never done it? Well,
no, I haven't.
It used to be a pretty fun day to go to Disneyland because people were just nicer. It felt like it. I don't know if
I've
that's
been
real.
boycotting Disney for a long time.
How long have you been boycotting Disney?
Since I was like 18. Like when I had to go on my own.
Yeah.
I did not.
Is anyone boycotting any companies? Casual, you're a feisty human being. Are you boycotting a bunch of companies these days? Do you got anything you want to say about the companies you're boycotting?
I mean, I didn't appreciate Starbucks for a little while, but I'm gonna keep it at that because we don't get political in this live stream. So, gonna keep it vague.
I hear that, Casual.
Yeah, leave it at that.
Yeah. We did have M go on a little bit of a rant on how she doesn't like Amazon, but I let it happen because I don't really like Amazon. But that doesn't mean I don't like Amazon Prime. Great shows on Amazon Prime. Oh, fantastic shows. And how I'd love to work with that company. No, I have heard stories of people working with Amazon and on production, and not necessarily the best stories have come out of it. I've worked on Apple TV shows, and they treat the cast and crew amazing. And I worked on Netflix shows. Yeah, they treat the cast and crew amazing. I haven't worked on anything Amazon, so I can't really say. But I have talked to other people that have, and no one has really told me anything good. So it's not specifically special, nor is it bad. But I know they have big budgets, but I don't necessarily know if they like really treat people well on their sets. They might be cutting corners somewhere else. Except for that Lord of the Rings show where everything costs like $1 billion. Is that show still filming? I don't even know.
Show or movie? I know
They did a show.
Lord,
There's
The
2
Hobbit.
seasons.
Oh,
There's
did
2
a show?
seasons of A Lord of the Rings, The Rise of the Rings, something, Power, whatnot,
I'll have to
something,
watch
something.
that. I mean, I was really into like the Hobbit movies, and then of course Lord of the Rings. Those were Elijah Wood is just like iconic.
Yeah. I still can't believe we got those movies. And that's like, gosh, it's so lucky of us to have what we have in the sense of the artistry of that too. It would never be made today. We're looking at the end of cinematic adventures like that like you can't make something like that anymore. Yeah, it's gonna be a weird future for movies and whatnot. You'll have people that'll like do independents that'll probably look similar, but they'll never be those $1 million budgets where they build everything and they film on location the whole time. Majority of that movie was just like incredibly well crafted due to tons of hands, and budgets aren't going to be like that anymore, which is kind of weird. Yeah.
Oh, are you grieving, Ben?
Wait, what's Cooper? Well, yeah, I know it's sad. Cooper, well, the artistry element of it is what's sad. Is that like there's gonna be more of AI integration and more of CGI than anything else. And CGI and AI are 2 different things. We were in a live, we talked about that last week, but they are not the same thing. But CGI can be created by a human. CGI can technically also be created by AI though, so yeah, that's also kind of complicated. But we are here in these places and spaces. Wait, what?
What about foreign films?
Bond films? Like James Bond? Foreign
No,
films.
foreign. Other countries?
Foreign films are gonna start probably. So
So much better.
but they're gonna start being like with the way things are growing, the market's gonna probably become like micro markets more, and content might not be as widespread, even though we do have the internet in the way it is. There might be more niches and more like localized entertainment for certain areas. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. All I know is that like the system that we currently have is all about us being able to have a catered experience on what we want to watch, which as that continues to grow, it doesn't necessarily mean all of us together are going to be watching any one specific movie, showing up to the theater, or potentially even all watching one specific TV show, because we're all going to be catered to individually with an algorithm that also finds the entertainment that most suits us. So as a society, we might all be watching very drastically different things across the board, and nothing might actually be like super popular. Like we won't have like movie stars of tomorrow. There'll be like, you know, a lot of live streamers that people will like, but no one will be like dominant. Whereas in like you had years where like Mel Gibson was like a headliner, and you had years where Tom Cruise was just on top of the world, and like that stuff's like weird to think that it's there are people that don't even know who the movie like kids there's some kids today that don't know who these movie stars are. And to grow up not knowing who Tom Cruise was, like to think of growing up and not hearing who Tom Cruise was in the 90s sounds absolutely unrealistic. Like there's no way you would have not heard of Tom Cruise. And Scientology in the 90s, when you heard about Scientology and Tom Cruise and John Travolta, that stuff was, yeah. Tom Cruise is crazy. Do you remember when he was jumping on that couch? Pop culture is my favorite. Let's talk about pop culture for a little while as we wrap up the live stream.
The Tom Cruise being in the closet, the South Park episode.
Yes, we can. We can talk about that.
Years ago. So funny.
It was really good to also, I don't know, to have like the segments that made fun of him on Oprah. There was like this joke, I think it was like an epic movie where like there was a guy that was making fun of that like aired interview where he jumps on the couch and says, "I'm in love with Katie Holmes," because all the tabloids were calling him gay. And at this point in time in the 90s, that was a career like suicide in some ways, because everyone was gay in Hollywood, but no one wanted to admit they were gay at first because it was like also not fully acceptable. So it's kind of weird to like think about how that came about. But I remember like it was explained to me, it was like, yeah, he's really trying to make sure to distance himself from being accused of being gay, because if this happens, he'll never get another one of like, he won't get like this percentage of the audience back into theaters anymore. Like these people will like refuse to see his movies. And you know, growing up also seeing the way that there were, you know, we don't talk about things like political, but there are parties, and seeing the way one party responds to the more like, you know, I don't need to say it. I'm sure you understand.
I think it's weird that like people don't talk more about how like short he is and how much they do while filming him to make him look taller than he is.
Yeah, he like stands on apple boxes. They've had elevated pavement for him and elevated stages. Yeah. The elevated pavement's crazy to me. Like, oh, there's pavement here and there's like a ledge. We'll let him walk on the ledge.
Like an optical illusion. Like he's like 5'6" or something. Like he's really short.
Yeah, he's
like, from like a man.
But he is someone that like when you see him in public, he apparently does compensate for his height by making sure to wear like boots and stuff. So he's like, you know, trying to come off a little taller, which makes sense, but we'll see how long he like survives, because he's probably going to die in a stunt, which, I mean, I feel like the studio industry created, so there's going to be a new category starting soon in the Oscars, which will start going to the most, or the person that performs the best stunt. You know, like recognizing the stunt coordinating. I don't know if it goes to the stunt coordinator, but it should potentially go to the stunt performer, but it could go to stunt coordinator. I don't know how they're going about doing that quite yet, but I'm sure that will be cleared up. But I do know that they already made the announcement that they will be adding a category eventually. And I don't think it's this year. I think it's the next year. But I do feel like they added it after like Tom Cruise has definitely done a number of stunts that would have gotten him that award already. Like, I do feel like they're setting it up to make sure he wins an Oscar because he hasn't actually won an Oscar yet. And he keeps doing like action movies where he does stunts himself that are also like, dude, you could die. Like, really could die.
I'm drawing a blank.
Because you're watching the trivia background?
Yes. It's one of his movies.
Top Gun.
Top Gun.
Mission
Tobey
Impossible?
Maguire. He's Tobey Maguire.
What's the craziest stunt you would say he has done?
I
know he's in quite a few.
He did the plane one that was like really. He did the ones in the most recent movie. He did all. If you watch the movie, he did all of the dangerous stunts. He does his stunts himself and does tell actors that they should be doing the stunts on their own. And there was another actor that came out to like tell other actors that it's like, don't let Tom Cruise get to you. There's people that work in the industry that's their job. Let those people do their job. You do your job. You shouldn't feel like a lesser actor if you're not performing your own stunts. That's not what you signed up to do. You didn't sign up to do the stunts. That's what the stunts. That's why the stunts have professionals that can do them for you. But he still has like stand-ins and stunt performers. But I believe he still does everything himself because he believes that he needs to. He's jumped.
Has anyone in here ever taken an interest in Scientology?
Oh, that's really interesting. That's a conversation of religion, which that we don't let that happen so much. But it is appropriate being as it's Scientology, and I love making fun of Scientology.
Oh, L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah. Scientology is the only religion that I will say makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. What? Like how it became what it is. Like every other religion has a little bit more to it than just like one guy who wrote a book that also wants to make sure he can get out of taxes and is very forward about it. He's not like hiding it. Like he was very forward about it with his actions, not necessarily his words, but he like fled the country like immediately. He was like, yeah. I mean, Tom Cruise probably really only dived into it because, well, Tom Cruise is like an intense guy. And I think it appealed to his intensity because he could be like a leader in the church. What?
I think Nicole Kidman is who got him into it, right?
No.
Practice.
Nicole Kidman's not a Scientologist. They got mad at him for dating Nicole Kidman because she was an outsider. Also, Katie Holmes was an outsider too, but ended up going into the religion and then left, I think.
Elizabeth Moss. Is she a Scientologist?
No, I don't think so. Peaceful Kevin, isn't she not?
From Mad Men?
Is she a Scientologist?
That would blow my mind because she's the
Yes.
she's the Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
Wait, that's weird. That's trippy.
Look at that puzzle.
Yep.
Oh. Look, I solved
I
the
don't
puzzle.
know. There used to be a huge Church of Scientology here in Dallas.
What happened to
And
it?
it's funny because, honestly, you know what's weird is like it used to be on like a major road in Dallas. Actually, Caudrell might know. It used to be next to Love Field Airport here in Dallas, but it's funny because there was like
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yes, and like it's weird because like it seemed like one day it was there and then like one day it like wasn't. I don't know. And I don't know, maybe I could like,
disappeared.
yeah, like completely. It was so weird, but it was funny because there was a guy that I liked, and he came from like a very, very affluent family here in Dallas, and they were Scientologists. And I remember being like, oh, what is this? And like looking into it and being like, oh, he's weird. He's weird.
Wait, so what happened? Why did it close down?
We have no idea. I have no idea. Like Kajal said, it was like there one day, and then like the building was like, it was actually like beautiful. It was like almost this like gothic, like cathedral looking type church, like giant building. And I don't know. And then I don't know. I don't live too far from it. I could probably drive by it.
Like wasn't anymore.
But that's the thing is like in Dallas, a lot of the people here who have, we'll just call it like Scientology money, they're very like religious, like either like Baptist or like Methodist or like, you know, some sort of like Christian based religion. Scientology just, you know, we're in the Bible Belt. Like it doesn't make sense here.
Wait, so what happened to just like one day it was a functioning church and then the next day it was boarded up? Is that what you're saying?
I guess like I just never really paid attention to it, but I would say like, let's say I drove by it in like December and it was like a functioning building, and then by like May of that same year it was the signage was taken down and maybe it was converted into something else. I mean, real estate here in Dallas flips pretty quick. So, like I said, they probably just didn't have a lot of members. It probably just wasn't very like.
It was probably just a
fluid
financial
enough for them.
decision that was putting the greater the money into different hands.
Yeah.
Because I hear
I'm almost
Scientology's
positive-
smart with their money. That's part of why it exists. The whole
I'm
religion
almost
basically
positive
exists
that-
because of that.
I think that they have a Church of Scientology in Austin where it would make more sense for them to be.
Yeah. I mean, they have one of like the biggest buildings in Little Armenia in Hollywood, and it's like there's no way that that's cheap for them. Like they have a lot of land here in California too, so they're all over the place.
I'm watching people troll them on TikTok.
Oh yeah, there are people. Were you guys watching when the trans girl or trans guy was with? They were definitely transitioning, but which way? I don't know. But they were in the conversation. I did a live stream, and they talked to they talked to you guys in my live stream as I was on Hollywood Boulevard. Do you guys remember this, or do you guys not remember it? The random guest we had on Hollywood Boulevard, which is always just like there's all types of people there. It's a melting pot. You got like every single nationality there, and people of all kinds. The nationality thing is kind of why I also grew up thinking that everywhere else was like that, but I guess that makes sense that it's just like all over the place. But do you guys remember that? Because the story that they told us was about how they went in there and they felt like they were being greatly dismissed, and they were seeing if like they could like interact. And I think it's interesting when people of the hey Kenzie, nice to have you here too. Hello to you as well. But Peaceful Kevin, do you remember? Were you watching when I did the live stream in Hollywood?
I remember you at Hollywood Boulevard.
But do you remember the conversation with the trans guy or trans girl?
Yeah.
And like, to be honest, they were treated poorly. It sounds like they actually went in there to try to get information and to just see what it was all about, and they felt very dismissed and very rejected, and they seemed young. So I honestly didn't know how to really engage them so much, but they were much younger than me. They were at least 10 years younger than me. maybe more. You need Orient? Oh, I hear you, Kenzie. Well, be in the live stream experience if you want, but let's keep it PG. Let's enjoy each other's company. We'll be here for at least another 30 minutes, but the live stream experience is at 7 hours, which means that I can pretty much end it whenever I want. In fact, I could have ended it before this, but it's nice when I start between like 5 and 6, because then when I get to 7 hours, it's not 2 in the morning. It's 12:30, which is kind of nice. Yeah, it is kind of nice. I'm still going to get a good amount of rest. I do need to make sure to get up by 7, but I believe I'll be fine. I'll get a little less sleep tonight, but that's going to be all right because I'm having fun with you. That's right, whoever you are, and these people as well. We've got ourselves a Melody, a Kajal, an M, and a Peaceful Kevin. If you want to call them something else, we've got a not so funny Emily. We have a peaceful guy. Kevin doesn't have another name. Does Peaceful Kevin? Do I have another nickname for you?
Wench.
We have. I can't call you that because I could get. I can't. I shouldn't. I shouldn't be calling people that. Remember, there's this thing that it monitors my live stream and it'll call me out if I'm like bullying or being mean to my own audience, even. So even if I'm not, and I'm just doing what my audience is asking. I mean, we got Foxy and Stephatron and not so funny Emily and Peaceful Kevin. Yeah, Peaceful Kevin. I guess I'll have to think about that. You want to be called Glenn? Is that what you're asking? So it moved buildings, you say, M. So that is interesting. Have you thought about joining Scientology?
No way. No way. Like I said, I just remember the building being like so interesting. And then obviously I like learned more about Scientology because, it was a big deal with like what happened with Tom Cruise and his kids. Like his kids are also like devout like what's her name?
Yeah, his kids are
Surrey?
His kids don't like talking to Nicole Kidman anymore, apparently, or something, because Nicole Kidman isn't a Scientologist, and just like how there's mudblugs in the silence I know this is going to be a weird connection. So there's mudbloods in Harry Potter world, right? And that means that you're non-magic folk. And apparently Scientologists also have a word they call people that are also, not Scientologists, kind of like the whole Harry Potter thing.
There's a word for it in Judaism. It's called a mumser. It's the same thing.
Oh, wait, does every religion have something like this? What do we call people that aren't Christians?
Oh, I wouldn't know that, but in Judaism, a mumser is someone who like has a Jewish dad and a non-Jewish mom.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Oh, well, I'm sure that they also don't forbid interaction with those people, right? Right?
Not necessarily, but like once you get older and like if you're like a girl whose mom isn't Jewish, like guys will typically like not date you because they want to have Jewish kids.
Do they though? Like, that seems like a bloodline thing. That's incest. Do they want that? Like,
for your child to be born halachically Jewish is what it's called. Like for it to be recognized, you have to have a Jewish mother. So if
that'll only work for so much longer though, because eventually it will get murkier.
When
and
Charlotte
it is.
The church, the Jew.
Wait, what? Peaceful Kevin?
On Sex and the City, Charlotte converts to Jewish on the show.
Yeah, so, and then there's like a huge difference. Yes, Charlotte does convert to Judaism for Harry in Sex and the City. But, and then there's like a big difference. Like, you can convert to Judaism, but only an Orthodox conversion is recognized. It's like very confusing, but you're right. Like the bloodline does get like
Murky and weird.
that's why it's like really crazy whenever I meet people who like do DNA tests and they're like, oh, I'm 100% like Sephardi or Ashkenazi. I'm like, oh, so you're literally like super inbred.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? Look this up, guys. It is funny. Conan O'Brien does a story on his and how he was broken the news about his, and it was like a it's his bit. You should check out his clip. It is funny, but he does make a pretty good joke about being an inbred Irish because of how Irish he is. It's an alarming amount of him is Irish to where it's just obvious that you can only be that Irish if there's inbred and inbreeding involved. So he makes a really big joke out of it, and it's hilarious. Big fan of Conan O'Brien, but it is not necessarily something that pays the bills because I'm not being told to tell you about it. But it is worth looking into if you're looking for a laugh and if you want to watch a man be confronted with the fact that he's a product of incest, which is pretty funny. So, but as I am 100% Armenian, I don't know. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. Yeah, I don't have anything else in my blood. Anyways, I mean, there's probably some Russian there. I haven't done the thing with the testing, but my family tree on both sides is so well kept that it's just, there's no way that like, it goes back like 8 generations, but then it's like, there might be some misspelling of names at times, or I don't know. What are you asking for advice for? Help the person I like rejected me. Help the person I liked rejected me. Ooh, that sucks. My advice for that is you really just can't think about it. I know it's shitty advice, but it actually is pretty good. Stop thinking about it. You can't do anything about it. It's over. And if they said no, no means no, unless that no means a yes, but that no is definitely a no. And if you're thinking that no might mean a yes, it doesn't. It means a no. But, sometimes there's miscommunication, but I bet you it's still no. So just stop thinking about them. It sucks, but that's like the best thing you do. So what do I think about now? Well, I would say join the Discord server, chit chat over there. Maybe someone will distract you with words and phrases. Sleep is really good. It is. What other advice? Last time I was really, the last time I asked someone out that I was like, man, I can't believe they don't want to go out with me, and devastated by it. Well, probably like 29. So what is that? Oh, no, 32. Wait, no. Yeah, 32. So last time that happened, I was like 32, and it was not good. But what I did was I unfollowed them first so I couldn't watch their stories. Stop watching their stories. It's not going to help you. What else did I do? What else did you guys do if you guys were like infatuated with someone and then they kind of rejected you? How was a good way people went about dealing with it? But stop watching their stories first.
I would say stop giving it energy as well. Just do things you enjoy more instead.
He blocked you on all your... He blocked you on all my text-free numbers. Oh, I get that. No, don't find someone who looks just like them. That's weird. Why would you find someone that looks just like... Well, actually, that's not that bad of an idea. If you can hook up with that person, but don't just, try to... Wait, you mean just to look at? Or, well, if you look at someone who looks like them, it's harder to forget about them.
Is the first question.
Raunchy. You know what you probably need? A good spicy novel that has other people for you to think about. You know, something that just gives you.
And what's your favorite spicy novel?
I write out spicy storylines. We've talked about this before. Some people read it. I like to make up stories and imagine it on my own. I'm cool with writing my own things. I just tend to throw them away when they're spicy because I can't really. I'd never be able to publish anything like that. Nor do I like putting it down on digital. If these computers are probably like looking at me being like, you don't write that in your notes. You're right. I don't write them in my notes. But there's nothing you can do about tangible paper. You'll never hear about it, you computers. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to you computers out there that are keeping track of everything I have on these devices, the stories I write, and the things I search for, and the questions I ask. Which I did use that Gemini and asked a question, and I don't feel like you answered the question right. Ask ChatGPT. Yeah, don't ask ChatGPT. It's gonna cost too much. Don't you have to pay for ChatGPT? So make fanfic of me and him. No, don't do that. Make fanfic of you and your next best thing. Yeah, you're making fanfic of someone other than them. They suck. OpenAI costs money. Does it? Oh, does it cost money? I'm confused. Well, join the Discord server. Be confused over there too. I'm usually confused as well. People are confusing and our feelings are confusing to navigate. Depending on, well, how old are you, Jarza? He was, well, yeah, that's not going to help. Don't say that though. Why didn't this guy block you? Wait, why did this guy block you? Yeah, that is a good point. So M's asking for a pic, which would encourage you to continue to think about it. So I would say don't send a pic, delete anything you have of screenshots, and don't put energy into it. Yeah, don't be a red flag. Don't be a red flag. Favorite skateboard trick? Oh, my favorite skateboard trick is grinding. Is that a good one? Wait, no, what? Like the ollie? Gosh, I don't remember all of them. It's been a long time. Probably the ollie, because I remember I could do that on Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. And I like M likes grinding too. Thank you, M, for clarifying that. Do you want to talk about that anymore? Is that your favorite skateboard trick, or any others, M? Any other? M, you got anything?
Skateboarding really scares me.
Yeah, me too. That's why I stopped. Like,
a friend invited me to a skate park when I was like in 5th grade, and I was so scared. I was just like sitting the whole time.
wait, you mean you sat on the board?
I just sat on this somewhere else.
You didn't have a skateboard, or you did?
I had rollerblades,
Sick.
but for the sidewalk, not for a skate park.
Yeah, it gets scary when you go down and then have to come back up. You fall.
Yeah, like I don't.
You have to fall,
is fun.
but you have to fall and injure yourself to learn how to do some of those things. Apparently, it's just how bad is the injury going to be, and if that's why I think pads are so smart. Like, you know, people used to be like, "Oh, you're wearing a helmet? How lame!" But I like think back at it and I'm like, dude, if I was a kid again, I would tell myself, wear all the pads. Try it now and figure it out while you're this age, because you're not going to want to do it when you're older. So figure it out right now. Like, go get more pads. Wear a hockey thing. Wear as many pads as you can. Even make new pads that don't even exist.
Hockey players still get killed though.
No, but if you use it to try to learn how to like skateboard better, or how to like, or how to go, I just like, You know, there's certain things where it's
Yeah,
like,
probably safer.
I wish I learned how to do a couple of things when I was younger, and looking back at it, it's like, oh, I was scared I was going to get hurt. And it's like, well, now I'm even more scared. So I should have done it when I was younger. Like learning how to do cartwheels and stuff is also, that can be dangerous. I remember getting hurt and not wanting to continue to do that.
Gymnastics is extremely dangerous.
Wait, why are we talking about the sperm chasing the egg? How did this come up? M, do you mind elaborating? What was it, M?
That like a girl shouldn't chase a guy because like eggs don't chase sperm, sperm chases the egg. You never heard that?
No, I've never heard that before. That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah, I guess, you know, it wouldn't be, it is biology. So that does make a lot of sense. You don't necessarily want to chase, but girls like to be pursued, but only to a certain degree. If you're a male out there and you're like pursuing, you have to like respect the no at times, but then there's also the aspect of some stories I've heard of people that like have gone. So there's this one guy, I know he asked his wife out 3 times before she said yes. And when he said yes, I mean, yeah, when she said yes, then they ended up getting married. But the guy did have to be persistent and he did have to chase. And some people get really frustrated, you know, saying no to the same guy. But the same guy that shows that they care, sometimes they need to show like a level of persistence that is that it might that might not translate well into the future of tomorrow, which might be a sad thing because I do believe that you know, showing that you want something and pursuing it is something that, you know, usually is rewarded. That's not, I don't know how to phrase this actually, because you have to not do that. Yeah, I guess just hook up with your coworkers. Yeah, that works too.
That's actually how my aunt and uncle got married. My uncle had to ask my aunt like multiple times, and for the longest time she said no, and then it was like the 3rd year finally he like just was so like persistent that she like gave him a shot, and he turned out to be the funniest guy she ever dated, and then like instantly from there they clicked.
Yeah, you see, it's weird how that you got to give it a shot sometimes. It's weird how that ends up working out. But
He just wasn't the type initially. Like he wasn't what she would initially go for. And so she just thought it would never work, and one day she just like decided to give it a shot. They both worked at Lockheed Martin actually.
Oh, that's not a fun place.
I know, but they got to travel overseas together.
Oh, that is cool. That is really cool.
They always got to go to business trips to like Japan, Switzerland.
With a coworker.
Yeah, it ended up working out for them though. They have like a beautiful family now, and the rest is history.
Yeah, see, that's why it's like it's hard to give advice on dating and people pursuing, because you have to feel it out. You also you have to do it individually. Every single one of us has to pursue our relationships with one another without having to look at absolutely everybody else for an approval and what is acceptable and not acceptable, because we're all so different that like you don't know what you really want until you have it sometimes, or until you've said no to it a couple of times. And it's a really hard thing to, that's why sometimes I've said even in my live streams, I don't want to give advice at times, because if you listen to me, I'm the one that's telling you what you should be doing and are giving you advice on something with it being like a perimeters and what you could do, whereas then you really need to listen to yourself. And there are some people that it's like it's hard to listen to yourself. I'm going to be really honest and talk about this one girl that it was really hard for me to come to terms with the fact that this girl was not gonna be a future. Like, I had no future with this girl. And it was hard for me to like fully accept it. And I was still having a hard time with like not keeping
That's so
her
normal,
around.
then.
What? Say it again?
That's so normal.
Yeah, it was not a good situation, but it was also like you just have to be realistic. And I think one of the biggest issues was I had grown overly attached. So I had to like rein myself back. And I had a therapist that was giving me the truth that I was so mad at them for giving me the truth. And I still showed up to be mad at them, but they were still telling me the right thing. And I was still having a really hard time where they were like making sure to be very straightforward with the fact that I was making some pretty dumb decisions. And yeah, those were like the days where every therapy session ended with me crying, which, yeah, that did happen. We all have our ways of going through life. You're going to have ups and downs. If you are in your 20s, early 20s specifically, crying in your early 20s, gosh, whether you're a guy or a girl, we got feelings. Crying in your early 20s is like next level crying. Like, I will never cry like I did when I was in my early 20s. Like, I could, I'm happy I've gone through what I've gone through. And I'm happy to have learned so much about myself over the time. But basically everything after 25, I knew a lot more about who I was and how to move forward. But in the 18 to 25 is pretty delicate times. That's why sometimes I get weird on the Discord server, because there's a lot of people that are between the ages of 18 and 24, especially here on TikTok, where it keeps telling me my majority audience is 18 to 24. Which, what are you guys doing? What do you, like, don't you want to watch people that are your age too? I mean, I don't want to tell you to stop watching me, but like,
I love you, Pappy.
keep watching me. I mean, I'm here for you to gaze at. Look, I'm gazing back at you. Mm-hmm. Look at this gaze.
Some of us don't have dads.
Really? I thought you did have a dad.
He ghosted me like 15 years ago.
15 years ago?
And my stepdad killed himself.
Oh, right.
So men just aren't stable.
No.
In my family.
No, I'd have to say one thing I did learn more. So I have friends that watch these live streams every once in a while, and one of them sent me so I said something about men not having, Peaceful Kevin also is like, I think called me out on this, that women like feel more than men or something. I said something like that. So then they sent me a video. That's right. I have friends that watch the live streams that also provide me with feedback and also encouraging videos and whatnot, to help me out and to better inform me. That's why we try to stay as non-topical as possible, so then I could just be silly and no one can provide me with any feedback. But the feedback I did get was, about how men are taught to be men. And we're not necessarily taught how to be men. We're taught how not to be girls, which is also depriving in some ways, because we're also being told not to talk about things. And we're raised to not be a girl about that. Be a man about it. Like,
depression and anxiety can blunt your emotions as well.
So we do have a lot of feelings.
Men have that.
Yeah. And men do feel a lot. And to say that women feel more than men, which I know I said that, but it's not necessarily true. I think I was mainly like thinking to myself about like what my sisters say, and normally that just refers to feelings being as types of pain, because we can't experience the pain of childbirth, which that part is just, that's actually feelings. Those are pain feelings. Those are body and function feelings, not necessarily mental feelings. When it comes to mental feelings, acceptance, and being able to clarify how we feel about something or share our thoughts, both men and women that's pretty equal in the sense of how we have our range of feelings, but women can get more they just can get more intense, I guess, due to
It's a volume switch.
yeah, where it can just be it's adjusted due to whatever. Yeah, I'm not a woman, so I can't explain this. I'm not gonna sit here
I mean,
and explain that.
Hormones.
Yes,
Hormones
hormones.
can raise intensity too.
Yeah, but then again, you know, I've also like seen all types of people throughout my life where there's just like I don't know whether you're a man or a woman. It's just the range of what a person can do is just so ridiculously off a scale and on a scale at the same time. It doesn't matter what gender it is. You just there are people that are all over the place. But, you know,
Yeah,
it's not
definitely.
Melissa, thanks for sharing on YouTube about the natural painkillers in your system. That's interesting. But men would literally die giving birth. Well, we don't have the passageway for that to happen or the organs to make it happen. So I guess yes, we would literally die giving birth because we wouldn't have the necessities of the organs. But you know that. I mean, if we had a baby inside of us, we wouldn't have anything for it to pass through because we wouldn't have a uterus. We wouldn't have a place for it to stay. It would just be, where would it be?
I've heard women say that a kidney stone was worse than a birth pain.
Yeah, but my sisters won't let that. Wouldn't. There was one thing I did. It's funny you did that because I put on an interview once with my sisters in the room where this one girl was talking about how she had food poisoning and she was saying, and I did this to kind of like troll my sisters, I guess, a little bit because my sister that's never had a kid was talking about how like we deserve more pamperment and we deserve to be treated better because we go through the pain of childbirth, talking about that type of thing. So I found this one thing that I like had saved. This was years ago, by the way. This was maybe like 10 years ago. I was a little more sassy with trying to like argue with my sisters every once in a while and whatever. Anyways, it didn't go very well because what I did was I put on this interview with this girl who is talking about having food poisoning and saying that having food poison. She said having food poisoning, going through food poisoning, and recovering from food poisoning all was a much more strenuous, exhausting, and terrible experience compared to her like three childbirth or three experiences of pregnancy. And I think if you have a certain level of food poisoning, it could always be a terrible experience. People die from that. So that does make sense. But I remember like putting on this video and it didn't go very well. Your pregnancies were super easy. Did you have fun having the baby inside of you, Em? Or were you like, I got to get this baby out of me?
No, it was like magical. I felt like very like feminine and like just like very in tune with myself and like very close with all of my babies. And I had like I would say, well, my first birth was like super easy, and then my second birth was like nothing. She was again super easy, but then my third was more difficult, but I'm like I was really really proud of myself. My daughter was born well, it's called brow facing, and after that only like 95% of brow faced babies have to go into emergency C-sections, but I was able to like manually flip her like with the doctor's help, and then she was born in just like a couple of pushes, and then yeah, I mean, other than that, it was awesome. I loved it. It was great. I mean, if I could have like, I don't know, I even like considered like surrogacy at one point, but it just like wasn't, it's just not something that I could I don't know, it was like the bond and like the closeness that I had with my girls when I was pregnant.
That's interesting. The conversation that's happening over here on TikTok, Melissa, is also being said, and that's M talking about her pregnancies. But thanks for sharing about yours. It took you like 6 hours to push out your first one. That's interesting. I'm surprised people remember that. Do you remember how long it took you to get your kids out of you, M? It's a weird
Oh,
statement.
for sure. Well, as far as like labor and delivery is not like what you see in movies. Like with my first daughter, I was technically in active labor for 20 hours, but like I had an epidural. It literally was just me like laying in a bed for like 20 hours, and then I only had to push for 5 minutes, so maybe like 12 pushes total with my first daughter. My second daughter was 2.5 pushes and she was out, and I was only in active labor with her for like 6 hours. And then my last, I was only in active labor for 4 hours, and I had to push for like 30 minutes to get her turned around. That was that like brow facing thing I was talking about. But once she was in the right position, it was like a push and a half. But I also had like insane core strength. So it was easy for me to get out my kids.
That's good. Core strength is important. Everyone deserves to work on that core strength too. So if you haven't already worked on your core strength, how do you work on your core strength? Is that what, like sit-ups, pull-ups?
I did a ton of yoga whenever I was pregnant.
So lots of standing?
Standing in just like different positions and like working on like flexibility and I don't know. I think also like some people are just built different. Like,
Melissa's saying lots of walking. Did you do lots of walking?
Oh, I definitely walked a lot. I mean, I was pretty young whenever I had my first daughter, and then my second and third, I was, older than I was, but I wasn't like, I don't know, it wasn't that difficult. But I do know, like, someone like my sister, she didn't have her first baby until she was like, I want to say she was like 38 when she had her first, and it was like extremely difficult for her. But I also knew people who had babies whenever they were like 18, and like it was like a horrible experience. So I think everyone's different.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like anything else, health and body. But it does seem like we're probably going to have an entire generation of people that are going to be having babies in their 40s due to the way people are maneuvering the dating world and just the statistics of what's already come out. People are having more people are starting to have kids in their 40s than ever before. So that's an interesting thing to read about, but I don't know if that's necessarily good for your body.
That's a declining population.
The what?
Japan has a declining population.
Yeah, which is so weird. Remember when we were kids and China is also having that same. Remember when we heard about China having the 1-child minimum thing? And now it's like, now they're like, hey, have more kids. And it's like, dude, didn't you guys just go through the entire 90s and early 2000s telling people to stop having children? And now you guys are like, wait a minute, we don't have enough people. Let's get more people. Like,
yeah.
What happened? Because
things changed. So wild. Things changed.
Well, yeah, but I mean, to be honest, they didn't need to implement the rule to begin with, it sounds like. Because implementing the rule, this is the now phase that they're dealing with. Like, they didn't, think about the long run of what they were asking of the community. They were like, we have a problem now, best way to solve it, less food, less mouths to feed. And it's like, but what? Like, we can get food in the country, but there's also the Japan thing is people are more content on their own. That's a reality. And that's the thing that's very Futurama-y. There's this thing that happens in Futurama where the robots end up being more present, and they end up using the robots to hang out instead of like, mow the lawn and take a girl out to a picture or a milkshake is what I think that they're like. They're not going out to get milkshakes because, Timmy's at home having fun with his fembot. And, like it's basically like it's the future of like technology. Also, it seems like they've done studies.
I support robosexual marriage.
Yeah, I actually support robosexual marriage as well. But like that's just from a Futurama standpoint for the Futurama world. Here in the real world, I don't know how I feel about that, but it's not really a thing right now, so we're just gonna let that be what it is. But the whole thing with
sort of a thing.
We don't have people getting married to robots right now.
Well,
we did have the lady that got married to like a horse or something.
Sex dolls.
People aren't getting married to them. Are they?
They are.
What?
Have you met men? Have you met a man?
I have actually. I could totally believe that. There's some guys I know that definitely do that because they don't want to deal with girls, which is interesting.
Like G.
But there's G might actually end up like. No, G's gonna. But G once explained to me that like. No, I can't say that. It's documented. I didn't say it. So like, but like there is an aspect of like, of like observing some of my guy friends. There's those that have gone through a large amount of drama that's been like absolutely unnecessary. And I understand when you're like, all right, I'm done. Like you're opting out. Like you're cool with being single for like the rest of your life because you don't care anymore. Because like, you just, I don't know. I get it. But women are,
Depression is strong.
Yeah, but also it's like, I think it's a large thing has to do with like them not knowing necessarily how to navigate. It's a lot. I get it, but then there's also like
that's because depression lowers your cognition.
Yeah, but some people aren't just.
Thinking clearly.
But some people aren't depressed. Some people are just done with it. Like they're just like fed up with it. They're just like I'm done with this because I can't regulate making sure that I'm taking care of myself if I'm trying to date people that like. These are just people that are just like clearly have had their heart broken too many times to where they're just like, I don't want to make myself vulnerable. Like kind of like my sister's thing with not dating right now. She doesn't necessarily want to make sure, or she probably will say something different. If she was to listen to this, she'd be like, no, it's not that, it's this. But I've heard her say this before. It might not be necessarily what's on her mind today. But, the fact that, like, being vulnerable and getting to know someone and taking the time, it takes a lot out of you. And it's also, like, a lot of effort. And it's, like, everyone kind of sucks. So why do it right now? And, like, this is the same sister that, there used to be advice that I used to be given when I was younger. And people used to always be like, have fun being single. Like, you don't want to be in a relationship. But all the people that gave me advice when I was younger, those people are dead silent right now because they all know that they're dead wrong. That like I am not going to be a better anything for anyone the longer I'm single. I need to figure it out. And being told to just like have fun being single isn't something that someone who wants to start a family wants to hear. Like I did understand it when I was younger, and there was a time I was given specific type of advice that I was like, okay, yeah, you could be right. I'll try to listen to that. But then if I hear that from like them now, it's like, okay, well, I'm 36 and I'm not getting any younger, and I'd love to see my kids age and potentially have kids and maybe even meet their kids.
Lori probably went to bed.
Yeah, Lori's probably asleep. But Lori had her kid when she was 18, I think. So Lori also, yes, Alea Ribbon person, we are still up. Feel free to jump back in. In fact, Kajal had questions for you before you left. Kajal, do you want to ask Alea Ribbon person some questions?
I'm gonna go to bed. Good
Yeah,
night.
she's back.
Good night,
Night,
Peaceful Kevin.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Everyone send off Peaceful Kevin with those waves and goodbye. Bye, Peaceful Kevin. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy Dreamland. I hope you get to discover something. Maybe like an ancient tomb in your dream.
I had some bizarre dreams last night.
Well, I hope you have some good bizarre ones tonight. We now have...
Okay, bye, fam. I love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We now have Alea Ribbon person back in the room. Kajal, do you wanna lead on asking her some questions? Because you wanted to talk to her.
I'm happy you came back. I was wondering about you, and then you had left right as soon as like I was able to unmute. But I was wondering how you're doing and how work has been, and just yeah, what have you been up to, Queen?
I've been good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, work has been good. It's just a seasonal one, so once I'm done with that one, I'm thinking of probably going to university. Maybe I feel like community college is just not for me. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have you thought about what university you'd like to go to?
There's this one in San Francisco. It's like an art college. I'm still deciding. I'm not completely sure yet, but I've been looking for some on the West Coast because I live on the West Coast, of course. So.
Oh, nice. So you want to go into like art and media, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, maybe like design, something like that. I'm still not sure, but something like in the arts.
I can definitely see you thriving there. Oh my gosh, I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Which schools have
happy
you...
you came back. What are you doing now? Sorry.
No, you got it. You're good.
Wait, what?
Kajal, say it again.
Oh, I was saying I'm happy you came back. What are you still doing up?
Oh wait, who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Right now I'm trying to trim my bangs because I've been neglecting my hair. Because
wow.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just trim them super quick, and I washed my bed sheets, my bedding, so I have to put that on before I go to sleep. So.
Wait, you did that this late? Like.
Yeah, I procrastinated. I was playing Roblox with my friends, so.
Wait, you were playing Roblox?
Yeah, I was playing Roblox with my friends.
You were playing... Oh, that is so sweet. Were you doing it with like, bingo, or what were you playing? Was it Blair?
We were playing Murder Mystery.
That sounds fun.
It was fun. And I think we were playing this like penguin game. It was like a knockout or something. I don't know. It was fun though.
That's good.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
It is.
What's this Go Popular? Did someone... Oh, thank you for the Go Popular. I see it. And I do appreciate that. It's fun to have people in the room hanging out and making it a fun place and space. I never really want to end guest night. We've almost made it to 8 hours, so why not just make it happen? So we're 10 minutes away from 8 hours, so we're just going to do it anyways. And we'll still be here for a little bit.
Just got back. How could we leave now?
Yeah, how could we leave now? We just got Alea Ribbon person back in the room. I clearly have energy still. And I do, love looking at me in me in me in me in me. So it's fun to have the screen with me looking at you and you looking at me, potentially. I'm not really sure what you're looking at. You could just be listening to me. But we do have Alea Ribbon person, Kajal, and Said with Melody in the room. We haven't heard from Said with Melody in a little while, so we're going to check to make sure she's awake. Said with Melody, are you awake or have you fallen asleep? Sounds like she's asleep. It's okay. You can sleep in the live stream as a guest if you really want to. You guys don't need to stay awake. There's no rules except for the rules that are written on the Discord server. So there are rules. But I'm not going to say them. And you know who enforces the rules? My moderators. So I can be like the cool guy that's like, yeah, it's cool, you can get away with whatever. But then my moderators are going to be like, wait, no, you can't get away with it. So then, it's like I'm the good cop and they're the bad cop. This way you don't hate me. You'll end up like secretly loving and acknowledging and appreciating them, with also appreciating them as the bad cop. Yeah. What are the rules? The rules in the live stream are we don't talk about politics and we don't do the talk of religion, really. But then the rules on the Discord server are a lot more elaborate than that. It's like there's 3 rules in the actual live stream. Let's keep it PG. Let's not talk about politics and let's not talk about religion. That's here. Well, more like 4, because I also say, let's keep it positive and let's make it a positive live stream. Although the positive live stream is kind of just like the genre of what I consider the live stream to be. So that's not really a rule. But I do kind of see it as a rule at the same time. You see where I'm coming from, right? But then the Discord server has the ability for you to interact with people for like, endless amounts of time. So there's more elaborate rules over there because mental health is a thing. And that has, 9 rules? Something like that. Rule number 4 is really cool. And I do appreciate Kajal coming in, sending all that love to all the different peeps in the room. You sent some love to each of the guests in the live stream, even the one that's asleep. Alea Ribbon person, what's your sleep schedule like these days? Are you good with your patterns, or do you like test it every once in a while?
Okay, well, first I want to say thank you, Kajal, for sending me the little thing. I don't know what it's called, but thank you.
She sent you a love you so much. She's like, love you so much.
That is so cute. It's kind of wacky. I feel like sometimes I'll go to sleep at like 12. I'll wake up at 8. I'll wake up at 7. I mostly wake up early, but I'll go to bed really late, which is bad. But I'm trying to fix that.
You're young, so it's kind of like it's all over the place. I mean,
yeah,
you're fine, but you don't feel like you're specifically sleep deprived, right? You don't feel like you're doing anything that's making it really bad.
I just don't want to I don't want to age like milk because of my sleep schedule,
You know that they all, well, how do you sleep? Do you sleep on your face?
I'm kind of like a side and then back sleeper. It kind of depends. I've never slept on my stomach though. So.
Yeah, because they say that for your face, I've always tried to take note of this. I like to try to sleep on my back facing up, not even on the side of my face. If I am going to sleep on my side, it'll only be on my left side, and I'll still try to kind of like look upwards because you don't want to be resting on your face. You're a stomach sleeper? Are you a stomach sleeper that also looks like face down? Or are you like a side person? Are you like someone that's like down in your pillow like that? Like stomach sleeper that's like, planked or whatever? You move your face from side to side through the night. You could have used your microphone, but typing it works good too. It's nice to have you here as a guest. Just reminding you have this ability. But you don't necessarily have to unmute yourself. You can always just type it in if you need to. But you've got a weird twist or a weird spine. A weird twist of what?
Like a weird twist. I don't know, but I'm like half on my stomach, half like twisted. But never face down. I've never met anyone who sleeps face down.
Yeah, I haven't done that either. I mean, I do sleep on my stomach if I'm sick sometimes, though. Like headache and cold. I sleep normally like with my head pushed into the pillow because it makes it easier for me to fall asleep if have like a fever or a headache or something. But that's just because that's sickness. That's totally different. Do people have different ways they take care of themselves when they're sick? a lay ribbon person, you seem like someone that takes like a lot of vitamin C to make sure you don't get sick. Is that true?
I drink a lot of tea, but when I'm sick, I'm very weird. I don't want to take a medication unless I'm like literally forced to. But I drink a lot of water and just tea, mostly like remedies, like home remedies. I don't like taking medication if I don't have to.
So you're not big on like Advil or Tylenol or anything?
Yeah, I don't know why I'm weird. I'd rather just suffer than take medication.
I mean, your body builds an immunity to it, so it's best you don't. Because then when you really need it, it'll be very helpful. Because your body isn't used to using it. Like,
Yeah.
like I wish I used Pepto-Bismol less, because it could be really helpful if like I'm not overusing it, you know. Dominic, I'll look into it. Just keep coming back and keep coming back into it, and I'll see if you can. But thanks for liking the live stream, and it's nice to have you here, Donna. Thanks for saying hi. I do appreciate you jumping in and just giving me a hello over there on YouTube. It's nice to see people here on YouTube and on TikTok. I try my best to interact with the chat. Feel free to ask questions to a lay ribbon person, M, Kajal, or even said with Melody, who's asleep. But if you want to ask Kajal about moving, she's dealing with that. If you want to ask M about chickens, she knows a lot about chickens and even their eggs. And if you want to ask about taxes, you can ask a layer in person about taxes, because she's working with taxes these years, or this year. Yeah, these days. Let's just say these days. Anyways, these are the peeps we have in the room. Feel free to ask the questions. You can even ask them like pop culture questions. You can ask them who their favorite crush was growing up. Some of them had posters. Some of them didn't have posters. You know? And others, like maybe like a background on their phone or something. Has anyone ever had a person of interest on the home screen of their phone or something? Or a crush or someone?
I think that's like borderline stalker. But I mean,
Well, yeah, but it would be like not like someone you know, more like a celebrity is what I'm saying. Like,
oh,
you know, someone in the spotlight, not like your neighbor. Although,
I ran that race with them.
wait, say it again.
I remember sharing a couple live streams back that I ran a Special Olympics race, and it was hosted by the Jonas Brothers, and
Yeah.
I ended up taking a selfie with them, and
Was that
was my wallpaper for the rest of the year.
Well, that makes sense, honestly. If I was you, I would have also... No, I probably wouldn't... If I was you, I'd probably be gay, but that's because I'd be you. So, like, it would just be different. But, well, maybe I wouldn't be. Who knows? Regardless, yeah, I probably would have still done the picture thing. But,
Do you know where the Jonas Brothers are from?
Wait, say it again?
Do you know where the Jonas Brothers are from?
Are they from Dallas as well? Is that what you were going to say?
Yes, they're from Dallas.
I guess...
That race was in Texas.
That makes sense. That's, you know, but I'm here in LA where so many people are from Los Angeles that it's like your Dallas thing is like just a blimp of the star power that's been coming out of LA for decades.
It's just weird because it's like a bunch of like kids, like Disney kids, and they all started, and I guess a lot of them started doing Barney because Barney's filmed here.
That's interesting.
Exactly what my little sister was asked to join, and she said no.
Yeah.
A layer ribbon person, you have to go downstairs. Do you want to take us with you? Is it loud downstairs? What's downstairs that's not upstairs? A layer ribbon person. All right, you know what? We'll wait for you to come back. You chime in when you can. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for her to chime in, it is nice to have people be in the live stream experience. And I do appreciate people coming in and being within the live stream experience. If I can report your message, then you're obviously not from not from TikTok. I made sure to report these messages. Thanks for being here and thanks for being part of it. But if you're posing as a bot, you're posing as a bot. You're not a real person. It's an unfortunate thing. It's fun to be here in these live stream experiences and to be part of it with all y'all. It's been here for quite a while. Eat, Skate, Official. Wow, that was a lot of comments. But thanks for being here and thanks for being part of it. It's fun to make these live streams happen. If you're trolling me on YouTube, I can moderate myself if I need to, but I also have moderators in the live stream experience. So do be mindful of them, be nice to them. And we're here on TikTok and on YouTube. And I do appreciate you guys jumping in and being within the live stream. That's now 8 hours. Look at that. We've made it to 8 hours. We're going to end the live stream on Twitch first, but we'll still be here on YouTube and on TikTok for a little longer. But just to start winding it down, we're going to stop the live stream on Twitch in the next couple minutes. But thanks for watching over here. And I see we got a new subscriber. Nice to have you here. Oh, well, we do have 3 viewers. I wonder who these nice people are. Be nice to each other in the chat. Be nice to my moderators. This is TikTok Live over here. For you to be on the live stream experience, you can join in through TikTok. But you're watching here on Twitch, or maybe even here on YouTube, or maybe even here on TikTok. It don't matter. What matters is you've decided to be in the live stream that, you know, it's been here for 8 hours. We're not doing another 10-hour live stream, but we might get to 9 hours again unintentionally. But we did start in the 5 o'clock spectrum, but it's been a lot of fun. It's always hard to stop whenever we start, especially since I enjoy being here with all of you fine people. And in a way, I get a little bit of rest from this, as long as you don't talk about anything too, you know, damaging in any way, like mentally and whatnot. Does it look like the TV's tilted? No. Maybe it does. I'll have to figure that out later. But I do appreciate people being within the live stream experience. Hello to you too. Thanks for joining in. Stacy's back? No way. Nice to have you here, Stacy. South Florida's back in the room. It's fun to have people here from all over the country. Would you ever try a matchmaking service? I would try to do an arranged marriage, most likely. If that's like the same thing, Em. Right? Or would you say that's different? What was that, Kajal?
Isn't YouTube live bot like an actual thing?
No, if I can mute it, if I can click on it and report it as a user, then it's not from YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I was trying to differentiate.
YouTube will give me notifications through YouTube's platform. If you can click on if I can click on it and it's like a user, then it's not them. Because I've gotten a flag from them before, and they don't joke around.
Really weird way to comment, like with every word being capitalized.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear to me when people try to impersonate the moderation tools, but I do realize sometimes people are like skeptical on like some of them. But the thing to remember is that it's a software that has a lot of other interactive parts where they can send you a message without your audience seeing it. So if it's like a real thing, they have other ways to get my attention. And I've seen them do that before. So it's like, if you're new to YouTube, I could see someone like getting like weird about it or something. But it's probably just like a 13-year-old boy that thinks they're being really clever. And they've created like an account where they get to troll people because, like, you know, they don't have anything else better to do. So they're just doing that. I mean, back in my day, we used to just play with fireworks. But not everything was filmed. So, like, you used to be able to do that without getting in trouble. Now you can't even do that anymore. And whenever I like get fireworks, I like never use them Because, like, what's the point? It's dangerous. Like, yeah, it's, gosh, the kids of the future are going to be so weird because they're not going to have, like, in-person experiences of doing anything adolescent. Everything is going to be online. Like, oh, yeah, I used to, like, have this chat room or something, or I used to troll this person, and it'll be like, everything will be digital, and it won't be the same in-person type of stuff. I don't know, maybe it will be. It's not like fireworks are gone, but I just don't feel like people use them anymore. Matchmaking is very different from arranged relationships. Yeah.
Arranged marriages, like typically the woman's family asks for like a dowry of some sort in case like they get divorced or like there's like some collateral. Whereas as far as like matchmaking goes, it's like you go to a matchmaker and you're like you tell them like your name, your age, like what you want, and then they find someone who they think is like going to be good for you.
Oh, Bender does that in one of the episodes of Futurama. He does a really good job. I think that I would do that if I trusted who I was talking to. I did try eHarmony and those matchmaking sites that were popular before we started swiping left and right. But I didn't want to pay.
Yeah, but that's like the thing is like that's like you're feeding all this stuff into like a program to where like matchmaking like there's it's like it's more in depth, like you're having to communicate with like a person and they're typically like communicating with like your friends and family to also like gauge what type of person you are.
I don't know if I trust it. I trust the arranged marriage a little more than the matchmaking, I think. That seems like a lot of thinking. I should just date if I'm going to do the matchmaking.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah, it's just the arranged marriage is me like fixing it. I used to do this thing because like there was times where I used to get so dramatic when I was younger, when I was dating. There are numerous times, well, Peaceful Kevin's not here for this anymore, but there are numerous times where I used to get really pouty and I used to just be like, man, I wish I was gay because then I wouldn't feel like this about this girl. And there were times where I did used to get really pouty about it because I hated how much I would just like want to be with that girl that then rejected me. And you just want those feelings to go away, but you can't necessarily make them go away. You have to work through them. And when you have feelings towards someone, you have feelings towards them, even if they don't have the same feelings towards you. And then there was like other issues where it was just like I really wanted to just buy like a ticket to get out of the country to maybe like find a wife and bring them back, green card marriage or whatever. Something like that. Yeah, there was
My neighbor's doing that right now.
what, the arranged marriage thing?
No, so he like I don't really understand what happened, but basically like there was like a group chat with like rabbis from like around the world and like our rabbi's wife like put in the group chat like, hey, this guy Jason, he's like single, this is his occupation, this is what he looks like, he wants to start a family. And then some rabbi in like Perth, Australia was like, hey, I've got like the perfect girl for him. And they met, like they talked for like a month and a half and they met like once. And then like he went there and then she came here like a month later and they got engaged and I guess they're getting married in like a week. And this all happened in like a span of 3 months.
That is so awesome. I mean, that's cool. I think that's awesome. But also that could be bad. How do you feel about it?
Well, this girl's gonna be my neighbor in like a couple of weeks, and I will say this, like, So this guy, he went through a matchmaker, like, this would have been like November of 2024. He had flown a girl out from New York, and we were at like a Shabbat dinner together, and he like brought her, and he seemed like he was like super into her, and then it was like a month later, he's like, oh yeah, I'm not talking to that girl anymore. Like, I think that this guy's just like in a hurry to like get married. He's like in his mid 30s, and he lives in like a really nice house. And I think he's just like ready to like start his life, which is understandable, but like, you know, like I said, this person's about to be my neighbor. Like, what if they're crazy or something?
I mean, yeah, that's the part with. That's why I also sometimes have been called out about the moderator thing, because I don't know. It's like that's not dating, right? That's not me in like a relationship, but it is technically a live streaming relationship. If I like let someone be a moderator in the live stream, and they're like part of it to where they like help people within the live stream, and they also monitor my live stream. They might be crazy for all I know. I didn't know. I don't know many of them in person, and I haven't known them for that long, similar to how you're saying you don't really know your neighbor's special somebody that well, so that if they're like really unstable, you're going to find out through trial and error, which is going to be an interesting experience. But hopefully it'll work out. People aren't that crazy, but then again, people are crazy. So yes, people are crazy. But
I
then
just think that it's weird that this guy had to like find someone like all the way across the world.
I mean, technically, I'm probably in that boat too. Sometimes I feel like as someone that has asked out numerous people, gone out, and also asked a fair amount of people out in person and also on the internet. Um, Sometimes you just feel like whoever I'm looking for probably is nowhere near where I currently am, and I need to try to figure out how to find them. It's kind of like a weird game. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow, but I definitely know the one thing that keeps being floated my direction is people are like, well, how do you feel about long distance relationships? We could do like FaceTime and stuff. And it's just a hard no. Like, not doing that. I mean, you can be in a friendship vibe with me like that. But if I'm going to be talking about like what's really going on with me or like be depending on someone, I should find someone that's, in relatively potentially close. But if I had to travel and then found someone that I could relate to, I don't know how I'd feel about that, because I really just want to stay as close as possible to the family, because I'm a family type oriented person, but I do want to start my own family, which, I guess I could start it later. There are men that start their families in like their late 50s. So I know I'll be fine. And I'm a man, so I become more valuable with age. I'm like wine. So apparently you become more desirable as you get older. But you're not going to be as in good shape, but the girls are going to want you for reasons I don't understand. Oh, yeah, that guy's starting to fall apart, but he's looking very salt and peppery. So he's a take. Yeah, what's this, Benny Ben? Oh, hello to you too, he who hasn't. Thanks for being here. The AI summary says that we've been discussing the differences between arranged marriages and matchmaking, which is true. That is something we have been doing. You love Persian men? Well, thanks for mentioning it. I'm Armenian, though, so there'd be a little bit of an issue there, but you can act like I'm Persian. I have a Persian friend. He's married, though. Beautiful kids. Beautiful kids. And his wife is really beautiful, too. She's always been quite the beautiful girl, but, yeah. I went to high school with her. But I also don't need that to necessarily be the highlight right now. We just had the people rearrange. Kajal's over here. Alea Ribbon Person's right here. Alea Ribbon Person, you back from downstairs, or are you still doing downstairs things?
Oh yeah, I'm laying in my bed right now.
Okay, good. We have Alea Ribbon Person back. We still have M in the room. And then when it comes to over here, Set of Melody, are you still here, or are you asleep? We'll take it as she's asleep. if she wants to chime in, she can. Never seen the side of Benny. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and experiencing. Oh, thanks. What was I experiencing? Oh, we were talking about matchmaking. A lay ribbon person, would you ever do matchmaking or arranged marriages? One or the other. Which one would you do?
Like matchmaking, like I match, like what is that supposed to imply?
Do you mind explaining it one more time? And actually, can you explain it? And I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go inside real quick. But can you explain it to her?
You go to and like you go and you like tell them about yourself, what you're like looking for in someone. Then they kind of like interview like your close friends and family, and they do that for like a plethora of people. And then they'll be like, okay, like, you know, we found someone in like Atlanta, Georgia, who we think would be like perfect for you. And then you like schedule like a meetup to like meet this person. And like, you know, it's someone who would like consider themselves like a relationship guru or whatever. And I don't know, a lot of different religions use them. They're fairly common. I was just telling them that like my neighbor went through a matchmaking service, and he's like, I'm in Texas, and he's marrying a girl from Perth, Australia, in like a week. So that's crazy. It's pretty weird. They've only known each other for like 3 months, and they're getting married. I think they've only met up like their wedding will be like the third time they've met in person.
I don't think I would want to do any, but if that was my last option, I would choose a matchmaking, I guess. Because arranged marriage, I don't know, it seems more intense.
Arranged marriage seems like, I don't know, pretty off the table.
It seems very daunting. It seems like just straightforward, like it's just there. I feel like matchmaking, it's like slowly, I guess, but it's still not.
There's a lot more choice in matchmaking than like arranged marriages, where there's like literally no choice. Like someone's making the choice for you. Whereas like matchmaking, like someone can tell you like the matchmaker can be like, oh, I think this person would be good for me, and then you meet and you're like really different with that person, and it's like, okay, we'll try someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems less intense than arranged marriage.
Crap. All right. So, wait. Did you guys pick a lay ribbon person? Did you pick which one it is? Arranged marriage or matchmaking? Which one did you like?
Matchmaking is a better choice for me, I feel like.
And in casual, do you know which one you would prefer?
Matchmaking as well. I just feel like I would want to have more of an option.
So I'm really the only one that would just pick the arranged marriage? But I guess, you know, it really wouldn't be arranged because I'd be very, like, picky. And I'd be picking. So is that arranged? If I'm picking?
I think that would be more matchmaking. But I mean, to each their own, I guess.
Depends on the process.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm surprised that, like, so growing up, I was the one that always wanted it to be like, oh, I want to start the family and, like, be a dad. And, like, all of the friends I had, or have still, I still have these friends, that didn't want to be a dad. All of them are dads. All of them are dads. Every single one of them. And it's just kind of weird because it's like, wait a minute. You didn't want to be one, but you are one? Like, how did this happen? It just kind of found them, you know? I think at the end of the day, an arranged marriage, you have the final choice. I think, I mean, like, nowadays, arranged marriages, it really wasn't that long ago that people didn't really have a dating scene. Dating, like, you didn't travel, like, traveling was hard. There wasn't the dating scene that we have now. People can, like, relocate to big cities very easily. And we didn't have trains like 200 years ago. So you couldn't just travel across the country. You really just had to decide who you were going to marry in the little town you lived in. And you just kind of had to deal with that. Like, could you imagine that? Could you imagine, like, growing up somewhere and kind of living within a community that has, like, a set amount population where, you know everyone and everyone knows each other to a degree. I mean, you could go to, like, a big city, but there still wasn't really a dating scene. Like, that's not something that was super popular. Who do we see?
I was born in Gallup, New Mexico. It was a very small town. It still is, and like, if you know anything about it, there's like, it's just like a strip of businesses now. But yeah, there would be like no dating pool there. Like, in fact, whenever I was born there, it was like my entire family just lived out there and owned those businesses, so it was just like a bunch of us being neighbors, so it was kind of just like a family town at the time.
That sounds fun still, at least for growing up and running around and being able to go to different houses.
Yeah, it was definitely a great time.
Yeah, for the most part. We do have guest night here for you still. Ask any questions to Alea Ribbon Person, myself, Kajal, M, and even Said with Melody. Said with Melody, you still asleep? Yes. All right. So as we are still here, we're talking about a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Thanks for saying that I look so classy. It is nice to have a good jacket on, and to be as classy as I am. It's fun to realize I also grabbed the wrong box of the chicken that was left over. I grabbed the box of all of the not chicken that's left over. You look very polished. Aw, thanks for saying it, Alea Ribbon Person. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to say at this point of my look, it's as good as I can get. Like, this is the best I got, and I'm not necessarily against it. But this is my favorite length of my beard, which is also the point right before it's soft, but it's like it's not prickly yet. So, or at least to me it's not. But some people say it's prickly. I've actually never kissed anyone with my beard. I've always been clean shaven. But I've always wondered what, like, the response would be. Because I've been, like, people touch it. People have always talked about how soft it is. But I wonder if it'd be like, oh, it's pinching me. Or is it like, it's soft? Beard is the best. Em, what do you mean by that? Do you kiss someone with a beard?
I've like only dated guys with facial hair, and I don't know, I couldn't imagine kissing someone who's like clean shaven, so.
Yeah, it sounds disgusting.
It doesn't sound like, I don't know. I think also I don't even like feel the beard, or I don't think about it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I've heard some people's beards are like prickly. And everyone's just different. But it is hair, so it'll eventually get out to a point where it's just soft. Because it's not like rough. Well, I guess it could be rough. It depends on what type of hair you have. Everybody's different. But would it be different for me? No, I feel like it would still feel the same. Maybe it'd feel different. I don't know. But now that we've gotten to this point of the live stream, does anyone have any real topics they want to bring out before we start really wrapping things up? Anything people have been talking about, thinking about? Or if you guys heard anything in the live stream that you heard earlier that you want to circle back on, or that you had a question for but you didn't get to ask it because you felt like, it'll come up again later maybe. It's just cheese. That's all that was being eaten right there. Thanks for asking, Hugo.
Wait, there was a story you were gonna tell that you said you would tell later.
What's the story? I mean, what story did I say?
You said we had to stick around for it, though.
Oh, what story was it? Because I don't recollect. What was I talking about?
Oh man, I have no idea because it was like one of those things where you start thinking about it and you're like, "This is one time," and then you're like, "Actually, no, I'm not gonna tell it. Actually, I will, but later on."
I think I said that a couple of times though. I can't recollect exactly what part that was on. My skincare routine is to do whatever my mom has set out for me. My mom is in charge of my skincare products. She really is. She worked at a skincare company, and I also worked there a little bit too because it was like a family-owned skincare company that has grown to be one of the best skincare companies. They are not paying me to say it, but Innovative Skincare is the skincare products for you. Check out Innovative Skincare. They do have their like really specific marketing strategies, so they might not be okay with me mentioning their product in the live stream, but I'm just so proud of those that made it happen over there. And I've been in their warehouse and I saw them start as a tiny little company, and I've been to their Christmas parties. And their Christmas parties were awesome. Oh man. And my best friend married someone that he met while being an intern at that company. So you know what? I feel like you deserve that recognition, Innovative Skincare. Look up the products though. They do make some really good ones. You need to have a prescription to get most of their products. Their products are prescribed by doctors only, except for their makeup remover products, I believe. Which, if you're a girl and you haven't removed your makeup and you're getting ready for bed, remove that makeup, girl. Remove it. Your skin will thank you for it.
Exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, good. Good job, Kajal. I'm so proud of you. And if you don't want to remove your makeup and you just want to leave it on your face, understand there's consequences to that. You're going to age, and it's not going to help. Make sure to wipe it all off. Wash that skin. And I would say washing your skin with water is really always important. Do that every day, even if you don't do a skincare routine. But like whatever my mom leaves out for me, I'll end up using. But there are always Innovative Skincare products. What's the brand, Ben? Is Clinical. Innovative Skincare. It's ISCLIN something. Clinical. Yeah. Check it up. Look it up. Discussing arranged marriage versus dating and skincare routine. Share your opinions. AI summary. Thanks for saying it. You used to refuse to go to sleep with makeup on, but recently it's been a horrible habit. Alea, ribbon person, what's your reason for leaving your makeup on at night? Is it on right now?
No, actually, it's not. I took a shower, so it's off. But so sometimes, like, I'll refuse to go to bed without brushing my teeth. But for some reason, taking my makeup off is just too difficult. Like, I feel like it's too much. So when I sleep with my makeup on, I usually just put like a towel on my pillow because I don't want my makeup to transfer to my bedding. And then I'll wake up and then my skin is like really oily and it's really bad. I feel like it's really nasty because it's just gross to put makeup on. But sometimes I fall asleep with it on.
Wait, but you put a towel down and you fall asleep with it on?
Yeah, like I'll usually like if I know I'm really tired, it's really funny, but I'll just put a towel on my pillow. I don't really wear that much makeup, really. I mean, I do wear makeup, but I don't really wear that much where like I wake up and my whole face looks like terrible.
Like I wear lashes too, so I don't wake up with like mascara smeared all over my face. So
Okay, so I would say that it doesn't sound that bad, but there are friends that I've had that had quite a bit of makeup on, and it just like you're not fully dolled up, right? That's what you're
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, I mean like I do wear like lashes and like, lip makeup, but like
But not
not like
layers
a
of
full
makeup, right?
yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I think you're good. Just make sure to like wash it off as it's like our skin is even when cuz like, when you work in film and you do the stuff in television and whatnot, or when you do anything on camera, sometimes they layer you up with like look, which makes it so then they put a bunch of makeup on you. And I've gone to bed with makeup on and greatly regretted it. Mainly the sheets thing is, yeah, the sheets thing, like the pillow is like weird. The pillow doesn't feel like a pillow anymore. It ruins the sheet. I mean, it ruins like the pillowcase. It feels like, I don't know if that's psychological, but for me, it just felt like it never really got off. But like, I don't know. So when they put makeup on me to make it look like I don't have a beard, if I'm clean shaven and they want me to have a clean shaven look, it's just not possible for my face to have like the full clean shaven look. I can be clean shaven, but you're still gonna see like areas that it looks like the hair's basically growing right in front of your eyes. And since I grow like an inch of hair a month, the likelihood that like it's not gonna be like completely flesh in 6 hours is realistic because of how it grows slowly. But I mean, an inch a month is a lot on the face. So like I always, if they shave me, they still have to put so much makeup on me to make it look like I don't have any sort of, yeah, it's weird. But I mean, I get it. Some people are looking for that look and they don't want me to look like I have a beard at all, but it's, I don't know, it just feels icky. But when you wash it all off, it feels good. I think every time, the only time I like accidentally left on, it's because I forgot, because I don't normally wear makeup. Because I don't normally wear makeup. So I just like forgot and I checked on things and went to sleep. And I didn't really think that about, I remember like brushing my teeth and I had like an opportunity to do it, but I didn't do it. But I do try to be mindful of it whenever I do. But I normally now just like try to get rid of it immediately after I'm done on film set because I don't need to wear makeup. So, because my complexion is perfect. No, but for those of you that are just tuning in, welcome to the live stream. We're on the tail end of conversations. So chime in if you want to chime in. We've got a lay ribbon person here. We've got Kajal here. Kajal, you still dealing with boxes?
I finished up for the night. I'm now moving on to taking off my makeup and all that as we're speaking about it, and then just gonna tidy up and probably call it a night soon because I have an early morning. But yeah,
Okay.
I will continue to finish boxes tomorrow. But I did make some good progress while being on here, so I'm kind of proud of myself because I really thought I was just gonna like get distracted and not do anything, but I ended up doing both, so it ended up working out.
That's good. And then Alea Ribbon Person, I see you have to go. Is there anything you want to say before you leave us?
No, but it was nice talking to you guys, and hopefully we can talk again next week.
Yeah, we'll be here for you. Drop on in.
Right.
Have a good rest of the week as well. And enjoy work this week. Thanks for dropping in and being so lively with all of that energy you got going on with you. Do take care of yourself, and thanks again for being here.
Good night, Kajal. Good night, Em. Good night, Melody. Bye, guys.
Bye. It's funny that Melody's asleep, but we've all been saying goodnight to her. I don't know. You still asleep?
Yep, I think she's in like dreamland.
Yeah, me too. Em, are you what? You're way later for you, Em. Kajal and I are near each other's time zones.
Yeah, it's 4:08.
How are you so awake?
Yeah.
I don't know. I probably need to go to sleep soon.
Well, I mean, we won't be here for you to be distracted with much longer because we are wrapping things up and we are almost to the 8 hour and 40-minute marker, which is in 5 minutes. Which, if you know me, I love a good number, just in general when I do things. And 8 hours and 40 minutes is going to be probably like the perfect time to say goodnight because that is the time frame that the Twitch live stream, the YouTube live stream, and the TikTok live stream will be able to have like an 8 hour video. And I have like a 7 hour live stream. I have a 9 hour one. I have a 10 hour live stream. I don't have a lot of 8 hour live streams. It's true. I really don't. So it'd be nice to start filling up that spectrum of the content that's there. But we just lost another one of our guests. We're not necessarily going to be letting in new guests right now. Let's just start wrapping things up. We do have maybe a little more thinking that could happen. I'm really curious about this story that I was supposed to tell. What story?
I am too.
Like, it's bothering me, but I wasn't going to tell the Disneyland story. I know I talked about the bad date at Disneyland, which was me realizing I had nothing in common with the girl when we got in line for a 2 hour line, which I still don't know what I was thinking there. It's like we got to Disneyland and we could have done so many things, but we just went straight to Space Mountain to wait in a 2 hour line to go on a ride and then to awkwardly leave the park without really like knowing how to say like goodbye to each other. I don't know. It was a weird experience. But I'm not necessarily.
This is quite a while back.
This was like, what year is this? So probably I was like 26, maybe 27. This was when I had a season pass when it was still really fun to go to Disneyland. When there was still a smoking section and stuff like that. Where those
So much has changed.
Disneyland actually, I will say, I understand why they got rid of the smoking sections, and they were crazy. At one point in time, depending on what day of the week you were there and what type of events were going on, the smoking sections were small and the amount of people in them would be overflowing. So it would be hard to like not say it was like a micro party in the parks. It basically was. Except for like there were some areas where it was like a micro stress area. Everybody who was there that was like smoking was stress smoking because it was in between lands and it was like in between you waiting in more lines or trying to run around with fast passes. The moms that were so beautiful that used to come up to me and beg me for cigarettes. I miss those days. Those are so funny, especially since they were like very beautiful women, and I'd always see them later with like their husbands walking around, and they'd always give me like the nod, like thanks again, which was always like it would as I was so single back then, it would always make me feel like, gosh, there's so much hope for me. Also, I hope my wife's not sneaking away from me, like smoking cigarettes. But yeah.
Oh goodness.
Like it used to be really there was this one girl, her kids were in her stroller, and it's just like one of those health, like she tried to keep her kids as far away from the smoking zone as possible with like an arm, and she's like, going like this, trying to like blow it out that far that way as much as possible too. And it just seemed like that was stressful as well. Like you'd need a cigarette after doing that because that would have been stressful, Gosh.
That does seem stressful.
Yeah, I don't really miss being addicted to that. That's because it was it tasted good, but did it? It would occupy my time, But was I doing anything else? Creatively, as an artist, it did help in certain artistic situations because of the vibes and the others that were doing it as well. But I just don't think
Do
it's...
you ever like watch movies or TV shows and then you like crave a cigarette because you see someone like smoking?
Yeah, all the time.
That's literally how I feel. Like I haven't smoked in a really, really long time. It's been actually that's a lie. For some reason this summer I bought like a pack of cigarettes and I only smoked like 7 from the pack, but I had to like tear them up and throw them away because I knew that like I'd just start up again.
I would have had to do that too. If I did it, I would have probably been like, oh crap. I mean, I have dreams every once in a while that I mess up and I get a pack and then I wake up the next day and go, good, that didn't happen in real life. It happened in the dream. It didn't happen in real life, but that was really convincing. Or like I'd get really disappointed. It happens in my dreams a lot more where I end up relapsing on nicotine, but less so in real life.
I was definitely like, I don't know, maybe it was like early 2021 is the first time I tried like the little disposable like nicotine vapes. And I was pretty addicted to those for like a month or so. But I smoked cigarettes for a long time.
Yeah.
It's just like a waste of money and
that was part of it too. I remember one part of it was like, do I really want to keep investing? Oh yeah, it was when it's like $20. It was like not $20. It was $10 a pack. And I was like, do I really want to be investing in this anymore? Because this is stupid. Because like it costs so much now to smoke and doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But with my it's been 834 days since I've had nicotine. And that's what this I have an app that keeps track of it. It's what it says. But 834 days. But it's pretty good, right?
Yeah. That is really great.
Yeah, I mean honestly it'd probably been like 4.5 years since I had a cigarette, and then like I said, I had actually I do know. I saw my friend DJ like smoking a bunch, and I was like, give me one of those.
You're like, yeah.
I was like, okay, you got me.
Yeah, I have one friend that keeps asking, but if like we were like in a situation, would you at least have one with me again? And I'm like, dude, I was the one that started smoking before you. Like
That's always
I was smoking for like 5 years before you even started, and it was kind of like like, are you serious? Like, but when it comes to me live streaming, it's been 493 days. So I've been live streaming for 493 days, and I can tell you it's a fact that if I was still smoking nicotine, I wouldn't be able to do this. I smoked a cigarette every 15 minutes because I smoked 2 packs a day. So every 15 minutes I had another cigarette. So if I was doing these live streams, I also did not like photographs or video taken of me doing that. There's one of my employees. All right, one of my hired crew members, which I hired to work with me. He filmed me once when I was on my smoke break, and I was so mad. In the footage, I was mad too. I was like, why? You know that we're not going to use this, and you know I don't like it. Because you won't find any video footage of me smoking a cigarette, but you will find photos. But there's like very, very rarely would you ever find anything of me doing that. Except for this, there's this video of me in the snow running around with my camera in my long johns. And yeah, I think I'm smoking a cigarette in that, but it's so funny. it's a great clip. Is it posted? Now that I think about it, no. Will I post it one day? No, you know what? When I die, it'll get posted. That's like something for people to laugh at after the fact of me being who I am. But you know, it's smoking, so I don't want to promote it. But yeah, the whole experience of doing that, it's really hard on your lungs. So when you stop, you realize you can breathe better. That's what I like can't believe sometimes. Oh, I can hold my breath now? I couldn't do this before. like, or I start swimming again and realize I can actually like make the lap without having to surface at as many times, and or do laps without surfacing so many times, and just going under the water.
Do y'all feel the same way about like gardening?
No, there's no tar in that. There's no
That's true.
So like the amount of stuff that's like going into my lungs is lesser by a lot. You also don't get like you can't smoke that much with the gardening. Like with the nicotine you can endlessly intake it basically. But part of me feels like I should have OD'd from it a couple of times. Cuz like there were times where I was wearing patches and smoking because I like wanted
You
more
can
nicotine.
definitely garden that much, especially if you like have a crazy tolerance.
I guess, but I feel like it's still not going to have that much of an effect on your lungs as nicotine does.
Oh, I definitely don't think it would. It doesn't have the same like carcinogens and it's smoking is like cigarettes is way worse for you than gardening.
Yeah. But maybe one day we'll fix that, and if there's no consequences to it, I don't see why people can't enjoy it again, right? I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it'll ever be like that. But
well, there's like clove cigarettes, which are like it's not the same.
clove cigarettes are that's nothing. I hated those. Those are stupid.
Yeah, I was like, it's not the same, but I mean,
well, the prop cigarettes are really fun. I still have a pack of those. So if I was to light those up, it's nothing. It's nothing for it's like you can't get anything out of it. You're not supposed to fully inhale it. You're supposed to smoke it like a cigarette or smoke it like a cigar. But if you do, it's not harmful. But it just doesn't taste good. And it really doesn't. But if you want to do the oral fixation type of thing and you want to hold it, the prop cigarettes are the way to go. Because they're just herbs mixed that are approved to be on set. And you still get a pay bump if you have to use them. But, yeah. It's fun to have them. But, like, the prop cigarettes, people sometimes watch movies and go, oh, so that person really had to smoke? It's not real. Like, it's still fake. But they could still inhale and exhale, which is what you need to be able to do to sell it. But a lot of people just end up smoking a real cigarette. But you can't technically do that, but Dave Chappelle does all the time, so you can. It's just how famous are you and how likely are you going to be able to pay the fine that's associated with it. There's a fine, by the way, if you do that. So, like, there's consequences.
The Improv Comedy Club here in Dallas had a smoking section until 2019.
Wait, what happened? What happened to the smoking section?
Honestly, I think that they just closed it off, but I do remember I was there for a show. I don't know if I've mentioned this, that like I do stand up.
Yeah, you've mentioned it.
I have done. Okay, yeah. And I was there for a show like a year ago, and one of they were setting up, and one of the staff members, like a new guy, hit the wrong switch, and it was the fans for the smoking section, which hadn't been turned on in like 5 years. So it just smelled like old stale cigarettes like the whole night. It was so gross.
Why
But
wouldn't
yeah,
they have
that's
like turned on
nothing.
those? Wait, what were you saying, Kajal?
Oh, sorry. I was just moving things around again.
Why wouldn't they just like have turned on those fans beforehand too? Though they just forgot about them or something.
So it was my understanding that the guy was like new and they told him to like go hit the switch like in this like little pocket area and he didn't know what to do, so he like hit the wrong one. But the fans were there, they just had not been turned on. You know, they were like vents.
Yeah, it's because that's how that works when you do a lot of smoking. You have to have it be vented out. But it also like
Yeah.
probably wasn't cleaned properly. Because if they cleaned that
Oh,
area,
I'm
that wouldn't
sure
have
it
happened.
wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't cleaned properly.
But that does
But
suck.
I just remember walking in and being like, what is that smell? It smells like an ashtray in here. And they were like, oh, the new guy hit the wrong switch.
Man, he probably wanted to go home. I would have wanted to go home. After making a mistake like that, he'd probably be like, can I go home for the day? Like, you guys are just going to make fun of me the whole day anyways. So, like, you know.
That's true.
Yeah, I would probably want to go home. Or I'd be counting down the seconds until I get to go home. I'd be like, oh, crap. I'm going to have to look at these people for at least another 10 minutes. But yeah, as we are wrapping things up, does anyone have anything else they want to add before we say goodnight and stop the live stream? Kajal, do you remember what I was supposed to talk about yet? That story I was supposed to say?
I have no idea. I just remember you mentioning that you would say it later if we stuck around.
Yeah, and I believe that. I said many things, and that does sound like me. Yes. And I do vaguely remember mentioning certain things. The only thing I do remember saying is the story I wasn't going to tell was going to be the Disneyland story, which I'll tell again one day. I just don't necessarily want the entirety of it documented on YouTube quite yet. I don't know how I want to play out telling the story. You've watched me for 400 minutes now. So what? 200 minutes was today? Is that right, Em?
I guess so, yeah.
Isn't that fun? Engaging and interacting with people in a guest night with the whole minutes being counted. TikTok knows you're here, and so does YouTube now because I've said it out loud. Yeah.
I'm surprised that like people who I don't know if it shows if I'm like in this live, if it shows people who follow me that I'm on this live.
Not unless like it does, but it doesn't. They have to like go to their friends tab. It's not going to notify them that you're live, but they'll be somewhere that they can see that you are live.
I see.
Yeah, it'll be highlighted somewhere, but it really depends. I mean, do you post a lot on this account or no?
I haven't in like the last week. I've had like a super busy week, but prior to this, I would like hop into lives and people like I'd hop into other people's lives and people who followed me would come and join.
Oh, maybe they can see it. I really don't know. Since I live stream a lot more than anything else, I'm not always 100% positive.
There's a guy who's kind of weird about my chicken. He's kind of weird about my chickens, and he hopped in the other night and saw what I had my camera on in the live, and he was like, "Oh, it's so crazy to see you."
Oh, because you don't put your camera on? On you.
I don't really like show myself unless I'm like in the lot. Like, what I'll do is I have like a second phone and I'll go set up like the phone like in a tripod and like put it in the coop or like, you know, set up for like the chickens to see. And then I'm just kind of like a hand. Like, I'll put stuff down in front of them. I've only gone in there like maybe 3 or 4 times and like sat with my chickens and like held them and then like, you know, answered people's questions.
Okay. That's nice. I think that works well. I mean, off-camera voices are appealing too. You don't always need to be a front-facing creator.
Ordered crocheted like little sweater outfits for my chickens to wear.
Oh, that sounds fun.
I know, it is fun. Okay, well, I'm gonna hop off, but it was so nice to talk to everyone. It was nice to talk to you again, Kajal.
You too, have a great night.
Yeah, have a
I'm
good
also
night.
about to say good night, and I think Benjamin's getting ready to wrap it up as well.
Yeah,
Sounds
we are
good.
wrapping it up. So it is good for you to say goodnight. Both of you can say your goodnights to the audience. Say whatever you want.
Good night, everyone. If I don't talk to you the rest of the week, good luck moving and wishing you luck with that.
Thank you so much. Have a great week and have a safe one as well.
Thanks. Good night, everyone.
Well, good night, Em, and good night, said with Melody. Kajal, do you want to say goodnight to the audience as well?
Yeah, good night, everyone. It was a great night, and I hope everyone enjoys their Valentine's Day, whether you celebrate or not. Just have a great one and a safe one, and have a great week ahead.
Thanks for saying it. Yeah, you're gonna celebrate by treating you, or did you decide whether you're gonna treat yourself to a steak or not? Are you're gonna celebrate
I
your
might.
grandfather? What would he get?
I don't know if I want to go out to eat that day because I feel like it's going to be super busy. So I might just get like a bunch of groceries and cook something nice at home.
You could do that, or you could just get takeout and have it ready for you.
Sure.
And just take it so then you don't have to make anything. You can also eat it. So sometimes, here, I'm letting you know sometimes what I do. Sometimes I get takeout and I eat it not at the restaurant that I was supposed to eat it at. And I eat it elsewhere, like a View, or potentially even like in an area that it's just like an outside patio area that's kind of a public seating place. Like, you don't have to eat with the establishment that you pick up the food from, but also you could probably find someplace closer-ish. But we'll talk more, Kajal. Thanks for dropping in, and thanks for being here for guest night.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you within the room. We've been here on YouTube, TikTok, and on Twitch, and we're wrapping up in all these places and spaces, but the one that stops first is this one, which is the Twitch live stream. Thanks for watching. Give a shout out to Burrito Lady, Lily Jam, Ray the Gatekeeper, our River Otter Sea Otter of the live stream experience, Sarah Sarita Bonita the Citalita, Natalia, Papaya, and we also got Kajal that Fox Citalita, Space Cheese, and Cool with a K, and also Cake in the live stream experience as moderators. I'm not sure which of them dropped by, but I appreciate all of them, and I appreciate you for appreciating them. Give them a shout out, and do have fun rewatching the live stream if you want to later, and if you are rewatching it right now, and you just finished it, you might want to check to see if I'm live right now on any of the platforms I could potentially be live streaming on. Also, follow me on my Discord server and follow me on Instagram as well. But this live stream's over right now, but I'm still live on YouTube and on TikTok for just a minute more. But the live stream here on Twitch, well, it's concluding. Bye-bye now. I'll see you next time. And if you want to watch me for just a little longer, like a couple more minutes, well, it'll be over soon. But I'll be on YouTube and on TikTok saying goodnight as well. Toodaloo. Now, the live stream over here on YouTube and on TikTok are both going to end at the exact same time. So I won't necessarily be on one longer than the other. Kajal's still here saying goodnight to all ya. Said with Melody is asleep in bed. And we will be soon. I'm looking forward to it. Said with Melody, you asleep still, right? I think she's asleep still. Do you think she's asleep still, Kajal?
I definitely think she's in dreamland.
Yeah, and she deserves to be in dreamland and the best places and spaces of the dreamland environments that's out there for her to be able to enjoy all the pleasures of dreamland. Yeah, dreamland's a big place. Hopefully you explore it as well. Since we're ending this live stream experience right now, I hope you take the time to just fall into sleepland and fall into tomorrow of the dreamlands and whatnot conversations we could be having for hours. We're not necessarily going to fixate on more of that stuff. I'm rambling, but I am saying goodnight to you still. here on YouTube. We had moderators in the live stream experience that helped me make it a place in space, and hopefully you give them a shout out and tell them they're doing a good job. I don't know which of them were here the whole time, but I know we had some coming in and coming out. And thanks for calling me Groucho Marx. I do appreciate that. Groucho Marx, big fan of Groucho Marx. Anyways, the live stream experience is over here on YouTube and on TikTok with us thanking the moderators here on YouTube first. The moderators are Brandon, Liz, Gabby, Peaceful Kevin, Sarita Bonita, Danita Bonita, Juliet, Miranda, Rosanna, Noah, Leo, Dougie, Lauren, Natalia, Jam, Ray the Gatekeeper, who's the River Otter, Sea Otter of the group. We also have Kajal, that Foxy Talita, Iris McGrath, known as Black and Tan, and Kiki, Mikiki, the mermaid of the live stream. Yes, it is here on YouTube with those moderators. And if you're here on TikTok, we've got moderators like Mikey Milwaukee, Joe Javier, Bobo Gizmo, Grant. It goes by the name I only follow, Ben. Juliet, Danita, Davita, Dorita, Burrito, Lizzie, Izzy, Rem, Abby, Banana, Fan of Hope, Abby, Jamie, Lynn, Sarah, Sarita, Bonita, the Seat Letha, Ray, the Gatekeeper, our River Otter, Sea Otter of the group, a Watermelon known as Jennifer, and a Foxy Seat Letha known as Kajal. It is fun to make these live streams happen with those moderators. I do try my best to, acknowledge how they're trying their best and get you to acknowledge that they're trying their best because they're doing it for fun. They're not getting paid to be here. They're doing it out of the kindness of their heart. I really do appreciate them. If you do want to continue to talk to me and the others that are in the live stream experience, be a follower. Keep coming back on a daily basis. It's a daily live stream experience that also has a Discord server associated with it where I make announcements of when I'm live streaming, where, and potentially also there's channels there that might amuse you as well. Because it's an interactive experience where it is a fan club community that's attached to my live streams. That's what it is. If you feel like it's more than that, it's really not. That's exactly what it is. It's all I can maintain. And it's under my name, which makes it my Discord server. So join me over there with the great moderators we have over there, also helping out with creating it a place that's safe and fun to hang out to a degree. It's not for absolutely everybody, but it's for those that are looking for a silly place in space. Be nice to the moderators over there. Give them a shout out. Let's give a special shout out to Jam and Sarah Sarita Bonita, the Seat Talita, the moderators on the Discord server that customized it with all those special channels. If you join in on the Discord server, there's a channel at the top, or there's an actual place of rules, and that's the channel at the top of the Discord server. So join the Discord server and read the rules before you really interact. It is a PG-13 environment. This was a PG live stream experience here on YouTube and on TikTok for people to be able to rewatch. And if you are rewatching it here on YouTube, take the time to check to see if I'm live right now. You can interact with me and other people in real time. But thanks again for dropping in and being part of a very special experience that wasn't just me talking at you. It was me talking with you and the other guests we had in the room, like Kajal, Said with Melody, and we had many others in the live stream. But these are the two that are in here right now saying goodnight to you as well. It was a lot of fun. Kajal, you want to say goodnight again before I cut these cameras off?
Yeah, good night, everyone. Just have a great night, like I said, and have a safe one.
Thanks for being here and thanks for saying it. Well, thanks again, guys, for being within it. We just thanked all those that were in the live stream experience. As a viewer, give yourself a pat on the back. Come back for more, and I can't wait to see you in tomorrow's live stream experience. Toodaloo, everyone. Good night. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Ta-ta. Thanks again, Kajal, for being part of it.